Now today, we're going to see, what if Harry Potter was the son of lightning god Thor? Join Patreon for early access of super op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Lily Potter hated that it had to happen this way. She hadn't thought that becoming mortal would entail this. She had thought she and James would grow old together, and that she would one day be the one to tell their daughter, Rhaena, her true heritage. For she was not who everyone on Midgard thought. She was Ingrid Odindater, princess of Asgard and younger sister of Thor and Loki. She had been wrapped in cotton wool back in Asgard by her family. Even Loki, who had taught her all the magic he knew, had been overprotective of her. So, wanting a bit of freedom, she had used her magic, shielded herself from Heimdall's view, and traveled the secret paths between Asgard and Midgard. Choosing a nice mortal family, she had altered their memories to believe that she was their own daughter, and changed into a 5-year-old child, with all her memories and powers intact, planning to find out more of the magical beings that lived on Midgard, and prove she did not need to be coddled. But then, she had fallen in love. James was wonderful, but she was still immortal. So, she had gone to the goblins, and together, they had placed a block on her powers. For all intents and purposes, she was mortal. Her powers could still be released, and the spell hiding her from Heimdall's gaze was still in place, but she was mortal. When Rhaena was born, she placed the same spell on Rhaena to keep her shielded from Asgard until she was older. She would tell her eventually, and then give her daughter the choice of meeting the godly side of her family. But it was not to be. Tears streamed down her face as she placed Rhaena in her crib and heard the sounds of a duel from below. She knew James could not withstand Voldemort for long. There was not enough time to perform the ritual to release her powers. But there was time to release the spell hiding her from Heimdall. Not from Rhaena, but from herself, so Heimdall would see what was about to happen and tell her family of her death. She shuddered as she felt the spell leave her and heard the thump of a body fall to the floor. James was dead. She knelt down in front of the crib, facing her beautiful baby girl. Rhaena, oh Rhaena, you were so loved, so loved. Mummy loves you. Daddy loves you. One day, you will find family who will care for you and protect you again. Your daddy and I will watch over you from Valhalla. You are royalty, my daughter. Your grandfather is king of the gods of all of Asgard. Your uncles, Thor and Loki, would love you so much if they met you. As with your grandparents, my death will give you a chance to meet them one day. I will always love you, Rhaena asked to James' daughter. She sprung up and round when the door crashed down and Voldemort stepped into the room. Please, Ingrid begged, having never been accustomed for begging for anything as a royal. But her daughter's life was where she was glad to make an exception. Have mercy. Step aside, silly girl, he said harshly, brandishing his wand as he did so. Please, not my daughter, not my baby. Take me instead. Her arms were spread, and she was shielding her daughter from view. Step aside, girl. This is your final warning, he hissed, his red eyes shining with malice, reminding Ingrid of the few Jotuns she had caught glimpses of when she had slipped past the protection of her brothers and the guards her father assigned to her, and went exploring between worlds. No, take my life. Spare her. Please. I beg of you. Have mercy. Avada Kedavra, he hissed. The sickly green light was the last thing Ingrid saw before she died. Heimdall had sent message to the king the moment he had seen Princess Ingrid reappear, but he knew they would be too late to save her. But they had to try. Heimdall. He turned slightly to see both Thor and Loki, as well as Sif and the Warriors Three. It was Thor who had spoken. You have seen Ingrid? She is in grave peril. I fear it is too late. Then hurry in sending us to her. Heimdall, Thor ordered. He opened the Bifrost and sent the group through to Midgard, praying to the Norns they would arrive in time. The 6 of them landed in a street and saw the house that looked as if an explosion had recently gone off inside it. They ran for it, ready for battle, Thor and Loki in the lead. This was the first lead to their sister they had had in years. They would not lose her now. The front door was hanging off its hinges, and in the hall, they saw the dead body of a man. He might have been sleeping, had it not been for the fact his chest was not rising and falling. He had messy black hair and wire-rimmed glasses. "Ingrid," Thor called, hoping for a response. There was none. He was blocking the stairs. Loki noted. "Probably trying to buy someone, most probably Ingrid time. Then we search upstairs first," Thor said, heading straight for the stairs. When upstairs, their eyes landed on the fallen door. The brothers ran for the door and into the room. Thor cried out, dropping to his knees at the sight of her lifeless body. Loki let out a wordless cry of anger at the sight of his sister's dead body and fell to his knees next to Thor. Whoever had done this would pay. Thor gently reached out and closed Ingrid's eyes as tears spilled over. Anguish tore at them both, knowing that their sister was dead. Sif, Fandral, Hogun, and Volstagg watched gravely from the doorway. They had all sworn to help Thor and Loki protect Ingrid, who had been loved by all back on Asgard, and they had failed. Sif felt tears prick at her eyes. She had been able to relate with the princess, who had wanted to prove herself capable of protecting herself. But unlike Sif, she had not been given the opportunity, so she had made one for herself. Perhaps had Sif offered to train her in secret, this would not have happened. Loki conjured a gold and black shroud, and together, he and Thor wrapped Ingrid in it. Thor picked her up from the floor and cradled her gently. Loki glanced around the room, his eyes noticing the overturned crib and the toys and the leather-bound journal. He picked the journal up and looked to the first page. It was Ingrid's. He held onto it tighter. "Her diary," he said, explaining the book to the others. His eyes lingered on the crib again. "This is a child's nursery. I hear no cries of a child, Loki," Thor said, the tears still falling. Loki brushed some of his own away. "Perhaps whoever committed this crime took the child with them. We shall ask Heimdall on our return home, brother," Thor said. "If there is indeed a child, we shall begin the search immediately. We cannot fail our sister again." Loki nodded, agreeing. It was the only way, seeing as there was no child in the room. In grim silence, they made their way back to the Bifrost site. Heimdall must have been watching, for the Bifrost was open the moment they were all in place. When they returned to Asgard, they saw Heimdall's usually impassive face was sorrowful. "My condolences, and my apologies. I found her too late." "Was there a child, Heimdall?" Loki asked, his voice hoarse. "Yes, a girl named Reyna, Asta James' daughter. But her mother's spell still lingers around her. I am failing once again. I cannot find the child." "Keep searching," Loki said. "If you see anything, send word." There had been a child. She would be found and protected at all costs. They would not fail Ingrid again by failing Reyna. Immediately, Heimdall nodded. The crime was committed by a mortal wizard known only as Lord Voldemort, the Dark Lord, to his followers. He too has disappeared, but something tells me he is not dead, and neither is your niece. The king and queen are not yet aware of what has occurred. I have not had the chance to break the news, and I do not think a simple message is the best way to do so either." "You are correct, Heimdall," Thor said, nodding, his face contorted with grief. "We shall head straight back to the palace." They all mounted their horses, Thor still keeping a firm grip on Ingrid's shroud-wrapped body. The group raced over the bridge and into the city, their pace not faltering until they reached the palace. The group dismounted and headed inside, Sif and the warriors three blocking the two princes mostly from sight, so that people would not know of Ingrid's death before Odin and Frigga did. The guards opened the doors to the massive throne room, and once inside, the four moved to the side to simply flank the brothers as they walked and allow Odin and Frigga a clear view. The two seemed frozen in place as they approached, disbelief written on their faces, hoping that the shrouded body was not that of Ingrid. Halfway up the steps, Thor and Loki stopped, and Thor gently placed Ingrid down on the floor and moved the part of the shroud covering her face, anguished that this needed to be done. "We were too late to save her," he whispered, but his voice carried through the room. Frigga clutched her chest, right at her throat, and fell to her knees, weeping openly at the sight of her daughter. Odin stood and descended the steps, and then knelt beside his youngest child, his only daughter. "Who did this?" he asked, a tear falling from his eye. "A wizard by the name of Voldemort. We do not know what happened to him, father, him, nor Ingrid's daughter," Loki managed to answer. Odin's head snapped up to look at his sons. A daughter? Thor nodded. We found Ingrid in a nursery. The child is obviously still very young. Reina hasta dotir. But she was not there. Heimdall has informed us that Ingrid's spell still cloaks her from his view. She must be found at all costs and brought to Asgard. No granddaughter of mine will be raised anywhere but Asgard. Whoever finds her is to bring her straight here. But first, Ingrid's funeral must take place. And I wish to see what Heimdall saw, so I know what happened on Midgard. 2 days later, Loki gazed out one of the windows of his chambers, looking down at the place where his sister's pyre had been not 1 hour before. His hand gripped the diary. He had not been able to bring himself to open it yet, but he knew he had to. He sat down on the sofa in his room, which faced a large, ornate fire. He opened the book and began to read. It started 1 year and 3 months previous. I have started a diary to mark the birth of my daughter, Reyna Asta Potter. My name to everyone here is Lily Potter, née Evans. But that is not who I am. Only James, my husband, knows of my true identity. I am Ingrid Odindater, Princess of Asgard. I gave it all up, all for a chance to prove I did not have to be protected by others at all times, and that I can fight. And I can fight. If only my brothers could see me now. They would be stunned. I have faced many dangers here. More so now. I was still immortal when I became Lily Evans, but then I fell in love. James was brave and caring. Like my brother Thor, he would fight for his cause without a second thought. But like Loki, he enjoyed mischief. I think it was those 2 traits that drew me to him first off. That and his kindness. At first I saw the bully, but then I realized why. He was merely protecting himself and his friends from those who would later on become threats. How could I have not seen it? But he was always so kind to me, so patient, never giving me up each time I turned him down. And then I finally said yes, and we started dating. That turned to love, and eventually we got married. The only downside was that my parents and brothers could not be there. But I do not think they would have approved of me marrying a mortal. Even less so of me going to the goblins and blocking the majority of my powers. I am mortal now, but I still have magic. I am writing this next to the small cot where my little girl lies, and I cannot bring myself to truly regret my decision. James and I were so happy when we found out I was pregnant, but I have not placed a block on Reyna's powers. I will soon enough, just enough, so that she won't have the strength of the Sir. But I will alter the bind, so that should she ever have the need of her full powers, the block will dissolve. It will not dissolve the spell that will prevent Heimdall from finding her. However, when she is older, I will tell her of her true heritage, and I will let her decide. I will let her decide if she wishes to know her grandparents and uncles. But if she does choose to know them, I will make sure that they know she is not to be treated as if she could break at a moment's notice. She is mine and James' daughter. I have no doubt that her magic is strong, and she will learn to wield it and be able to protect herself as I can. I have faced so many dangers. James and I have even faced Voldemort himself, and survived each time. 3 times we have faced him. That monster gives snakes a bad name. Using a snake as a symbol gives me reason enough to want him dead just for besmirching Loki's symbol. But then there are all those terrible crimes he has committed. The murders and tortures that he and his followers relish in. And to learn that he may be after my daughter because of some prophecy, I will not stand for it. I will protect her with my life. I look at her, and my heart fills with so much love. Her eyes are the same as mine, the exact same shade of green, but her hair is a bird's nest of black already, so much like her father. I am sure she will one day have his mischievous streak. Oh, the Norns help us, an uncle who is the god of mischief, and a father and godfather who live for pranks and are bound to teach her all they know. I won't have a home left by the time she is 11. But I hope her pranks remain harmless fun. I hope she will be kind. And even though I know there are many dangers in the world, I hope she will never know what it means to fear betrayal and hurt that comes with. Even now we fear there is a traitor in our midst. And we have lost so many good friends to this war already. I just hope it ends soon for Reyna's sake, so all she has to worry about is James, chasing away possible boyfriends. He has already warned Alice and Frank to keep Neville, who was born just hours before Reyna, away from her. But then he amended that it would be all right if they were playmates so long as they were raised to view each other as siblings. At least that way, there would be no ill intentions towards his little girl. That's it. He is never meeting my brothers. First they will attack him, viciously, and then they will help him and Sirius, Rhaena's godfather, to scare away all her potential suitors. Well, enough for now. Rhaena has started to cry. No doubt. She is in need of her feed. Lily. Loki wiped a tear off his cheek. She had been happy at least, but always in danger. She had been laying in front of the crib when found, so it was plausible to think that she had indeed died protecting the child. He continued through the diary, learning what his sister's life had been like as a mortal. She and her husband, who he simultaneously liked and loathed, had taken Rhaena and gone into hiding, using a charm called the Fidelius, and using their friend Peter Pettigrew as secret keeper. There were small photos of people there too. The man who had been lying on the floor at the house, James, pictures of Alice and Frank Longbottom, and their son Neville, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew, and photos of Ingrid and Rhaena. He had found a single wedding photo and had to admit Ingrid had never looked happier, except for perhaps in the photos of her and James holding Rhaena. But as he read the final entry, dated October 30th, he felt anger grip him. There was only one way that Ingrid could be dead, and that was if Pettigrew had betrayed them to Voldemort. He stood from where he was sitting. His rooms were now repaired after he had damaged everything inside after he had returned from finding her. His anger had not burned out. He still lusted for the blood of his sister's murderer. He left the room and headed for Thor's chambers. Thor had a right to learn what he had concerning their sister, and so did their parents. Loki swore to himself that no matter what, no matter when, his niece would always be his first priority. The moment she was found, he would see to it that she had the best protection she could have, and would personally train her to protect herself with both magic and hand-to-hand combat the moment she was old enough. And when he found Voldemort, he would wish he had never been born. Loki absently wondered whether Thor had wrecked his own rooms once again, and why the servants bothered to clean it up so soon. They had done so twice already. Chapter 2. Disclaimer. I own nothing. Chapter 2. Rhaena gasped as the pain racked through her body. It wouldn't stop. It hadn't stopped since she had been captured by Voldemort either. She berated herself for being so stupid. Not only had she been caught, but Cedric had been killed too. Cedric. Tears spilled over once more, and she let out a choked sob at the thought of him. She had been falling for him, and falling hard. They had even gone to the Yule Ball together, and she knew he had felt the same way for her as she had him. This year had been the first Valentine's Day where she had actually liked the day. Before it had been just another day for her. But Cedric had made it special. He had made her feel special, and not just because she was the girl who lived, but because she was Rhaena Potter. He saw the girl behind the scar, and he cared for her. And now he was dead, and that made her imprisonment all the worse. Why didn't I just take the cup? He whispered. It's all my fault he's dead. She was lying on the cold stone floor of a cell. The walls were damp, and there was very little light coming in. The Death Eaters and Voldemort came regularly to taunt and torture her. Her skin was littered with bleeding and infected wounds, many from cursed blades. Her hair clung to her pale face, matted with dirt and blood. Suddenly, the pain intensified, and she felt as if something was being pulled away. But the added pain felt right somehow, as if something bad was being removed. When the pain dulled, so that only the original pain was left, she knew she had to try and get out. It was like an instinct, but she felt that this time, she may be successful. Rhaena shakily pulled herself to her feet. Her blood began to rush in her ears, making it sound to her as if there was some sort of drum beat. Staggering slightly, she made her way to the cell bars and gripped them. She tightened her grip, holding as hard as she could, and the bars started to become thinner, crushing under her grip. Rhaena was momentarily stunned, but then she pried the bars apart and then grinned ruefully. She slid through the larger gap and headed out for the exit, keeping to the shadows, which seemed to respond to her need to stay hidden. She passed several Death Eaters when she reached the main part of the manor house, but none noticed her. Waiting for her chance, she managed to slip out an open window and out of the large, daunting house. She crept through the graveyard and out into the village, keeping to the back alleys. She collapsed then. Whatever had given her such a burst of strength disappeared, leaving her as weak as she had been back in the cell. Suddenly her scar felt like it was on fire, and she knew Voldemort had found out about her escape. She would be found, and she'd never see her friends again. She wouldn't get to warn them. Then when Voldemort made his move, it would be too late. Thoughts of her friends brought to mind her family. The Dursleys would probably break out the champagne at her death. But she wished she had family who would miss her, who would cry and mourn her passing. Perhaps if she had known family who would mourn her, she would have had some more happiness growing up. Was a happy life before an untimely death so much to ask for? She only wanted to be with family, a family who would care for her. It was with that thought that she turned, just as a Death Eater came into view, and as the man grabbed her, she turned and accidentally operated, her magic following her wish. You wanted to put the hammer down? Thor asked. He jumped at Rogers. Mjolnir raised and struck the shield the mortal raised to protect himself. The resulting shockwaves knocked him, the captain, and Iron Man backwards. They were all getting to their feet when they heard the crack that reminded both Steve and Tony of a gun being fired. All three were instantly ready for attack. Their eyes landed on a man in black robes with a white mask holding a battered-looking girl by the neck. "Where in Merlin's name have you taken me, girl?" he asked, shaking her roughly. "Let her go," Steve ordered, getting ready to charge at the man. "Or you'll do what?" the man asked, pointing a stick at Steve. The girl managed to look round at them, and Thor felt himself freeze momentarily when he saw her eyes. They were filled with pain and anguish, but they were so much like Ingrid's. Loki's too. That was the only feature his brother and sister had shared, even though Ingrid had actually been Odin's daughter and not adopted. It was a strange thing, but Thor knew who the girl was when he saw her eyes. "Reyna, release her mortal, or lose your life." Thor raised his hammer. "Little extreme there. Aren't you Point Break?" Tony asked, his cannons ready to fire at the strange man. "Stay out of this, metal man. This matter concerns my kin, not yours." Thor snarled. He turned to the man in the robes. "Release her now." "Can't do that. The Dark Lord wants her dead, and I won't be the one to deliver the news to him that I let her escape alive instead of brining her back for him to kill, or at least killing her first before leaving the brat here." He turned his wand and eyes on Reyna. "Then you have sealed your fate," Thor said, eyes narrow. He threw Mjolnir, catching the mortal unawares. The blow killed him instantly, and Reyna fell to the ground. Mjolnir came back to his hand, and he ran over to her, where she was struggling to pull herself into a sitting position. She was obviously exhausted and heavily wounded. He placed one arm around her shoulders and the other under her legs and picked her up. She looked up at him with wide eyes. "Rest now, Reyna. You are safe." "How do you know my name?" she asked weakly. "I would know my niece anywhere." Thor said, "Sleep. I will not allow you to come to further harm." "Niece?" she asked, before she succumbed to the darkness that was at the edges of her vision. "Whoa, don't tell me that's Loki's kid?" Tony asked, mask rising to show a shocked face. Even Steve seemed shocked. "She is not Loki's daughter," Thor said, glancing at them before looking up to where his brother was. "Come down, Loki. Or do you not want to see Ingrid's daughter?" Loki's whole posture stiffened, and then he disappeared before reappearing in front of them. His eyes landed almost instantly on the girl in Thor's arms. "How can you be sure?" "I saw her eyes. Same as Ingrid's. And yours, of course. You always did have the same eyes." He laughed bitterly. "We weren't even related by blood," he said. "But it is her Loki. After all these years, and she appears right in front of us." Thor said, "She needs help, and she needs to be taken home. For that, we need the Tesseract." "This is all some ploy, isn't it?" Loki demanded, his expression stony. "Using someone who could possibly be our dead sister's missing daughter to get me to hand over the Tesseract to you." "No, it is not, Loki. I swear, brother, this is not a ploy. You know I cannot fool you with lies. This is her. This is Reyna, I swear to you. And you read Ingrid's journal before I did after her death. You know, she wished for her to know us, to know our parents, her grandparents. We cannot return. She cannot know her home, unless we use the Tesseract to get there." Loki internally cursed. He knew Thor wasn't lying. Norns, he couldn't lie. It was always a disaster when he tried. Give her to me, he said, holding out his arms. Bad idea, point break. Tony warned. Give her to me, Thor, and when she wakes up, and I can find out for myself whether or not you are being delusional, I will continue my plans or hand over the Tesseract and release those under my control depending on the outcome. I just find it hard to believe that after years of searching and finding not a single lead after we found Ingrid dead that she would just appear. Loki said harshly. Thor nodded and handed Reyna to Loki, who frowned. She's far too light, he muttered. It's like she's been starved most of her life. The Quinjet appeared overhead and landed where there was enough room for it. What if he just runs off with the kid and doesn't come through with the Tesseract? Steve asked Thor. He will not, if only to honor our sister's wish. And it would be in Reyna's best interest to receive all medical attention available to her here on Midgard. Thor said, Loki will not risk her safety. If this all goes to hell, the blame is on you. Tony said as the group headed for the Quinjet. When inside, Natasha seemed shocked to see the girl Loki was carrying, but Steve told her to head straight back for the helicarrier. She did so, and soon they were in the air. Both Loki and Thor were on edge with the others there. Even Tony knew better than to make a snarky comment. They seemed to be treating them as a possible threat at the moment, and the last thing they needed was for the two to team up and attack them. That would only end in disaster. So, they settled for Natasha simply sending a message to the helicarrier, informing them of what had occurred, and that an emergency medical team was needed. I am a perfectly good healer, Loki said coolly. Well, we didn't know that. Besides, she may have internal bleeding, Natasha said. They'll be able to run scans for that. Best to find out the full extent of the damage and treat it all than miss something vital. That had him. He sneered at the woman, before going back to silence. When they landed, Thor and Loki were led straight to the medical bay. There, the full extent of her injuries was revealed. Blade wounds were the most frequent, but there were others, gashes that Loki could tell had been created with the use of spells. The various scans performed by the SHIELD doctors revealed she had several broken ribs, but nothing major internally. After searching with his magic, Loki was able to tell she had been held captive for near a month. So, somewhere in late June, she had been tortured, and it had continued up till, presumably, when she had teleported to that forest. The mortal Thor had killed had probably been one of her torturers. When she had been healed, and those that couldn't be fully healed immediately, the infected wounds, had been treated and bandaged, there was nothing to do but sit back and wait. It had been almost an hour after the medical team had left the room when Fury entered. Both Thor and Loki stood from their seats and moved themselves in front of Reyna's bed, blocking her from the man's view. Loki was still skeptical of who she was, but once her skin had been cleaned up, he saw she looked an awful lot like Ingrid. So, right now, he was erring on the side of caution. If the girl was in fact Reyna, no threat would get near her. I was told you would hand over the Tesseract and release those under your control. Fury barked, cutting straight to the point. I will, the moment I am sure that the girl is indeed who we believe she is. Loki said, That's not what I was told. Then you were told wrong. Loki said. Loki dash, Thor began. Don't start, Thor. I'm not an idiot. I won't hand everything over on a chance. Then search her for the spell Ingrid placed on her to hide her from Heimdall. If you find it, then you will know for certain, and you can remove it. That way, we cannot lose her again. Loki nodded and turned to the bed, while Thor kept his eyes on Fury. Loki placed his hands on Reyna's temples and closed his eyes, reaching out with his magic for any sign of his sister's magic. It didn't take him long to find it. The spell to hide her from Heimdall was still in place. He broke it easily, knowing Heimdall would now be able to see her. He opened his eyes and looked at Thor. I found and broke the spell. The one to bind her powers was already broken. It is her. You were correct. You see, Thor said, grinning. I knew it was her the moment I saw her eyes. Now, you have a promise to uphold. So long as we are able to use the Tesseract to return to Asgard, and the mortals do not try and keep it here. Loki said. Fury opened his mouth to say something, and Thor cut him off. We need the cube to return to Asgard. Once there, it will be placed in the palace vaults and under heavy guard. It will not be able to be used against this realm again. It is not a power that mortals should be able to wield. Not yet. And who are you to judge whether we are ready or not to wield it? Fury asked. Either we take the Tesseract and Reyna back to Asgard, and I cease my plans, or you have to deal with the consequences of what would happen if I did not release your people from my control. Loki said, so long as the Tesseract will never be used against this world and its people again. Fury agreed. You have my word, Thor said. Fury turned to Loki. Well, Loki's eyes closed for a few moments, and then he nodded, his eyes opening. No doubt Agent Barton and Dr. Selvig will see the Tesseract is delivered here now. I have released them all. Fury nodded and left the room, not saying anything more, knowing that this would be the best he would get from them at this point. He would have to play his cards very carefully now, and be thankful Loki hadn't brought about the war he had threatened the Earth with. Preview of Chapter 3. Of course you don't know, the dark-haired man said. This may take a while to explain. Then perhaps you should introduce yourselves first. Reyna said, Of course, Reyna. I am Thor Odinson, and this is my brother Loki. We are your uncles. Thor said. Then she remembered where she had seen Thor before. You were the one to kill that Death Eater. Wait, what do you mean, uncles? I only have one uncle. I'm sure my aunt isn't a bigamist. Chapter 3. Disclaimer. I own nothing. Chapter 3. Reyna groaned as she began to come round. Her whole body hurt like hell, but in a good way. It was the pain that came with recovery. She opened her eyes and immediately threw her hands in front of her face to shield her eyes from the bright light. Look who's finally awake. A deep voice said. There was something familiar about that voice. After her eyes had grown accustomed to the light, Reyna looked round to see two men, both of whom were tall, but the blonde was the taller and the broader of the two. The other seemed to be made up of a more lean build, but screamed dangerous. His black hair was slicked back and flicked out at the ends, and his eyes. Reyna stopped and openly stared. They were the same as hers. The man laughed, and it broke her out of her stupor. You are right, Thor. She has Ingrid's eyes, and she's obviously noticed that is a trait that you share too. The blonde Thor, who she had seen before, but couldn't place, replied. I don't know who this Ingrid person is, but I have my mother's eyes. Everyone knows that. Reyna said, surveying the two wearily. Where had she seen Thor before? And for that matter, the other man looked familiar too. Of course you don't know, the dark-haired man said. This may take a while to explain. Then perhaps you should introduce yourselves first. Reyna said, Of course, Reyna. I am Thor Odinson, and this is my brother Loki. We are your uncles. Thor said. Then she remembered where she had seen Thor before. You were the one to kill that Death Eater. Wait, what do you mean, uncles? I only have one uncle. I'm sure my aunt isn't a bigamist. We are your mother's brothers. Loki said, shooting a look at Thor, which clearly told him to let Loki explain. My mother didn't have any brothers. Only one sister. This is where things start getting complicated. Loki said, We are not mortals, unlike the others on this vessel. Have you read any Norse mythology? Well, yeah, I used to sneak to my local library all the time when I could get away from Aunt Petunia and the chores she set for me when I was younger, and read all the legends. No, no way. You aren't telling me that we are actually gods? Yes, we are. Loki said, nodding. It may take you some time to actually believe, but at least listen to what we have to say. Reluctantly, Reyna nodded. She had to admit, she was a little curious. First they claimed to be her uncles, and now they were claiming to be two Norse gods. Our younger sister, Ingrid, had been omitted from the legends, but that didn't mean anything. Mortals may never have known about her, but on Asgard, she was loved by all. She was rarely seen outside of Asgard, which is why mortals did not know of her. But we stifled her. We were too overprotective, and using her magic, she one day disappeared. It wasn't until years later did we find her, but by then it was too late. She had been killed, having chosen to become mortal to live with a man named James Potter. Mum's body disappeared. Reyna murmured, Yes. Loki said, At the time we did not know exactly who the dead man in the house was, so we simply took our sister's body home and cremated her. But we learned from her diary and from Heimdall that she had a daughter, you. We also learned that when she had arrived on Midgard, she altered the memories of the Evans family and changed herself into a young child with her memories and powers and lived the life of Lily Evans. How am I supposed to believe you? I know it isn't much of a proof. Thor said, But I do have this. He pulled a folded-up photo from under his armor and unfolded it. He handed it to Reyna, who took it, and her eyes widened slightly. It was a photo of just her and her mother. "Where did you get this?" "When we found her, Loki picked up her diary," Thor said. "There were quite a few pictures in there. When we returned to Asgard, you may have her diary as another proof." "Wait, return to Asgard?" "Of course. You are awake now and well enough to travel. It was your mother's wish you would one day see your home, and you shall," Thor said. "And Father decreed that the moment you were found you were to be brought to Asgard. We have waited far too long since finding you already. I can't just leave. There are things I need to do." "What things?" "I am sure they can easily be taken care of," Thor said. "Well, first things first, I need to get back to the wizarding world and make sure people know of Voldemort's return. They need chance to be able to prepare for the war he'll undoubtedly bring. My friends probably think I'm dead or near dead. I'll need to tell them that I'm not. I'm only in my 4th year of schooling. I have 5th, 6th, and 7th to go through yet. Speaking of time, what's the date?" "I believe the date on Midgard is the 21st of July. Loki said. "How long since you found me?" "1 day. Thor said. "It's a miracle Voldemort didn't kill me. I've been at his mercy, or lack thereof, since June 24th. Reyna said. "Where can we find this mortal? He must pay for the crimes he has committed against Asgard," Thor demanded. "Honestly, I don't have a clue. I guess I operate instinctively when I got out of my cell," Reyna said. "But he'll be under heavy wards, him and his Death Eaters. When you are safe, they will be found and dealt with. You will no longer have to worry about them." Thor said. "I'm at the top of his to-kill list. I think there's reason to worry. He will not be able to reach you in Asgard." Thor reasoned. "But he can get to my friends. I won't just abandon them. He's already killed my parents and Cedric. He won't rest until I'm dead, and he'll do anything to get to me. He will not be able to reach you now you are under our protection," Loki said calmly and dismissively, as if that was the end of the matter. Reyna groaned. "Can't you see? I can't leave when my friends are threatened with war. Your safety is our only priority. And as Thor said, the All-Father decreed you were to be brought to Asgard once found. Seeing as it's in your best interest to go to Asgard, where it is safe, we will definitely be following his order and taking you there. I'm not a child. I can protect myself. Not well enough, obviously," Loki said. "Your wounds were severe, and you still have several infected wounds that can be effectively treated with remedies of our best healers in Asgard. Now, I believe through that door there is a washroom. While the doctors here managed to get most of the grime from your skin, you need to clean up." She knew it was a lost cause right now. They weren't going to budge on the issue. If she complied now, there may be a way out of it later. So, she moved the sheets and saw she was dressed in what seemed to be scrubs. Her arms were bandaged, and she could feel bandages on her back and legs. "What about the bandages?" Loki waved his hand in a casual gesture, and the bandages disappeared, but the clothes remained. "Go," he said, motioning with his head to the door. Reyna slipped off the bed and headed for the door. Stepping into the room and closing the door behind her, she saw several large shower cubicles. This was obviously shared by medical staff after a procedure. In each cubicle there were soap dispensers. The soap was apparently good as shampoo and body wash. She stepped into a cubicle and closed the door behind her. She noticed that it was long enough so the door wouldn't be splattered by water, and there were several towels hanging on the door. She stripped down, noticing her infected wounds, which seemed to be scabbed a little at least, but they still oozed. She hung the scrubs on the door and turned the shower on. She was relieved to feel the hot water rush down on her body. It stung her wounds, but she ignored the pain. She could deal with it. It was a lot better now. She squeezed some of the soap into her hand and began with her hair, which still had a load of grime matted into it. She lathered it into her hair and washed it out, watching the red-brown water wash down the drain. It took 3 goes to completely wash out the blood and dirt from her hair. She then washed what little remaining grime was still on her skin off. Whoever had treated her wounds had done a good job at cleaning her up for the most part. They hadn't even tried to wash the grime from her hair, but they'd probably needed to clean her up a bit to treat her wounds. She turned the shower off when the filth was gone and grabbed a towel, and noticed that the scrubs had disappeared. She wrapped a towel around her body and another around her hair, and stepped out of the cubicle. She walked to the door, but didn't open it. Would one of you two happen to know how the scrubs I was dressed in disappeared? There's something in the cubicle to the right of the one you used. Loki replied, don't tell me you're channeling Lavender. Raina groaned. What? A girl in my year in school? She's clothing obsessed. Definitely not. Loki said, he is just trying to help you make a good impression with the court. Why? You are a princess of Asgard. When presented to the court, and to your grandparents, you should at least look presentable. Loki replied. The two heard her sigh, and then nothing. Thor looked to Loki. I am starting to wonder about you, my brother. He joked. Perhaps our niece is right. It was just a dress I know Ingrid favored. Loki muttered. Thor just laughed. Suddenly, there was a shriek. I can't wear this. I don't think she's as fond of the dress as Ingrid. Thor chuckled. This isn't even practical. How will I be able to move in a fight? What makes you think you'll be fighting? Thor asked. Hello. Evil dark wizard out to kill me since I was 1. He's attempted to kill me 3 other times since I was 11. The most recent attempt being the reason I needed medical attention when you found me. I said I would not allow you to come to further harm. Thor said, you need not worry about fighting in that dress. She's going to get on with Sif. Loki said quietly, they will get on very well. And who better to help tutor her in self-defense? I'll stick out like a sore thumb. Raina protested, not when we reach Asgard. Loki said, we will not be here much longer. They heard a huff and the sound of her closing a door. Where is here anyway? I believe it is called a helicarrier. Loki answered, one of those massive ships that the army lands their planes on out at sea. Yes, but this one flies. We are currently airborne. That's a new development. I never heard of them doing that before. They were normally just large boats. Thank Merlin this thing does up at the front. Are you dry? Loki asked. Yes, why? Loki waved his hand. Oh, the bandages, right? How do you do that without a wand? And without looking? Mortal restrictions do not apply to me. Loki said, my magic is far more powerful. With the right training, you will be able to use the same magic as I can. Magic your mother could use before she became mortal. Wouldn't that make me mortal? Her powers were merely caged. The strength that comes with being Sir was blocked to her. When you were born with all the powers of an Asgardian. Loki said, strength? Like being able to bend heavy metal bars to allow me to slip through? Exactly. Thor nodded, though she couldn't see. But how come I wasn't able to use my strength before a few days ago? Ingrid placed a similar spell on you, but one that would lift it should you truly be in need of your full powers. So the block is gone? For good. For good. Unless someone replaces it. And before you ask, that is never happening. Loki said. The door opened and Raina stood there, toweling her hair dry and wearing a blue and gold dress that laced up at the front. The arms were fitted to the elbows and then flared out. The skirt went to the floor and was quite large, and there was a blue hood with a golden pattern attached to the dress. Loki was right. It had been one of Ingrid's favorites. Thor remembered. Do you know where I can get a brush? She asked. Loki looked at Thor. You are never going to let me live this down, are you? He turned back to Raina and clicked his fingers. Her dark hair was soon dry and smooth and pulled up into a simple knot. Thor grinned. Never. He laughed. I will never forget the day you became a stylist. It is only this once. Loki said, from now on, it'll be her maids' jobs. Maids, of course. They will be there to make sure you have everything you need. Thor answered her. You didn't think you would wait on yourself, did you? It'll be a bit of a culture shock. Raina said, unsure of what she thought of this new development. We are wasting time. Loki said, the longer we spend here, the longer you are close to danger. I doubt that Voldemort would even think to look for me outside of the country. He probably thinks I'm trying to get to London. He won't check flying Muggle ships. He won't even think about it. Muggle? Thor asked, though they were both confused. Normal mortals. The kind that aren't a part of the wizarding world. She thought up the proper explanation that would explain to them straight away the term she used. Their expressions cleared, and Thor held out his arm. It's time to leave. I'd have thought a doctor would have wanted to do a checkup. The school healer doesn't normally let me leave until she's sure. The healers of Asgard will treat the rest of your wounds once we have arrived. Loki said, stop stalling. Raina took Thor's arm, and he led her out of the room. Loki was on her other side, and she saw men with guns and bulletproof vests at regular intervals along the metal hallway. They still do not trust you, Loki. Thor said. I did come to Midgard to subjugate them, Thor. You did what? Rhaena stared at him incredulously. You stopped that. How did I stop that? When I learned about you, I swore that you would always be my top priority. I failed Ingrid. We all did. I wouldn't do so again by failing you. And continuing with my plans would not have benefited you. Why can I never fall in with normal people who have no problems? Rhaena muttered. We're just highly dysfunctional. Besides, I had good reason. I found out I was adopted. Then does that mean that Mum Dash? She was not adopted. She and Loki, and now you, somehow just happened to have the same eyes. Probably something to do with magic. Loki told her. The floor shook slightly, and they stopped. Was that normal? Rhaena asked. Just the helicarrier landing in the sea. A voice said from behind them. The three turned to see a man in a suit that both Loki and Thor recognized, and Rhaena felt a small feeling of recognition at seeing. Then it clicked. Tony Stark. He was always on the news when she was at the Dursleys. Mr. Stark. Thor greeted him. Thor, Loki. He greeted Loki a little cautiously, and then his eyes landed on Rhaena. And you're looking a lot better than when you teleported right in front of us with the guy with the stick. You mean Apparat with the Death Eater? Rhaena asked, frowning. Whatever. He shrugged. But I haven't introduced myself. Tony Stark. He held out his hand. Rhaena shook his hand. Rhaena Potter. And I know who you are, Mr. Stark. Everyone knows who I am, he said, grinning, before turning his attention back to Thor and Loki. The Tesseract is in Hangar Bay 1, ready for you to use to get back to your world. Which way is this Hangar Bay 1? Thor asked. Follow me, Tony said, before turning and leading them down another corridor. Rhaena reluctantly allowed Thor to lead her down the corridor. Her mind was spinning, despite her calm exterior. There had to be a way out of this. She had to get back to London and find a way to warn people about Voldemort. How could she even believe these two anyway? Preview of Chapter 4. It seemed that Odin had even passed a law meaning that any Sir who came across her had to bring her to Asgard. Would he pass another, restricting her from leaving the realm eternal? He would find that her marauder side would come out pretty quickly if he did that. But was she really heading straight for a gilded cage? She hoped not. She honestly did. Chapter 4. Disclaimer. I own nothing. Chapter 4. They had almost reached the hangar when Rhaena caught sight of her reflection, and she froze. It suddenly hit her why Loki seemed familiar. She had seen both him and Thor before, and an older couple, a man and a woman, with them. Rhaena, Thor asked, worried. Are you all right? I can't believe I forgot about the mirror, she said. Mirror? What mirror? Loki asked. In my first year at Hogwarts, I came across this mirror. The mirror of Erist. It didn't just show someone their reflection. It showed them their heart's desire. When I looked into it, I saw Mum, Dad, and who must have been my family. I only just remembered now. I was so focused on my parents, but you two were both there as well. Just behind Mum. Well, if that is not proof enough for you, then I don't know what would be. Loki said. Hurry up. Tony called from the door to the hangar bay, having only just noticed they'd stopped. We can discuss this further later. Loki said. It is time to leave. They began to walk towards the hangar bay again, and Rhaena's mind was once again a blur. They really were her family. She had seen her family in the mirror, and they had been in the mirror. She had family, but how was she supposed to react to that? Was she supposed to start calling them both uncle straight away? No, it was far too soon, she decided. There was no way she would feel comfortable. But how was she supposed to approach this whole thing? For one, they were both claiming to be Norse gods. She was still reserving judgment on that. But if it was true, then it meant that she was part deity too. What was the protocol for that? Was she considered half? Or, because of her father being a wizard, did that alter anything? And what would happen once she got to Asgard? She could already see Thor and Loki were determined to keep her out of harm's way. But would that mean they would not let her return while the threat of Voldemort was still present? And what of Odin and Frigga, her grandparents? It seemed that Odin had even passed a law meaning that any Sir who came across her had to bring her to Asgard. Would he pass another, restricting her from leaving the realm eternal? He would find that her marauder side would come out pretty quickly if he did that. But was she really heading straight for a gilded cage? She hoped not. She honestly did. She saw no way out of this so far. There, in the center of the hangar, were a group of people, one of them holding a cylinder with two handles on either end, which contained a glowing blue cube. That must be how they would be getting to Asgard. The Tesseract, if she remembered Tony Stark's words correctly. The man who was holding it had short blonde hair and looked as if he could go a few rounds with Thor. He was wearing a uniform of blue, white, and red with a star on his chest. There was a woman with short red hair, a man with sandy brown hair, and a bow and arrows on his back, a man with brown hair that seemed slightly nervous, and a man with an eye patch. The blonde man handed the cylinder to Thor by one of the handles. "Thank you, Captain," Thor said, nodding to the man. He nodded to Thor and turned to eye Loki wearily. None of them seemed particularly fond of Loki. Reyna could imagine why. "Remember the conditions that we're giving that to you. It is to never be used against our people again," the man with the eye patch said, fixing his gaze on Loki. "Oh, you have my word, Director," Loki said. "I will not use the Tesseract against Midgard." The man nodded stiffly as Thor held the cylinder out for Loki to grab the other handle. Thor noticed Reyna's hesitation to grab one of the handles and gripped her hand. "It will be fine, Reyna, I assure you." Slowly and still unsure, she pulled her hand free and grabbed the handle that Thor had hold of. When she had hold, both Thor and Loki turned the handles, and a feeling of weightlessness enveloped her. She had not been expecting that feeling. She had expected a jerk of the navel, like a port key, or perhaps the suffocating tube that she'd felt when she'd accidentally operated from that village. The feeling soon disappeared, and she found herself standing on a multi-colored bridge. The Bifrost, if her memory was correct. She gasped when she saw the shining city in the distance, completely missing the man in gold armor holding a large gold sword. The city was beautiful, not even Hogwarts compared. She tore her eyes away and spun round, and almost shrieked at the long drop in front of her into the empty void of space. She felt an arm wrap round her and pull her away from the edge. "It is a very long way down," Loki said, and she knew it was him who had pulled her away. "Trust me, I've fallen once before. I'll bear that in mind," Reyna replied, turning away from the drop. It seemed she really was in Asgard. She finally saw the tall, broad man in gold armor with gold eyes. His whole posture was tense, so was Thor's for that matter. She was sure that if Loki hadn't caught her, they would have moved to grab her. "Welcome to Asgard, Princess. I apologize for failing in my duties in not finding your mother in time," he said. "So this was Heimdall." Reyna shook her head. "Voldemort took it upon himself to kill her. The blame doesn't lie with you. It is a relief to hear that you do not blame me, Princess. Something tells me you still blame yourself, though," Reyna said. "I am unable to locate your parents' murderer. I confess I do not even know who to search for beyond a false name. When I saw your mother's death, he did not lower his hood. I'm quite adept at drawing, and I've seen him enough times to draw you a picture if you would like. And his real name is Tom Mavarlo. Riddle. That would help greatly, my lady. Thank you." He nodded. He turned his gaze back to Loki. "Welcome back, Prince Loki," he said, rather emotionlessly. It seemed it wasn't just people of Earth that Loki had pissed off. He'd annoyed the gods too. But yet again, he was the god of mischief. "I see you have already sent for horses for us, Heimdall," Thor said. "Thank you." Reyna's eyes were drawn to 3 horses, one white stallion, a black, and then a beautiful dappled gray mare. "I don't know how to ride," Reyna said, chewing her lower lip nervously, eyeing the horses like they might attack her. Riding Buckbeak twice certainly hadn't prepared her for riding a horse any long distance, she thought. "Then a brief lesson is in order," Thor said. "Cool me," he said, motioning to the mare. Reyna approached the horse cautiously, and Thor helped her up into the saddle. It took a while, especially with the large skirt of the dress, but eventually she was sat in the saddle of the horse, holding onto the reins, her knuckles white from the grip. "Relax," Thor chuckled. "If you are nervous, your horse will sense it. It will be less likely to behave. Relax your grip a bit on the reins. You aren't going to get thrown off." That was when she noticed Loki on her other side, obviously waiting to catch her if she fell off the other side. When they were confident she wasn't about to fall and was safely sat in the saddle, they both approached their own horses and easily swung onto the backs of the 2 stallions. "How?" she asked, slightly dumbfounded. Loki laughed. "You will be able to ride without a problem after a while. The fact that I'm wearing a dress doesn't help," Reyna muttered. She vaguely registered that she was acting rather oddly after her experiences, but brushed it off. Perhaps it was some sort of delayed reaction. They set off at a slow pace for quite a while before they started to trot. For Raina's sake, they didn't go any faster. They had just reached the city by the time she seemed to look comfortable riding at the pace, so to save her from embarrassment, the pace remained the same. It also gave her a chance to take in her surroundings. Everything was masterfully crafted and beautiful. She had never seen anything else quite so stunning. There is no finer craftsmanship in the whole of the 9 realms. Thor boasted proudly. Well, I've never seen anything more beautiful, I'll admit. And I always thought nothing could top Hogwarts. I was very wrong, it seems, Raina admitted, continuously looking round. The awe will wear off after a while. This is your home after all. You won't go round staring at everything for eternity. Loki said. She looked at him and started. When did you change? He was now wearing gold armor with a green cape and a golden helmet with horns on it. He smirked. Magic is a wonderful thing, he said. She laughed. You have that right, she said. When they arrived in front of the palace, 3 men rushed forwards to take the reins of the horses. Loki landed lightly on his feet and walked to her horse and held out his arms. Gripping his shoulders, Raina swung her right leg over the horse's back and slid off the saddle and dropped to the floor, Loki's hands on her waist stopping her from falling or seriously hurting her ankles when she landed on the floor. Her boots were heeled. No doubt she would have at the very least twisted one of her ankles if she'd tried to get down on her own. The 3 horses were led away, and Loki and Thor led her up the steps and through the large, open palace doors. The large open spaces and pillars reminded Raina of Greek architecture slightly, but it was also so very different at the same time. And of course, it didn't seem to be carved in stone either. Where are we going? Raina asked quietly. The throne room, Loki said. It is where everyone will be. Raina swallowed back her nerves. What should I do? In front of Odin, I mean? Kneel, or something? Kneeling is fine, Thor said. There is nothing to worry about, I promise. Just remember to let him make the first move after you've knelt. Don't say anything until you were spoken to, Loki told her. But you will receive a warm reception. We have been searching for you for years, with no leads until now. So, don't worry about anyone reacting badly to your presence. This is where you should have been from the beginning. She nodded, but she couldn't help the nerves rising inside her. This was all far too much for her. She woke up to find she was safe, and that she was the daughter of a goddess turned mortal. She was with her 2 uncles, both of whom were determined to take her to the realm of the gods, where she was now, and she was about to meet her grandparents, the king and queen of the gods. And in front of the court of Asgard, too. If she didn't faint at some point, it would be a miracle. She thought she was taking this damn well so far. Chapter 5. Disclaimer. I own nothing. Chapter 5. The throne room was massive, and the aisle lined with people was very long. She felt as if every eye was on her as they walked. The large golden throne was set atop a high set of steps. Odin sat atop the throne, and beside him stood who could only have been Frigga. Odin's face was impassive as they walked up the long aisle, but Frigga's face held hopeful disbelief, as if she wanted the sight to be true, but couldn't quite believe it. The 3 ascended halfway up the steps, before stopping and kneeling. Thor looked straight at Odin and addressed him. After years of searching, we have finally found Raina Asta James' daughter, your granddaughter, father. So I can see, Odin said. A smile spread across his face, and he stood and started down the steps. As he did so, Thor and Loki moved to stand, and Raina stood with them, hoping she wasn't making the wrong move. She may have been his granddaughter, but he was still the king of the gods, which meant that it would be a very bad idea to piss him off, no matter who you were. When he had reached them, he placed his hands on her shoulders. Welcome home, granddaughter, he said, before hugging her. The hall erupted into cheers and clapping. It was rather overwhelming. When Odin released her, he turned to face the court, which instantly calmed, waiting for him to address them. Raina turned to look out at them too, and saw far more people than she had previously thought. Both my sons have returned and brought my granddaughter with them. Today is a day of celebration. Tonight, we shall have a feast to mark the occasion. More cheers and applause erupted at the announcement, and Odin turned and guided Raina to the side, where there was a more normal-sized door. Frigga appeared on her other side, and she could hear Loki and Thor walking behind them. When they stepped through the door, Reyna found herself in a large lounge area with a massive fire in the center, surrounded by comfortable seats. When the door was closed, Reyna found herself swept into a hug by Frigga. "I cannot express how happy I am that you are home at last," she said. Then she pulled back to look at Reyna. "You look so much like your mother, but I can see your father too," she said. "I hope you don't take what I'm about to do the wrong way, but this has all been too much for one day," Reyna said. Then her eyes rolled to the back of her head, and she collapsed. Thor picked her up and placed her on one of the sofas in the room. "Perhaps we should have given her time to get used to the idea before bringing her here," he said, looking at Loki. "We did give her quite the overload of information, didn't we?" He agreed. "I'll send a message to Air. She needs the rest of her wounds treated anyway. May as well get it done while she's unconscious." "Wounds? What wounds?" Frigga asked. She had been tortured before Thor and Loki found her. Odin said. He had not passed that piece of Heimdall's message on to his wife yet. "Why didn't you warn me?" Frigga demanded. "You started speaking a mile a minute, woman. I had no room to deliver the rest of Heimdall's message to you. I've shut up since then. You could have told me then. I feared you would go into another rant." Odin said. He nodded to Loki. "Send for Air. She needs to be treated. What have you learned about her so far?" Frigga asked her sons when the message had been sent, and they were all sitting down. "She is very protective of her friends," Thor said. "When we told her we were bringing her to Asgard, she didn't want to come, not wanting to leave her friends to face the threat the wizard who murdered her mother posed alone. Voldemort's also made several other attempts on her life. Something must have stopped him the night he attacked and murdered Ingrid and James." Loki added. "She seems to think danger is around every corner, and she'll be attacked at a moment's notice." She argued against wearing the dress, citing she wouldn't be able to fight in it. "Is that all you've managed to learn?" Frigga asked. "She hasn't been very open," Thor admitted. "It seems she has had a harder life than we had hoped. She's also lost someone close to her, probably very recently too. Someone called Cedric," Loki said, recalling what she'd said about Voldemort killing her parents and Cedric. "She has been through far too much," Odin said, "but she seems determined to continue to fight him." Loki said. "It is like she feels obligated to fight him personally." Ingrid mentioned a prophecy in her diary. Odin said, "That may have something to do with it. What if she is not aware of the prophecy? We do not even know its full contents." Frigga said, "What if she just wants to fight because she knows he is after her and would possibly kill her friends to get to her? That is another possibility." Odin agreed. There was a knock on the door then, interrupting Thor from speaking. "Enter," Odin said. The other door opened, and Air entered, a satchel over her shoulder. She curtsied to them. "You summon me? My granddaughter is in need of treatment, Lady Air," he said, standing. He looked to Frigga. "Help her in any way you can. Come, my sons, we will leave them while Reyna is healed." He strode from the room, and Thor and Loki followed. While they were walking through the halls, Odin began speaking again. "The Tesseract will be used to rebuild the Bifrost. Once it is repaired, I will send out warriors in search of Voldemort and his followers. His followers, minus the one who betrayed Ingrid, James and Reyna, aren't to live past being found. But Voldemort and Pettigrew, I want those two brought here to face justice in Asgard. And Reyna? She will not take sitting idly by well." Loki said. "Then we must try and direct her attention elsewhere while the problem is addressed." Odin said. "Her safety is not to be compromised. Train her. Tell her you're preparing her to help fight. Just keep her mind off trying to sort the problem out herself." "Of course, father," Thor said, nodding. Under no circumstances is she to learn how to shield herself from Heimdall's gaze, however, or walk the secret paths. Not while Voldemort is still a threat. "I wouldn't dream of it," Loki said. "Good." Odin nodded. He motioned to a guard, who came forward and bowed. "Take the Tesseract to Heimdall. Tell him to use its energy to repair the Bifrost," Odin ordered. Thor handed the cylinder to the guard, who took it, bowed, and then headed off to complete his assignment. "And what if she will not be distracted?" he asked. "We will cross that bridge when we come to it. But for now, we must focus on keeping her from harm. And the easiest way to do that is to keep her here, in Asgard, while there is a danger to her on Midgard. If she becomes persistent, We must find a way to put her off somehow. There is plenty to see in Asgard. There are enough things for her to discover here that will keep her distracted from Midgard for years, if we let her simply explore. Thor suggested. Odin nodded. For now, that will have to do. We could also use her recovery as an excuse for not letting her go back yet. Loki said. She barely weighs more than the dress she is wearing. No doubt when Air gives her report, malnutrition will be a key issue. I am afraid it will not be just from the weeks she spent as Voldemort's prisoner, either. It will take time for her to recover from that and her wounds. And she's bound to suffer psychologically from her experiences. How could anyone willingly let a member of their family go back into danger when they are still affected by the traumas of past experiences? A very good idea, Loki, and reasonable too. Odin said. She will probably argue with it, but it will be easier to get her to see it from that point than another. They stopped on a balcony looking the city as it spread out in front of the palace. They stood discussing plans for taking out Voldemort and his Death Eaters for a while, until Air approached them. How is she, Lady Air? Odin asked. I have healed her wounds and purged the infections. But she shows signs of severe malnourishment for the best part of her life. I believe recently she has been having frequent good-sized meals up until about a month ago, but that does not hide the fact that she has either been regularly starved or has starved herself. I'm sure I can come up with a suitable potion regime to help remedy this. And I also suggest she have at least one of Iduna's apples a day. That should quicken her recovery too. Odin nodded. Thank you, Lady Air. That will be all. She nodded and curtsied before leaving them be. Odin turned to Thor. Go back to your mother and niece. I need to speak with Loki alone. Thor nodded and shot a look at Loki, which begged him to at least listen, and then turned and left. Loki turned and faced away from Odin, looking out over the city instead. I only kept your true heritage from you to try and protect you, Odin said after a while of silence. Protect me from what? Loki snarled. You lied to me my entire life. You raised Thor and I to believe the frost giants were monsters, and then I discover I am one. I am a monster. It was no wonder you always favored Thor. I never favored Thor over you. You are both my sons. I love you both equally. I know this has created a rift between us, one that may never be fully repaired, but I want to try Loki. You are my son. That you are not mine by birth matters not. Just give me a chance to try and repair the rift. For now, I want to concentrate only on Rhaena's safety. Loki said, nothing else. She is the only reason I am back in Asgard anyway. Odin sighed heavily. Very well. For now, I will accept that, but I will not stop trying Loki. You are my son, just as much as Thor. Never forget that. Perhaps being united in the same goal to protect Rhaena would help repair some of the damage that had been done. Preview of Chapter 6. Well, I've never needed medical attention because I was simply sick. About that, Odin spoke up for the first time. It has been brought to my attention that you have come under threat multiple times. Why is that? Personally, I think it's a mix of Voldemort and bad luck. Rhaena said, I have the bad luck to have Voldemort place me at the top of his to-kill list. Most things seem to link back to him. Even third year. A/N. I hope you enjoyed. Please review. Angel. Chapter 6. Disclaimer. I own nothing. Chapter 6. Rhaena woke up slowly, her mind processing the information of the last few hours as she did so. Her mother wasn't Lily Potter nay Evans. She was Ingrid Potter, Ingrid O'Dinditer. Rhaena was royalty. Her grandfather was the king of the gods, and she'd met him and her grandmother and just collapsed. What kind of impression would that make? Her eyes fluttered open, and she raised a hand to wipe the sleep away from her eyes. Feeling better, Rhaena? She heard Frigga ask. She pulled her hand away from her face and looked up to see Frigga leaning over her worriedly. She carefully pushed herself into a sitting position and noticed she was on one of the sofas. A bit. I'm surprised I didn't faint at the door to the throne room. I felt like I would, but my mind isn't reeling so much now, at least. Well, that is good, Frigga said. We were beginning to wonder whether the feast would have to be postponed. She laughed lightly and straightened. You are sure that you are feeling better? I feel fine. Better than I have in a long while. Actually, Rhaena replied, that would be courtesy to Air completing the treatment of your wounds. Loki sat on the one from one of the armchairs, or at least that's what it looked like. but larger and more comfortable. Remind me to thank her. Reyna sat up properly and rolled her neck, clicking a few bones. Frigga sat on the now empty seat beside Reyna. You won't faint again, I hope? Just give me a couple of days before you spring any more surprises on me. Reyna replied, I don't think I could take another one today. Apologies for dropping so much on you in one day, Reyna. Thor said, we did not think it would have such an effect on you. Perhaps if you'd given me a few days to get accustomed to the information first, it would have been better. She said, perhaps. Thor agreed, but it gave air a chance to treat your wounds without you throwing a fit. How did you guess I'm not fond of needing to see a healer? That comment you made earlier. Loki laughed. Back on the helicarrier. You sounded so bitter about the way healers are that there was no mistaking your aversion to them. Well, I've never needed medical attention because I was simply sick. About that, Odin spoke up for the first time. It has been brought to my attention that you have come under threat multiple times. Why is that? Personally, I think it's a mix of Voldemort and bad luck. Reyna said, I have the bad luck to have Voldemort place me at the top of his to-kill list. Most things seem to link back to him. Even third year. I don't think right now is the best time for that sort of discussion. Frigga said, sending a warning glance to her husband. There's plenty of time for the darker topics. Why don't you tell us about yourself? Your friends. You seem very loyal to them. They must be good friends. Reyna smiled at the thought of them. They are. My first friend is actually one of my teachers. When we met, he was just the school groundskeeper. But Hagrid was the one to tell me I was a witch and introduce me to the wizarding world. You can't meet a nicer guy, really. He has a slight tendency to let slip information if he lets his mind wander, but he doesn't mean any harm by that. And he also has an unfortunate fondness for dangerous creatures. Once he got a dragon's egg and called the thing Norbert when it hatched. The more dangerous they are, the cuter he thinks. And then there was Fluffy, his giant three-headed pet dog. Reyna laughed. I'll never forget discovering Fluffy. We were trying to hide from the caretaker at the time. We'd been out of the Gryffindor common room after curfew, ran into a room to hide, turned round, and the three of us came face to face with 3 sets of snarling, fong-filled heads, which looked ready to tear us apart. Would have too if Ron, Hermione, and I hadn't run back outside. And then, on my way to Hogwarts for the first time, I met Ron. We had to share a compartment on the train. Every other one was apparently full. He came from a wizarding family, so he was able to tell me more about the wizarding world. He's had a few moments where he's let his jealousy cloud his judgment, but he comes round in the end. When things get really tough, he's always there to help. Then there's Hermione. I met her on the train too, but we didn't really become friends until Ron and I saved her life from a troll that Halloween. She came from a non-magical background, but had read all her course books and more background before she came to Hogwarts. If it wasn't for her, I don't think I'd have been able to get Ron to do half as much work, and then I would have been distracted from it too. But they were there with me, supporting me through everything. Well, there was the start of the Triwizard Tournament where Ron wasn't, but he got his head screwed on straight after the first task. Then there are Ron's elder brothers, Fred and George, they're pranksters, and his younger sister, Ginny. Her temper is actually quite scary, but they were all the closest to family I ever knew. Fred, George, and Ron even threatened Cedric at the Yule Ball when we went together. The look on his face was rather funny. When they did the same to Neville, who was going with Ginny, made it even more hilarious. So you were courting then? Frigga asked. Reyna nodded. Until Voldemort ordered Peter Pettigrew to kill him. I told him to run. He could have gotten away, but he wouldn't leave me there. I was in too much pain to move, and my leg had already been injured anyway. He was so wonderful. He saw past the fame. He never saw the girl who lived. He saw me for who I was. Another person. To mostly everyone else, I was the kid who defeated Voldemort when she was 1. The only survivor of the killing curse. But to my friends and Cedric, no. I was just Reyna. That was all I ever wanted. All that fame they could take and I wouldn't care, so long as I could be just Reyna. Being the only survivor of that night meant I was subject to stares and whispers, speculation. People expected me to be a certain way, and I sometimes couldn't handle it, but then my friends would be there for me. And it would be just us or just me and Cedric, and then it would be as if I was normal. We'd be on our own. I could be myself, and the expectations of those who looked to me as some sort of savior, they all just disappeared just for a little while, and I felt so carefree. They were the happiest times I've ever experienced. What are the people you grew up with? Thor asked. The family who raised you? Were you not happy with them? They allowed me house room. That was about it. Professor Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts and the man who basically led the war against Voldemort, placed me with who he believed was Mum's sister. He didn't know they shared no blood relation. The only reason that he placed me there was because of the blood wards he thought he was able to place up based on Mum's sacrifice. He told me that so long as Petunia willingly took me in and I called the place home, the protection there would remain. Protection against Voldemort and his Death Eaters. They wouldn't be able to reach me there. That is a very ancient magic. Loki said, he must be one of the more powerful Midgardian sorcerers. There's a reason Voldemort fears him. In the First War, he never sought a fight with Dumbledore. He defeated the previous Dark Lord, Grindelwald. Many believe he's the most powerful wizard of all time. Even with evidence to support the contrary, so long as Dumbledore is around, Hogwarts is probably the safest place on Midgard. The times Voldemort almost killed me on the school grounds was when Dumbledore wasn't there. You think that is safe? Odin asked, frowning. If you've almost been killed there multiple times, it is far from safe. There's still all the times that I haven't almost been killed. Hogwarts was, despite some occasions, my first real home. It's where I met my friends, where I learned what I was good at. It was there that I learned about my parents, that I learned my dad was a prankster, and like him, I was an excellent flyer. It was where I learned that Mum had been the kindest person anyone ever knew and that I had her skill and charms. It's where I met their friends, Remus Lupin and Sirius Black. Sirius, even though he's currently on the run for a crime he didn't commit, is my godfather. He bought me my second broom, the fastest one on the market. If we'd managed to clear his name, I would have gone to live with him. But the look on Vernon's, Petunia's husband's, face when I told him that my godfather happened to be the same guy that had escaped a top-security prison the summer previous and had been imprisoned for the murder of 13 people was hilarious. I conveniently forgot to mention Sirius was innocent of those deaths, however. Frigga tooted slightly, but Loki and Thor were howling with laughter. Even Odin chuckled at that. Oh, the look was nothing compared to the time I let some accidental magic slip, and it blew his sister Marge up like a balloon. She really shouldn't have insulted Mum. I think Minister Fudge mentioned it taking the accidental magic reversal squad about 3 hours to find her floating above Surrey and bring her down and deflate her. The best thing about it was I hadn't even meant to do that. If only they hadn't had to wipe her memory of the event. She'd never have spoken a word against Mum and Dad again. What have you been taught to be able to do with your magic? Loki asked. I know you can teleport, but what else? That apparition was kind of accidental. I think my magic just reacted in a desperate situation. But I know quite a bit of transfiguration and charms. My potions is a bit rusty. The teacher and I really don't get on. My best subject so far is defense against the dark arts. We just started learning about curses and counter curses this year. First and second year, I had to teach myself most of it. We had awful teachers those 2 years. Last year, we learned how to counter attacks from dark creatures. Remus taught us last year. We had a retired Auror this year. But the job's jinxed, so no teacher ever lasts for more than a year. I wonder what happened to Moody, or if he just went back to his quiet retirement. She launched into a detailed explanation of the classes she took, finding it very easy to talk about them and the teachers. The subjects she was talking about now were neutral. They harbored nothing seriously bad, so it was fine for her to talk about them. And then, she thought she must know what Hermione felt like all the time. There was so much to her studies that she hadn't paid attention to before that it felt like she was discovering new things, and she realized she was going to pay a load more attention to her studies from now on. Talking of her classes had made her yearn to learn new things. Though I think I should have followed Hermione and taken ancient runes instead of divination. It's a waste of time, and the professor's a fraud for the most part. She doesn't even realize she's made one true prophecy. Prophecy? Odin asked. Perhaps she didn't know the prophecy her mother mentioned in her diary. At the end of my 3rd year, she came out with a prophecy saying that the Dark Lord's servant who had been chained for 12 years would break free and set out to aid his master and bring him back. More terrible than before. That night, I found that Sirius wasn't the one to betray us to Voldemort, and that it was Pettigrew. The little rat got away, and now Voldemort's back. But despite that prediction, the woman is a fraud. A batty one, but a fraud all the same. So she didn't know that, or she wasn't letting on that she knew. It would help if they knew the entire prophecy. Ingrid hadn't given it fully in her diary. They would find out in due time, however. Preview Chapter 7. Odin mentioned a feast earlier. Ah yes, to celebrate your return home. The feast shall be first, and then there will be dancing. Dancing? Oh no, I've only been to one dance before. I don't think I want to do it again. Not now. Why? Did it go wrong? I assure you, this will go splendidly. And if you believe that you cannot dance, I can teach you in what time we have. A/N. Please review. Chapter 7. Disclaimer. I own nothing. Chapter 7. Raina gaped. I have an entire suite? She asked. All to myself? Frigga laughed. She had volunteered to show her granddaughter her rooms herself. Yes, you do, she said. Oh wow. Raina breathed. The room she was in was a sitting room, smaller than the lounge they had been in previously, but just as big as the one in the Disley household. There were comfortable seats and a large bookcase, already filled with books, just waiting to be read. There were large patio doors, which opened onto a balcony, which gave an amazing view of the city. Then there was the bedroom, with a massive four-poster bed, and again, another fantastic view. There was a walk-in wardrobe and a vanity dresser that she could sit at. Then the bathroom held everything she would need, and the bath was massive. Not like the one in the prefect's bathroom, but the tub was definitely something she would enjoy soaking in for ages when she got the chance. I take it that you like your chambers then? Frigga asked. I love them, Raina said, smiling. I am glad, Frigga said, sitting down on the sofa. There was a table in front of it, and there were several platters of food there already. Sit down and eat. You must be famished. Make sure you eat one of the apples. They are Iduna's apples, and will help you in your recovery. I thought air healed me, Raina said, sitting down. Yes, but she cannot heal what looks to be several years' worth of malnutrition on her own. You need to eat, Frigga insisted. Just because your wounds have healed does not mean you have recovered. Now eat. When Raina bit into the apple, she moaned. I'm never going to be able to eat an apple from Midgard again. These are divine. She ate the full apple, core and all, and some more of the delicious food in front of her, sampling small bits of each, but she couldn't eat very much before she was full. Having spent near a month as Voldemort's prisoner had taken its toll, because she'd only received scraps to keep her alive when the Death Eaters remembered to feed her, which wasn't often. Frigga frowned at how little she ate. Surely you can eat some more? Raina shook her head. I'm full. I've only had the occasional scraps recently. I'm not used to so much food. Well, you don't have to starve anymore. Air will be coming up with a potions regimen for you to help with your malnutrition. You should be at perfect health soon, hopefully. Raina nodded. Odin mentioned a feast earlier. Ah yes, to celebrate your return home. The feast shall be first, and then there will be dancing. Dancing? Oh no, I've only been to one dance before. I don't think I want to do it again. Not now. Why? Did it go wrong? I assure you, this will go splendidly. And if you believe that you cannot dance, I can teach you in what time we have. Raina shook her head. It's not that. I can dance. And the Yule Ball was brilliant. But Cedric was there. He had given me a few lessons beforehand to go with Professor McGonagall's lessons. So in the ball, it was just like one of those lessons. And it was my first date too. And you don't think you are ready to dance with another so soon after his death? Frigga replied, understanding dawning on her. Raina nodded. It must be like something silly. Of course not, Frigga said, but many will wonder why you will not dance. Perhaps if you did, but merely dance with a few? A few? Yes, many are going to ask you to dance. It'll be expected of your grandfather and uncles to dance with you. Perhaps the Warriors 3 are close friends with Thor. That will be only 6 dances. But if you feel really uncomfortable, we may be able to compensate for your not dancing due to your recovery. Surely you do not want everything common knowledge among Asgard, so it would be a plausible excuse. Thank you, Raina said, glad Frigga was giving her the options that were open to her. But I don't want the first function I attend here to be a lie either. I'll try and dance tonight, but only those 6. Of course, Frigga said, smiling at her proudly. You know, I'm sure that Cedric, even though I never met him, would not want you to close yourself off from doing the things you did with him. If you try and do that, then you may find that several things you enjoyed doing will no longer be open to you. And he would not want you to be unhappy, I think. He wouldn't want me to be unhappy. She agreed. But if I had just taken the cup, he'd still be alive. I can't help but feel that it's my fault he's dead. Well, I am willing to place the blame fully on the shoulders of Voldemort and Pettigrew, from what you have told us already. It was not your fault. Frigga took her hand in both of her own, and I can assure you now, he is in Valhalla. How do you know? He could have left. He could have left you to save his own life. But he stayed to try and protect you. He died an honorable death, worthy of Valhalla. Reyna smiled weakly at the older woman in thanks. Those words meant a lot to her. So, apart from the feast, what am I going to be doing around here? Getting better, being shown round. If there is anything you want to see here, all you need to do is ask. Oh, and Loki will be personally teaching you magic. And I am sure both he and Thor will be teaching you how to defend yourself with hand-to-hand and weapons. They will probably enlist Lady Sif as well. She is a close friend of Thor's and is the goddess of war. She was a close friend of Loki's, but they have had a falling out. He's annoyed a lot of people, hasn't he? Yes. But Loki is Loki, and if he wasn't causing some kind of trouble, he wouldn't be himself. Frigga sighed. In time, everything will go back to as it was. What happened? Reyna asked. Well, it all started the day of Thor's coronation, which was interrupted by an alarm going off, and then it turned out that Jotuns had broken into the weapons vault and attempted to steal the casket of ancient winters, the source of their power which your grandfather took from them when they were defeated in the war. They had been stopped by the destroyer, which guarded the weapons vault. However, Thor was furious. He, Loki, Sif, and the Warriors Three, Fandral, Volstagg, and Hogun, went to Jotunheim and confronted Laufey, the king of the Frost Giants. Well, that provoked war with the Jotuns, and though Odin tried to avert it, Laufey promised the war that Thor had sought out. Upon returning to Asgard, Odin stripped Thor of his powers and cast him out, banishing him to Midgard. There, he met a woman known as Jane Foster and began to learn from her. He is still very much in love with her. I can't wait to meet her personally, but still. Here on Asgard, Loki discovered his true heritage. The casket wasn't the only thing Odin took from Jotunheim that day. He had found Laufey's son, abandoned because of his small stature. We raised him as our own, but Loki did not take it well when he discovered the truth. Odin slipped into the Odin sleep, and Loki had to become king. But that did not sit well with Sif and the Warriors Three. Loki had wanted to be king, but I don't think he planned for it to happen that way. He hadn't thought Thor ready, so had let the Jotuns into Asgard to disrupt the ceremony. But once he was on the throne, he lied to Thor, telling him that Odin was dead and that the peace treaty with the giants was dependent on his banishment. Sif and the Warriors Three left for Midgard to bring Thor back. Loki sent the destroyer after them and froze Heimdall with the casket. He let Laufey and some other giants into Asgard to kill Odin, but planned to step in to stop them. I was at Odin's side when the giants came in. Loki interfered just before the final blow was struck, killing Laufey. He then planned to use the Bifrost to destroy Jotunheim, to tear it apart. But Thor had returned, his powers intact after sacrificing himself, proving himself worthy once more of his powers. He was forced to destroy the Bifrost, and Loki fell off. Today is the first we have seen of him since. Until a few days ago, we thought him dead. I can see why that may cause tension. Reyna grimaced. Frigga nodded in agreement. But that is in the past. It may take some time, but everything should return to normal soon. So, is there anything you really want to see? I don't know. Well, we passed through a market on the way here. I wouldn't mind exploring that. Then, tomorrow you will get your chance. That will be as good a place to start as any. Frigga agreed. So, where would you recommend? If you are anything like your mother, the Palace Library. It is the largest in the whole of the 9 realms, and has books and scrolls from all of them. Reyna was already grinning at the thought. I never appreciated books so much until today, but now I know how Hermione feels. You seem to have a good friend in her. One day, I want to meet her. Would it be possible for my friends to visit here one day? Reyna asked nervously. Perhaps, but not yet. Frigga said, your grandfather would have to approve it first, and for that, he would have to think them worthy of the honor of seeing Asgard, or worthy of punishment from the gods. Something dawned on her then. He plans to have Voldemort brought here, doesn't he? Yes. Him, and the one who handed your parents to him. He has ordered that all other Death Eaters are to be killed. No trial? Reyna asked. Frigga sighed. Your grandfather has had his mind made up for years on this course of action. He was merely waiting until you were found to start anything serious, in case it accidentally placed you in trouble if open warfare was declared on Voldemort and his servants without finding you and getting you to safety first. In his mind, anyone who follows that mortal is worthy of the death sentence straight away. I know, it's just Sirius is on the run and hiding because people believe that he was the one to betray my parents and kill 13 muggles. He was in prison for 12 years. Then he broke out, and he's sentenced to have his soul sucked out on sight when found. He never got a trial. He just got chucked straight into that hellhole of a prison. People were so busy celebrating Voldemort's downfall. And because of that, I had to grow up not knowing what my name was until I started school at 5. And that was only because the teacher came round, wondering where I was all the time. You didn't know your name? Frigga asked, mortified. Raina shook her head. There was something about Frigga that put her at ease. I was either girl or freak. It all depended on what mood they were in, really. Oh, they never hit me or anything. I'd get some rough handling in that, but that was it really. The years of malnutrition. Frigga said, her mind putting it all together. Oh, now I see. She was suddenly up and pacing angrily. How dare they? How dare they treat my granddaughter, the princess of Asgard, that way? Those foolish mortals. Oh, if I get my hands on them. Raina suddenly felt a small amount of pity for the Dursleys. But she had to admit, it was a very small amount of pity. Very small indeed. Nothing she would lose sleep over. Makes me forgetting to tell them Sirius was innocent rather funny, doesn't it? But nowhere near enough. Frigga said, right now, I just want to forget about them. Justice will be served at some point. You can be certain of that. Frigga said. She finally sat down, but she was obviously still very angry. She regained her composure when there was a knock at the door, however. That would be the seamstress to get you fitted for your new wardrobe. Frigga said, fitted, of course. You can't have ill-fitting clothes. Frigga said, enter. She called. A woman entered and bowed to them. My queen, Princess Raina. You sent for me? Yes, Emma. Frigga said, my granddaughter is in need of a whole new wardrobe. She will also be in need of clothes that are suitable for training. Her uncles will be teaching her to defend herself. Emma looked surprised but hid it quickly before nodding. 2 women entered behind her, carrying several bags. Soon, Raina was stood in the middle of her bedroom, the 3 women measuring her, and holding materials up against her to see what colors would look best on her, and such. It seemed to stretch on for an age, but soon, she had been released and was allowed to put her dress back on and go sit down. Her face was flaming red, and she was sure she had never been so embarrassed in all her life. I have already got one exquisite dress already made. I had a feeling one may be needed soon. All I need to do is take it in, and it will be perfect for tonight's feast. Emma said, and I can have 2 dresses ready for tomorrow. Then, the rest of her clothes over the rest of the week. Thank you, Emma. That is marvelous. Frigga said, nodding. When the 3 women were gone, Raina sat down, letting out a sigh of relief. She did not notice the leather-bound book in Frigga's hands until it was handed to her. She looked at it blankly, and then up to Frigga. It's your mother's diary, she said softly. Both Thor and Loki, as well as Odin and I have read it. We wanted to know what had gone on in her life. It is yours now. Raina looked at the book, almost reverently. She opened to the first page, and by the time she had finished reading, her eyes were brimming with tears. She looked up at Frigga. Why did he betray them, Frigga? What did they ever do to bring that sort of betrayal upon them? She broke down into sobs then, and Frigga held her close, trying to comfort her as she cried, not only for her parents, but for everything she had been put through because of their deaths. Sirius let out a frustrated growl as he continued to pace his living room. Snivellus had been and gone, saying that Raina had indeed escaped, and that Voldemort was still searching for her, and a missing Death Eater, but she had still to turn up. Apparently, she had been badly hurt when she had escaped. So what if the worst had happened? No, he couldn't think like that. She had to be alive. She just had to be. His goddaughter couldn't be dead. He would only believe it if her body was found. Until then, she was still alive. He wouldn't give up. I will not fail you again, he murmured to his deceased friends and missing goddaughter. I will do everything I can. And with that, he transformed into Padfoot and left the house, to search on his own, Dumbledore's warnings be damned. Preview Chapter 8. She'd been outside for 10 minutes, and now he had just walked up right beside her. Yes, he was probably a guard sent to keep her company. She thought it best to be polite, so she had said yes. "How are you finding Asgard, my lady?" he asked her. "It is beautiful. The stories don't do it justice. This is your first time visiting?" "Yes, and I'm not visiting. I'm staying." "I think. You think. A/N. What do you think?" Please review. Chapter 8. Disclaimer. I own nothing. Chapter 8. There was something odd going on, Fandral had decided. Volstagg and Hogan had just gotten back from a hunting trip, and there was something different. Something had happened while they had been gone. And if the preparations for a feast weren't evidence enough, there was the fact that the whole of Asgard seemed to be ready to burst out into spontaneous celebration over something. So what had they missed? He was wandering the gardens, attempting to find some clue. Hogan and Volstagg were both looking inside the palace. Then he saw her. She happened to be a young woman who he had never once laid eyes on before. He was sure of it. Yet there was some sort of familiarity about her that she could not place. She was walking under the shade of some trees, wearing a gown made of fine material. And while she was thin, he could not deny that she would be beautiful when she put on some weight. She seemed to be skin and bones. Her black hair was in a delicate braid, and her skin was pale. She was looking around in awe at the garden's beauty, and then it hit him. She must be some noble from one of the other realms. A delegation must have been sent for some reason or another, and a feast had been announced to celebrate. Well, the least he could do was make her feel welcome. He grinned and approached her, falling in a step easily beside her. "Do you mind if I walk with you, my lady?" he asked, smiling widely at her. She looked up at him and then glanced away quickly, but he thought he caught a glimpse of green. So she was shy. "I don't mind," she said. Reyna had no idea who the man beside her was. Perhaps he was a guard who had been sent to keep her company. She had asked Frigga if it was all right if she went to explore the gardens, and the elder Sir Woman had said it was fine. She had asked if she had wanted company, and Reyna had politely declined. She'd been outside for 10 minutes, and now he had just walked up right beside her. Yes, he was probably a guard sent to keep her company. She thought it best to be polite, so she had said yes. "How are you finding Asgard, my lady?" he asked her. "It is beautiful. The stories don't do it justice. This is your first time visiting?" "Yes, and I'm not visiting. I am staying." "I think. You think. I know my family wants me to stay, but there are a couple of complications back where I grew up. They're plain, simple, and an easy way to avoid the question." "A suitor?" She shook her head, gazing up at the trees, which held apples. He reached up and plucked one from the branch and handed it to her. "Thank you," she said, accepting it and biting into it. It wasn't the same as the one she had earlier, so she guessed this was not one of Iduna's. But she said nothing, not wanting to look like an idiot. "So, fair maiden, how much have you seen of Asgard so far?" "Well, I just arrived today, and this is the first chance I have had to get out. So, just the sights coming in from the Bifrost, and then it didn't feel like I took in enough. And the gardens, obviously. I've only been out here for around 10 minutes. So, you have yet to see the sights? Well, it would be an honor if you would allow me to show you around, my lady," he said. "Fandral," a voice called. They both looked round to see a woman in armor heading towards them, her long dark hair pulled back. She looked slightly pale. However, before she could reach them, his name was called again. This time, the voice belonged to a visibly angry Thor. "I thought you were friends," she said, glancing between him and the oncoming Thor, having remembered what Frigga had told her. "We are," Fandral said, rather unnerved. Thor looked ready to beat him into the ground. Without Mjolnir, Fandral didn't have the chance to do anything else, as Thor grabbed him by the front of his armor. His eyes narrowed. "You had better hope you have not said anything untoward to her, Fandral," he growled. "Thor, he doesn't know," Sif said, coming to Fandral's rescue, or attempting to. Hogan and Volstagg only just returned from a hunting party, and I see that I am missing a very vital piece of information here, but I can assure you, all I did was be polite, offer to show her around Asgard, try and make her feel welcome," Fandral said, hoping Thor didn't take it into his mind to grab his neck instead of his armor. "What did you leave in such a hurry, Sif?" a new voice asked. "Fandral, what did you do?" The voice turned rather surprised then. "Thor, he's telling the truth. He was nothing but a gentleman. Rhaena spoke up then. Thor, release Fandral. Bear in mind, Fandral, my niece is out of bounds. You will not flirt with her as you do every other woman who catches your eye. Fandral just nodded in shock. Come, Rhaena, Thor said, offering his arm to her. I will show you the gardens. She allowed Thor to lead her away from him. The two men who had just joined them and the woman who she guessed was Sif, sending an apologetic look at Fandral. She felt slightly guilty that Thor had basically attacked his friend on her behalf. Why did you do that? She asked when they were out of earshot. Fandral is a known womanizer. I thought he was flirting with you. I was merely making sure he knew not to. Thor said, shrugging. Like I said, he was being nothing but a gentleman towards me. What he said earlier was true. He would have started. Thor said, I feel awful. You basically attacked your friend because of me. Do not worry about it. Fandral and I will forget all about this incident soon enough. We'll even laugh over it. He waved his hand. Rhaena just shook her head. She couldn't believe this. 2 hours later, Rhaena was back in her rooms, and two maids were helping her pull on a golden dress. The top was corseted, and Rhaena found herself fighting for breaths at how tight it was done up. One of the maids, Gerda, was the one doing her dress, while the other, Ambies, worked on her makeup. When the dress was done up, and her breathing severely restricted, Gerda started to style Rhaena's hair into an intricate braid. It felt like an age later when the two allowed her to look into the mirror, and her jaw dropped. Is that really me? She asked. Yes, my lady, Gerda said, smiling at her. I didn't even look this good at the Yule Ball. Rhaena said, I hardly recognize myself. The two smiled at each other, and then at her. We are glad to be of help. Your return has been something that has been anticipated for years. Ever since, Ambies trailed off. Since my mother was brought back. Rhaena finished for her. That was a very sad day indeed. Ambies said, I heard Prince Thor trashed his chambers several times after he, Prince Loki, Lady Sif, and the warriors 3 returned with Princess Ingrid's body. It's odd to see how much they miss her. The woman who believed she was the sister of Lily Evans, my mother's alias on Midgard, didn't miss her at all. This has all taken me a bit by surprise, I guess. At least I know she had family who truly cared for her. Instead of just Petunia. You miss her too, don't you? Gerda asked sympathetically. So much. Rhaena admitted. More than I could ever say. I think what hurts is that I want to be able to at least remember her. To remember how she was with me. I'm sure she loved you more than anything. Ambies said. There was a knock on the door, and the 3 of them jumped. Ambies walked out to the sitting room and answered the door. Her surprise caught the 2 remaining in the bedroom by surprise. King Odin. Rhaena's eyes widened slightly. I am here to see my granddaughter, he said. There was the sound of movement, followed by the sound of a closing door. Rhaena hurried to the sitting room and saw that Odin was standing in front of the fire, staring into the flames, a large box in one hand. She cleared her throat, and he turned and smiled at her. I have something for you, Rhaena, he said, stepping towards her. He opened the box, and she gasped at the circlet. It was gold, and twisted into intricate patterns with a clear crystal set into the front. It's beautiful, Rhaena said. I had it made 2 years ago, knowing you would be of the age where you would have started attending official functions had you been here. We never gave up in finding you. Now I see the gamble has paid off. He placed the box on the table and took the circlet out of the box and placed it on her head. I love it. Thank you. There is no need to thank me, he said, smiling at her. Now, I believe it is time to head to the feast. He held out his arm to her, and she took it. They left the room and headed down the long corridors towards the feast hall. The hall was already filled with people, and as they passed, people bowed or curtsied. It was all rather surreal to her to see people curtsying and bowing to her. Granted, they were bowing to Odin too, but she knew if it was just her passing, the reactions would be the same. It was just plain weird. She was sat between Frigga and Loki, and the food was brought out on large platters. Servers wandered round, filling goblets with wine. The food was unlike anything she'd ever tasted. It far surpassed even the food at the feasts in Hogwarts. I hear Thor almost killed Fandral earlier, Loki said in an amused tone. It was quite a shock, actually. Rhaena said, I thought he was a guard sent to keep me company or something. At first at least. And then Thor turned up. Loki guessed. No, actually, he seemed to have no clue who I was. Loki nodded. Well, Fandral was lucky. It was probably only his long-standing friendship with Thor that saved him from any injury. It's actually one of those incidents I think I would rather forget about. Raina said, I've read some of Mum's diary. He nodded. I guess you would have. Did you see anything that stood out? It said he was after me because of a prophecy, but no one has ever told me that before. This is the first I've heard of any prophecy. We do not know either. We were rather hoping you would already know of the prophecy. Loki admitted, sorry to disappoint, but this is the first I've heard of it. Raina shrugged. I just wish I hadn't been kept in the dark. I've had no real reason for why it happened until now. I bet Dumbledore knows though. Don't worry over the contents of the prophecy. You are not ready yet to fight full-scale battles, so whatever it says, you are protected from it. How can you stop a prophecy? Mortals have a habit of making self-fulfilling prophecies. Loki informed her. Those do not need to be acted upon. And even if they are for the most part, those involved just have to choose to turn away from the words of the prophecy, and then it holds no power. Fingers crossed then. Pardon? He asked, brow furrowing. A saying which means to hope for good luck. Raina explained. He nodded. Raina realized something then. My wand is in that house I was being kept in. How am I going to learn magic? She asked. You will not need a wand for what I will teach you. Loki said. We are not faced with the same restrictions as mortal sorcerers. A foci is not needed, though it sometimes helps. I've used staffs, for example. It is especially useful in a battle, when the staff acts as a physical weapon as well. There was one time that Thor, once again, had gotten us into quite a bit of trouble. The rest of the time was spent with Loki telling some rather entertaining stories and correcting several misconceptions over the myths and legends. Then it was time for the dancing. Raina nervously chewed the inside of her lip. It will be fine, Frigga assured her. Remember what I said earlier. She shot a look at Loki, and he nodded. Can I have this dance, Raina? He asked, standing and offering his hand. She stood and took it, smiling slightly at him. The dance was an easily paced one, and she found it easy to keep time. The lessons from Cedric and Professor McGonagall had paid off, it seemed. She even managed not to step on his feet, as she'd done with Cedric several times during the Yule Ball. When the dance finished, she let out a sigh of relief. The first one was done with, and she hadn't embarrassed herself. You seemed tense throughout the whole dance. Loki noted. I normally stand on my partner's feet. She explained. I'm still getting used to dancing. He said, nodding. I thought you did remarkably well. You just needed to relax a bit and allow yourself to enjoy the dance a bit more. She nodded at his advice. But she knew it would take some time for her to get used to dancing. Raina only had a chance to have a mouthful of wine before Thor asked her to dance. This one was much quicker paced than the last, and she found herself laughing as she tried desperately to not step on his toes. She had a buzz beginning in her head. I think the wine's starting to affect me, she admitted, laughing slightly. It is stronger than what you were used to on Midgard. He said, yes. Add that to the fact that I haven't really ever drunk before, and there's going to be trouble. Do not worry about that. Thor said, I don't want to make a complete fool of myself. If you seem to be in danger of doing that, I promise I will personally take you to one side in order for you to cool down a little. He said, thank you. She said, gratefully, I should probably stay off the wine a little. Just don't drink too much more. You'll be fine if you have a bit more. He assured. She managed to sit out from the next dance before Odin approached her. She danced with him before heading back to sit down. She got a bit more wine, and it was starting to take its toll on her. She was quite a bit more giggly than before, but she retained enough sense to know she needed to cool off. She saw that there was a large balcony to one side of the room, so she went and stood out on it, gazing at the stars. She wondered which of them was Midgard. She was so caught up in her thoughts of the world on which she had grown up that she did not hear anyone approach. You already miss it. She jumped and turned to face Thor, who was now standing beside her. Yes, I do, she said, turning back to look at the stars. My friends must all believe me dead by now, and they won't have any warning that he's back until he chooses to show himself. We will find a way to warn them. Thor said, I hope so. I've already lost so much to him. He targets Muggleborns, thinks they're less, that they don't deserve to learn magic, that they're less than human just because their parents aren't magical themselves. Hermione's Muggleborn. She's the brightest and most talented which I know. He'd target her anyway, but she's my best friend. She doesn't live behind any sort of protective wards. How will she survive if he chooses to target her to try and get to me? The moment the Bifrost is repaired, warriors will be sent to target Voldemort and his Death Eaters. They will warn your friends also. Thor said, I know I've only just arrived, but when will I get to go down myself? You have yet to fully recover. And you have much to learn. War is no place for someone with no training. Thor said, I'm all healed. Your wounds are. He agreed. But you are still severely underweight. Let's not forget that, even though you have not had a breakdown, there are the traumas that come with the experiences you have been put through. She sighed. I guess I just want to be able to see for myself that they're all fine. It's all well and good for you. All your friends are here, and you know if they're in danger, they can take care of themselves. I don't have that luxury. That is where you are wrong. Did Mother tell you of my banishment? Yes. Then she has told you of Jane? I had forgotten for a moment. Raina admitted sheepishly. Do not worry about that. But I love her dearly, and I miss her. I did not get a chance to visit her before. I trust that she is safe, but I am not sure. I have had Hamel check on her regularly, but it does not always reassure me. So I guess I just got caught up in my own worries. 'Tis fine, Raina, he said, placing a hand on her shoulder. We all forget things like that when danger is great to those we love. Are you going to bring Jane to Asgard? One day. He nodded. Yes, I will. I cannot wait to show her my home. The look on his face when he thought of Jane, she'd seen it before. On Cedric's face, when he'd looked at her. You really love her. Ido. He said. How can you tell? I've seen that look before. She turned back to look at the stars. Seen it directed at me even, Cedric. He said. She nodded. I failed him, Thor. I dueled Voldemort, and at one point, our spells collided and created this connection. Those he'd killed with that wand came from his wand. Cedric was one of them. He asked me to take his body back to his father. But I was caught. Thor drew her into a one-armed hug. He will pay Raina. I swear to you he will. But who else will he take from me before he does? She asked. He's already taken my parents and Cedric. Who else? How many people have to die until that bastard is satisfied or killed himself? That I do not know. But tonight is a night of celebration. Forget these dark thoughts for now. You are home at last, and that is what matters. He said, Now, you have already briefly met Fandral and Sif, but I think it would be best to properly introduce you to them and Volstagg and Hogan. The four were sat at a table, laughing and drinking. Sif was now wearing a dress of red and gold instead of armor. My friends, I have not yet properly introduced you to my niece, Thor said, pulling a chair out for Raina at the table. She sat down, and he sat beside her. Raina, this is Sif, goddess of war, Volstagg the Valiant, Hogan the Grim, and you have already briefly met Fandral the Dashing. My friends, this is Raina Asta James' daughter. Apologies if I offended you earlier, princess. Fandral said, You didn't offend, honestly. Raina said, I'm sorry he threatened you. She jerked her head at Thor. Fandral laughed. No harm done. He waved his hand dismissively. Thankfully, Thor grabbed my armor, not my neck. Thor laughed. You are very lucky I decided to ask questions first. Hit later, Fandral. It was a near miss. Fandral nodded, grinning. Volstagg waved down a server. We must have a drink to celebrate your return. Another goblet of the smooth red wine was placed in front of Raina. She swore this would be her last, but after dancing with Fandral, Volstagg, and Hogan, who lived up to his name the entire time, she found herself drinking another after each dance. In turn, she got progressively drunker and forgot about her restraint of not drinking more. That was probably how she found herself being supported by both Loki and Thor back to her rooms, and lightly singing a song Volstagg had taught her a few hours previous. She stumbled, only for one of them to steady her. I'm never this clumsy. She laughed. I'm even more graceful flying. Unlike Victor, he's duck-footed on the ground and graceful in the air. She rambled. I wonder how he and Fleur are doing. I made friends with them during the Triwizard Tournament. Fleur's part Vila. Did you know? I can't remember if I ever told Ron. He was always drooling over her. I meant to tell him. Can't remember if I did now. I hope he's all right. Mrs. Weasley would know. She has this clock with hands with hers, her husband's, and all her children's names on. They'll point to where all her family is. Home, school, work, mortal peril. Quite a cool clock. They're a nice family, the Weasleys. Except Percy. He's a bit of a pompous prat. He worked for the man who had Sirius chucked in Azkaban without a trial. Awful place that. Guarded by creatures called Dementors. They suck all the happiness out of a person and make them relive their worst memories. Give them the chance. They'll suck out your soul. The damn thing seemed to love me. Because of them, I hear Mum on that night. She begged him to spare me. He just laughed after he killed her. Then he turned his wand on me. Didn't work. The bastard's curse rebounded. But he didn't see that coming. He should have stayed as a wraith. But sweet Merlin the guy is ugly. I wonder what happened to his nose. Loki and Thor looked at each other. She remembered that night. And it was probably the only memory she had of Ingrid. I hope his death is as painful as possible. It's all his fault my life was a misery. If he hadn't come and torn my family apart, I wouldn't have had to live with the Dursleys. They hate magic. Hate it. Try to stamp it out of me. Only ever succeeded in causing more bursts of accidental magic. They didn't interrupt her. They were learning more from her now than they would when she was sober. Did you know, up until the first time Hogwarts tried to send me a letter, just before I turned 11, my bedroom was the cupboard under the stairs. Then the letter came, and it was addressed to my cupboard. Vernon was afraid then. So he let me move into the bedroom Dudley had used to store all his old toys in, the ones he'd grown bored with. And there were books in there too. Books which he hadn't even touched. They were good books. I can't see why anyone would just discard them. Yet again, Dudley's an idiot. A pig in a wig, I used to call him. The name suited him. Still does. She swayed violently, and they stopped, thinking she was about to pass out. Luckily, she didn't. Then there was Aunt March. I was forced to call her Aunt even though she was just Vernon's sister. Gods, I hated that woman. And her dogs. Especially Ripper. The damn thing chased me up a tree once. The Dursleys just laughed. I'm so glad I'm not related to them. Marge was an awful woman. The reason I blew her up like a balloon was because of how she talked about Mom. If there's something wrong with the bitch, then there's something wrong with the pup. That's what she said, as if Mom was nothing more than some dog. If I ever see that woman again. And then she went completely limp. Let's get her to her rooms. Loki said, her maid should be there. We shouldn't have let her have so much wine. Thor said, but it has turned out in our favor. Loki reasoned, she's told us far more now than she would have when she was sober. What could have taken months to get out of her, piece by piece, came out in one night. But damn, she's been through far too much. What do you think she meant by they tried to stamp her magic out of her? Thor asked darkly. It had better not be what I think, or I swear they're going to be in a world of pain. Loki growled. Forget what I just said. They'll be in worse pain than what I already have in mind for them. They should have been looking after her properly. Thor agreed. They have neglected their duties terribly. I fancy a trip back to Midgard, just to pay them a visit when the Bifrost repaired. I might just join you. Thor said. When they got to Rhaena's rooms, they saw that Frigga and Rhaena's two maids were waiting. We'll take her from here. Frigga said. How did she get so drunk? Ended up drinking with Volstagg. Loki said. That explains it then. She said. She started to come round as Amdes and Gerda took her from her uncles, supporting her between the two of them. Where am I? She asked blearily. Just outside your room, my lady. Gerda said gently. We found a few things out before she passed out. Loki said. We'll tell you after. His green eyes flicked to Rhaena, who was leaning forward dangerously close to falling. Frigga nodded. I won't be long. She opened the door to Rhaena's chambers and led the two maids and her granddaughter inside. It didn't take long to help the very drunk Rhaena get ready for bed. And the moment that her head hit the pillow, she was asleep, the alcohol preventing the nightmares that would surely plague her in the coming weeks. /in. No preview because I want to stop being horrible, as it was pointed out in a review. Please review, and I hope you enjoyed. Chapter 9. Disclaimer. I own nothing. Chapter 9. When Rhaena woke the next morning, her head was pounding, her mouth felt like a wasp had nested in it, and her stomach was churning. She opened her eyes and hissed when the light hit them. The light had only made her headache far worse. My lady, a quiet voice asked, but even that was too loud to Rhaena's sensitive ears. Rhaena squinted and saw Gerda standing there. She quickly curtsied to Rhaena. I feel like I was run over by a herd of stampeding hippogriffs. Rhaena said, burying her face in the thick, soft pillows. That would be the hangover. Gerda said, Lady Air has already given me something that will ease the symptoms. Doesn't she have something to get rid of it entirely? Yes, but the queen said that she was not to cure it fully, in order for you to learn your lesson. Gerda replied, Ugh. Raina said, I guess I'll just have to take what I can get then. Besides, it's not my fault. I would have thought the adults that would have known not to let a teenager, who's never been drunk before, drink so much. Aren't they supposed to be the responsible ones? Yes, but you started drinking with Volstagg. Responsibility where drink is concerned flies out the window where he is concerned. Leaning up, Raina took the offered vial from Gerda and downed its contents. Her headache decreased, and so did the nausea and the sensitivity of her senses. Are the large blank patches in my memory normal? She asked. With as drunk as you were? Yes, my lady, they are. Oh. And there would be the reason I can't remember coming back to bed last night. You have a long day ahead of you. Ambies has gone to fetch you your breakfast, and then we will help you get ready. I was told to tell you your uncles will be showing you the sights today. Thanks, Gerda. I'm going to have a bath. I have already drawn one for you, my lady. The water is still hot. Raina was surprised, but nodded and thanked her again, and headed for the bathroom. She stripped down and climbed into the bath, slipping gratefully into the hot waters. Something had been added to the water, as it gave off the scent of fresh jasmine. The soapstones, Raina had been told, were herbal and good to wash both her hair and her body. She spent a while in the bath and felt much more awake and normal afterwards. Once done, she dried herself off and slipped back into her nightdress and placed a silk robe over the top of it. She wandered out to the living room and saw that Ambies had just returned and was placing a tray full of fresh fruits and bread onto the table. Your breakfast, my lady, she said, curtsying. Thank you, Ambies, and please don't curtsy. But it's what's proper. Ambies argued. I'm not used to it, though. Well, you may need to become accustomed to it. She said, I hope I haven't offended you by offering my advice unasked for. No, of course not. I could use any advice you have to give to me. Raina said, honestly. Ambies nodded and smiled. Raina saw one of Iduna's apples and immediately ate that first. She didn't think she'd ever get bored of eating them. They were so delicious. After breakfast, Ambies and Gerda had her step into a dress of red and gold and arrange her hair into a less elaborate braid than the one she had worn the night previous. What now? Raina asked. Do I wait here or go and look for someone? Just then, there was a knock on the door. Ambies answered it and stepped aside, allowing Loki to step inside. She curtsied as he passed, and so did Gerda. How are you feeling this morning? Loki asked, smiling at her. Better than when I woke up. I didn't embarrass myself, did I? Not at all. What can you remember from last night? I can remember dancing with Volstagg, Fandral, and Hogan, and then it all gets a little hazy. I can't remember how I got back here at all. He nodded. I can understand that. You passed out halfway here. Thor, and I brought you back. Mother and your two maids took you from there. She nodded. At least I didn't really embarrass myself, she said, rubbing the back of her neck. Come. Thor is waiting for us outside. You told Mother you wanted to explore the market, so we will start there. The two left the room and headed down the corridor. When they reached the large doors that led outside, Raina saw Thor, Sif, and the warriors 3 waiting for them outside. She was thankful that she didn't see a single horse in sight. Ah, there you two are. We were wondering if you were feeling up to going today, Raina. Thor grinned. She blushed slightly. If I hadn't been given that potion, I wouldn't have been. Well, the fresh air will do you some good. We've decided to walk. It's not that far, and we'll be able to take more time to show you the sights. Thor said, sounds fine by me. Raina agreed. She recognized what was going on. They were trying to keep her occupied from what was going on back on Midgard, while all the time trying to keep her from slipping into a shell of grief of Cedric, which probably would have happened had she been back on Midgard and sent back to the Dursleys. The bright light still hurt her eyes a little, but after what she'd gone through, the pain was nothing. The cool morning air served to clear the remaining cobwebs from her mind as she walked, looking around and taking in the sights, focusing on things pointed out to her. The architecture was stunning. She found herself in awe at all the sights that she had missed before on the ride to the palace. When they entered the market, the bright colors and the hustle and bustle reminded Raina a little of Diagon Alley. She grinned and immediately headed for one of the stalls, eager to begin browsing. She wanted to see everything, and she gave it a good shot. The stalls held not just clothes or decorations, but food as well. The stalls with clothes and materials held every sort of material possible, and she found a soft blue scarf that felt like her invisibility cloak to touch, but she was sure it would not help her turn invisible. "If you want it, have it," Thor said from just behind her. "I don't have any money," she murmured quietly, thinking of her vault in Gringotts. Thor laughed and clapped her on the shoulder. "That is no concern whatsoever," he said, pulling a handful of coins from a leather pouch, which was probably the Asgardian equivalent of a wallet. "How much?" he asked the woman behind the stall. Soon, the scarf had been paid for, and they were moving on to another stall. "Thank you," she said softly. "You do not need to thank me, Reyna. It is our family's money anyway," Thor said. "Besides, I have close to 15 years of birthday presents to make up for. So, you have 30 gifts coming to you at least from Loki and I. 15 each." She shook her head. "You don't have to. Honestly, after everything I think we do, you're a part of the family. You will be treated as such." Thor argued stubbornly. Reyna just shook her head. The next thing she found was a brooch. It was circular and made of silver. The outside of the brooch was an intricate pattern that surrounded a proud stag. She ran her thumb across the prancing stag. It looked so much like her Patronus, like prongs. "Reyna, are you all right?" Her head snapped up, and she looked at Thor, who was looking at her worriedly. "I've seen it. The stag." She held out the brooch so he could see it. "My dad could change into a stag. It looks like his form." He smiled and paid for the brooch as well before pinning it to her dress. "Thank you," she said, looking down at the brooch and blinking back the tears. She didn't know why the brooch meant so much to her, really. But it did. "You should continue to look around. If you see anything you want, don't be afraid to point it out to me or Loki," he said. Reyna nodded and continued to browse. There were many different trinkets and items that caught her attention, but nothing she really wanted. That was, until she came across a mirror. It was a large oval-shaped hand-held mirror. The handle was long and had what seemed to be vines twisting around it. The outer edges of the mirror had gilded flowers, but the glass itself was black, like the windows she'd seen on some cars. "But what would be the point to that?" "That is a very special mirror, my lady," the woman behind the stall said. "It is a scrying mirror. Simply speak the name of a person you wish to see into it, and it will show them to you. If there is a mirror close to them or another reflective surface, it will allow you to converse." "Really?" Reyna asked, eyes wide. If it were true, then she could easily contact her friends. She could warn them. The woman nodded, some of her blonde hair escaping the bun. She replied. "Found anything else, Reyna?" Loki asked her. She was so startled that she almost dropped the mirror. "And luckily, it is impervious to damage," the woman added. Reyna breathed a sigh of relief. Even if she had dropped it, it wouldn't have been damaged. "A scrying mirror," she said. He raised an eyebrow and took it from her. He examined it, murmuring a few spells. "This does seem to be a genuine scrying mirror," he said. He looked at the stall's owner. "You are aware of what this means?" He said. "Yes, Prince Loki. I am aware of how rare the real mirrors are." She nodded. "It is why I am selling it. It would fetch a good price. More than the rest of my stall's contents over at least 2 months." Loki kept his gaze on the woman for several long moments. She swallowed and became nervous. Then, he handed the mirror to Reyna before all, but emptying his money bag and handing the contents to her. "You are to speak to no one else of ever having this mirror in your possession," he ordered. The rest of the money he had was obviously meant to be used as a bribe. She curtsied before accepting the money. "Of course, my prince," she said. Loki nodded and conjured a small black velvet bag for the mirror, and Reyna placed it inside. "Let no one see it until we get to the palace," he said, quietly, scanning the crowd around them for anyone who could have seen them buying the mirror. "And even then, be cautious of who you allow to see it." "Why?" she asked. "Because a scrying mirror in the wrong hands can be a very dangerous weapon," he told her quietly. "The last thing we need is one of our enemies being able to spy on us without our knowing." She nodded and fastened the bag to her belt, keeping one hand on it at all times anyway, to make sure that it wasn't taken from her. She explored the market thoroughly before they moved to another part of Asgard, and Thor, Loki, Sif and the Warriors 3 began pointing out monuments and many other things that they thought may interest her. Reyna was in awe of it all. Everything was wonderfully crafted, and she could barely take in that this had been her mother's home. And now it was her home. The last stop of the day was back at the palace. Reyna felt her breath stop. "It's huge," she said after a moment. The library was bigger than huge, in fact. Row after row of shelves, stacked with books, were stretched out in front of her in a massive sprawl that probably had some sort of organization system to it, but one that she was currently unaware of. The shelves reached to the ceiling, and to reach books more than 5 shelves up, she would need the help of a ladder. "If you can't seem to find me for several hours, it'll be because I've just gotten lost in here," she said, earning several laughs from the others. "Well, you will have plenty of time to explore it and familiarize yourself with it," Loki said, "and if you ever need a guide, I'm sure that Loki will be more than willing to show you around. He practically lives in here after all." Thor laughed. Loki just rolled his eyes. Not long after, Reyna was back at her rooms and had pulled the scrying mirror out. She thought for a moment on who to try and contact, and then decided that Professor Dumbledore was probably the best bet. "Professor Dumbledore," she said to the mirror. The black glass seemed to swirl before becoming clear and revealing a tired-looking Professor Dumbledore sat at his desk, quill in hand, poised to write, but just looking at the parchment in front of him. "Professor?" she asked, hoping he could hear her. His office, after all, was filled with shiny objects. One of them had to be reflective, right? He looked up, startled, and looked around. "Reyna?" he asked, still glancing round. "Professor, I should be somewhere to your right, in something reflective," she said. He looked straight at her and smiled when he saw her. "Reyna, my girl, it is good to see you. You have no idea how worried we have been for you, especially after..." "After?" she prompted. "Have you found him?" "Cedric. I am sorry, Reyna, but he is Dash. I know. He died not 10 minutes after we landed in a graveyard. Pettigrew and Voldemort were their professor. He's back." "I feared as much, Miss Potter," the headmaster replied gravely. "Where are you? You seem fine. You are never going to believe me, but yet again, you just might be one of the few who will believe it. In my first year, you found me sitting in front of the mirror of Ariste, and I told you I saw my family. And I did. What I didn't realize then was that some of them who I saw, just behind Mum, were still alive." She told him about the ritual and how she had escaped after near a month and instinctively operate, wishing for family. She told him about Thor and Loki and how they had revealed that Lily Potter née Evans was in fact Ingrid. Odindater, and they had been the ones to take her body and give her a funeral in Asgard. "So you are with them now? On this Muggle flying ship?" "No, Professor. I'm in Asgard. I arrived yesterday, after I woke up, met my grandparents, got introduced to Lady Sif and the Warriors 3. I'm actually still a little hung over from the feast last night that Odin held to celebrate my return." "But you are safe?" "As safe as I can be here, Professor." "Well, when did you find him? And how?" "His body was left in Diagon Alley with a note saying you would soon join him. That was 2 days ago, and your wand was left next to Mr. Diggory's body. Extensive checks revealed your wand did not send the curse that killed him." "How are his parents?" she asked, brushing tears away from her eyes. "Mourning, but they do not blame you. Amos is even helping in the search for you. He knew what you meant to his son. I tried to get him to leave, Professor. Honestly, I tried, but I failed to protect him." The tears spilled over then. "I know you did, dear girl, I know. None of this is your fault, I assure you. I can't help thinking that if I had just taken the cup when he told me to, you had no way of knowing the cup was a portkey, dear girl," he said in the familiar grandfatherly tone. "None of this was your fault. Never think that. Frigga said his death was worthy of Valhalla. Then no doubt he is in the best place," he said. "Now, I would appreciate it greatly if, at some point, you could arrange for me to talk with one of your family, just to assure your safety, and of course, talk about your schooling." "Oh, I'm pretty safe here. As for my schooling, I know Loki is going to teach me magic. I don't know yet whether I'm going to be able to come back to Hogwarts. I hope I will. Why ever not? They don't seem to think it's safe for me." When he found out about my existence, after Mum's body was brought back, Odin decreed that if any Sir found me, they were to bring me straight to Asgard. Now, when the Bifrost is rebuilt and working properly again, he'll be sending out warriors to deal with the Death Eaters. The order is to kill any Death Eaters except Pettigrew. He and Voldemort are to be brought to Asgard to face justice here. But I don't doubt the final outcome will be the same. Well then, if you could possibly manage it, I would appreciate the chance to talk with your grandfather. But if not, your grandmother or either of your uncles would suffice. I have a group that I put together in the First War. The aim is to bring in as many of his Death Eaters as possible and bring him down. Any assistance would be appreciated. And of course, I want to try and avoid any unnecessary loss of life. I'll see what I can do. Thank you. Now, I will leave you to contact your other friends, while I will spread the word you are safe. No doubt the minister will want to talk with you himself. He believes Sirius is behind everything. Don't worry, though. He is well hidden. Shall we say, tomorrow around this time? Contact me. Of course, Professor. She nodded. Instinctively, she waved her hand over the mirror, and the glass darkened to a deep black. Now who would she contact? She smiled as she looked back at the mirror. Hermione Granger. Once again the surface swirled and cleared and revealed Hermione. She saw Raina immediately. Her eyes widened, and she yelped. Raina! She cried out in shock. Hermione, she said, smiling slightly. Oh, Raina, are you all right? Where are you? How did you escape? We were so worried. What happened? Hermione? Who are you talking to? A woman asked. Hermione jumped and spun round, just as a young woman came into the room, which appeared to be a sitting room. Her accent was American, and she had light brown hair and brown eyes that were similar to Hermione's, but she was too young to be her mother. Her eyes were wide when she saw Raina. Oh, Jane, Hermione said. Jane, meet my friend from school, Raina Potter. Raina, meet my cousin, Jane Foster, my mother's niece, her older brother's daughter. She was chewing her lip nervously. How is she in the mirror? Jane asked, walking forward. Magic. Jane, I'm a witch. Hermione said, and I'm in love with a god. Jane said, don't make fun of me, Jane. Hermione said, obviously hurt. She isn't. Raina said. Then she sighed. Hermione, you may want to sit down. This is going to really stun you. How did you know I wasn't joking? Jane asked. Thor speaks highly of you. Raina said, you've spoken with him? How is he? He misses you. Raina said, but he is fine for the most part, but as I said, he misses you. Well, you may as well both listen to my story. Is anyone else there who might interrupt us? My parents are here. Hermione said, actually, they may want to listen to this too. You are all in danger, after all, don't you? Why? Jane asked. He's back, isn't he? Voldemort. Hermione asked. Raina nodded. Yes, and he's already had Pettigrew kill Cedric. They were responsible for my disappearance. I'll go get my parents then. Hermione said, who is this Voldemort person? And why are we in danger from him? Jane asked. So, Raina filled her in on Voldemort, that he was after her and why he would target Hermione and her family because of that. When Hermione returned with her parents, Jane was looking a little pale. All right, Raina, what happened? Hermione asked, worry lacing her tone. The cup was a portkey designed to take me straight to Voldemort. Raina began. She told the story of what happened in the graveyard once again, and then of her escape, and then what Loki and Thor had revealed to her. So, you're Thor's niece? Jane asked. Turns out I am. Raina nodded. I even have Mum's diary to confirm the fact that she was who they claimed. So, you're in Asgard? Hermione asked. Yep. We used the Tesseract to get here. Thor mentioned they're now using its power to rebuild the Bifrost after he destroyed it during a fight with Loki. I've already contacted Professor Dumbledore, so he knows of the situation, but I think Voldemort is going to want to try and get to me, Hermione. You are an easy target. The Weasleys have wards. You don't. Do you honestly think they will come here? Mrs. Granger asked. At some point, I think he probably will send someone. Raina said, looking worried. I am so sorry. I'll put you all in danger. It's not your fault. Mr. Granger said. We may not have wards, but I'm sure we can go somewhere they won't find us. You can come back with me to Puente Antigua. Jane said. My things have all been moved back there now, and I have an apartment. I doubt they'll be able to find you there. And all any of the neighbors know is that Jane lives in America. It's an awfully big place. They wouldn't know where to start. Mrs. Granger said. Mr. Granger nodded. You're right. That's probably the best idea. I'll go get us plane tickets. When do you suggest we leave? He asked Raina. Some point soon. Raina said. There was a loud knock on the door. Raina, are you in there? Thor asked. Come in, Thor, she said. The door opened, and Thor came in. I see you're already using the mirror. She nodded. I'm pretty sure there's someone who you'll want to talk to here, Raina said, before moving across on the sofa and patting the seat beside her. Who? He came and sat down beside her and glanced down at the mirror. Jane, Thor, she said happily. It's good to see you again. Why didn't you tell me you had a niece? We had no idea where she was at the time. Thor said, I was planning on telling you the next time I saw you. Now we found her. I'll be back in Puente Antigua the next time you visit. Where are you now? He asked. In England, actually. Jane said. Thor, this is my Aunt Emma Granger, her husband, Daniel, and their daughter Hermione. One of my best friends. Raina added. That's a coincidence. Thor started. His eyes turned to Hermione. Thank you for being such a good friend to my niece, Miss Granger. Hermione flushed. No problem at all, she said. When will Aina be back on Midgard? Not for a while, Thor said. She has still to recover and has much to learn. Loki intends to begin teaching her magic tomorrow, and then there is her other training to go through without magic. But will she be back in time for school? Hermione asked. I don't know, Thor said, shrugging. I'd better be. I've got my Well exams this year. Raina said. You're going to keep asking, aren't you? Thor asked her. I'll keep pestering, sure. Oh dear. Hermione groaned. You're in trouble now, she said. Pester, not ask. Is that a problem? Thor asked. It is when it comes from the daughter of one marauder, the goddaughter of another, the student of a third, and someone who has been influenced by the Weasley twins. Raina said, my mind's always been filled with ideas. I just never had a chance to unleash them. Oh, let's not forget the niece of the god of mischief. I will talk to Father to see what is going to happen, but I make no promises of the outcome. Speaking of Father, he wishes to see the mirror. It is why I am here. Then I take it we'll need to end the conversation for now, then? For now. I will see you soon, Jane. Bye, Thor. Jane replied. Take care. And be quick moving, guys. You never know when he'll make a move to try and draw me out. Raina said, we will so long as you do too. Hermione, I probably couldn't get a paper cut here without being bloody fussed over. Raina replied, I'll contact Sirius and the Weasleys before I call back, but I'll speak to you the next chance I get. See you soon. See you. The mirror clouded over and became a smooth black surface once again. Raina felt tears prick her eyes, and she brushed them away furiously before they could spill over. She was so happy that she had the chance to talk with Hermione, but at the same time, she wanted to be there with Hermione, to hug her and be sure she was safe. Thor pulled her into his side. She is fine, and she will stay safe. Everything will work out in the end, Raina. I promise. That bastard took my parents from me, Thor. I couldn't bear losing any of my friends too. I know. We will make sure no harm comes to them. Now come. Your grandfather wishes to see the mirror, and it is best not to keep him waiting for too long. Raina nodded. I contacted Professor Dumbledore first. He wants to speak to someone. I've agreed to contact him again tomorrow. At the same time, Thor nodded. Then I will be sure that Loki and I at the very least will be there to speak with him. They stood, and Raina slipped the mirror back into the bag Loki had conjured for it. Then they left the room. He had known she had been powerful. It was why he had made sure Voldemort had targeted the Potters. It would be far easier to win the war with Raina as the chosen one, carefully molded into his weapon, of course. It had been why he had been there the moment the wards had been triggered at Godric's Hollow. Why he hadn't interfered. And then he had taken 1-year-old Raina and planted certain memories into the right minds, and given the child to Hagrid to hand back to him at Privet Drive. But he hadn't expected this. He had thought Lily to just be a powerful descendant from a lost old family who had become squibs after far too much inbreeding. He would have to tread carefully from here on out with this revelation. Raina already trusted him, but a wrong move on his part could have all his well-laid plans crumbling around him. If he played his cards right, then he would have his guardians on his side. If he made a wrong move, however, his weapon could slip through his control. The last thing he needed was for Raina to be kept out of reach in Asgard for the duration of the war. He needed her to fulfill his plans. Without her death, the light would never win. A/N. Please review. Chapter 10. Disclaimer. I own nothing. Chapter 10. Odin had examined the mirror carefully that night and gave it back and said that Reyna could keep it the next morning, so long as she hid it well when not using it, and only let those she trusted know of it. When he heard Dumbledore's request, he agreed to speak with him, for the simple reason that he wanted to know why Reyna had not been completely safe in his school. The next day, Loki had begun teaching Reyna magic. They were in the sitting room of his own rooms, so the likelihood of them being disturbed decreased dramatically. The sitting room had books everywhere, and some even had rings on them from where they had been used as coasters. Somehow, there were paths between the stacks of books, and he seemed to know where everything was. She had the brief thought that Hermione's room at her home would either already look similar to this, or would do one day, when she got a place of her own when she was older. "We'll begin with a simple fire spell," Loki said. They hadn't told her that with the power of the Tesseract, the repairs to the bridge had already been completed, and Thor had already been sent to Midgard as well as several others to begin the search for Death Eaters, among other things. It was Loki's job to keep her distracted and not learn of anything they had planned. If everything went well, and it should so long as Thor didn't mess things up, it would be far easier to keep Reyna safe on Asgard. But he doubted it would work in the long term really, but it would work for a while. Loki noted the darkening circles under Reyna's eyes, and knew the nightmares of what she had gone through were probably starting to get to her. So, he resolved to take her mind off everything for now. He cupped her hands in his. "Close your eyes and imagine a flame. Picture the way it moves, how it flickers, the color of it, and the heat it emits. Imagine all those details as vividly as you can and hold them in your mind." She nodded, signaling that she was doing as she'd been told. "Now, keep those details in your mind while you pull at your magic. Concentrate on making the flame appear in your hand with the magic you have control over." Reyna's brow furrowed as she concentrated, and Loki looked down to her cupped hands and saw a flicker as a flame appeared. He smiled. "Open your eyes," he said. She did, and looked down and gasped, just before the small flame disappeared as her concentration broke. "I did it." "Yes, you did, but you're going to need to work on keeping the flame in existence," he said. "Let's try again." They kept up lessons in magic until it was time for lunch. Everyone was persistent that she didn't miss a single meal. And with every meal, she had a set of potions she had to take to help her reach a more healthy weight. Already her pale skin had gained a healthy glow, but she still had little weight and ate very little at mealtimes, not being able to stomach a load of food at once. After lunch, Loki grabbed a book from one of the piles in his sitting room and handed it to her. "I don't know how far you are in runes and how they work in spells and rituals, so it would be best to read that as thoroughly as you can. I haven't learned a thing about runes. I took divination as an elective instead. It isn't a necessary subject to learn?" Loki asked. He pinched the bridge of his nose. "Do they understand how closely interwoven magic and runes are? Some of the most basic magical principles are based around rune work, and they give their students the choice of ignoring one of the most important aspects of magic. Honestly, what do they teach you? Potions, transfiguration, charms, defense against the dark arts." She broke off when Loki snorted. "Dark arts. Mortals. Magic is magic, not good and not bad. It's all about how you use the spells." He pointed his hand at a glass on the table, and it began to levitate. "The mortal wizards who have been teaching you the past few years, what would they say about levitation?" She shrugged. "It was one of the first things we learned to do. Imagine that's a person on a cliff," he said. Then he flicked his wrist and the glass moved over the edge and dropped, shattering. She got the idea. "I see where you're going. But what about things like the killing curse, the Cruciatus and the Imperious? If I'm not mistaken, then the last two are the torture and controlling curses, correct?" Reyna nodded. "Yeah, I can shake the Imperious, but the Cruciatus." She shuddered. "Voldemort used it on you," he said. "One of his favorites." Reyna said, "I can't see how it could be just magic. I mean, the killing curse could be used to put someone out of their misery, if they're just going to have a slow death otherwise. And it's a quick way of making sure your enemies stay down, and the Imperious could stop suicides, I guess, but I don't understand how any good could come from the Cruciatus. It's a way to get information. Virtus Serum," she said. "Or the Imperious. What you're going to have to become accustomed to is that we're a society that doesn't work along the same lines that you are used to. If I understand correctly, many human societies have gotten rid of the death penalty, and the only form of punishment is imprisonment, correct?" "Well, yeah, it is different on Asgard. Prisoners aren't simply housed. We have other punishments. Of course, they all receive trials, at which the punishment is given to suit the crime, but you get the idea. We don't use torture for fun, I assure you, but it is used as punishment for those who deserve it. The punishment fits the crime. Now, I'm not expecting you to use a curse to torture someone. No one is. But what I'm saying is that if you use the cruciatus within reason, say when we brought Voldemort and Pettigrew for punishment, no one would bat an eyelid. I can see where you're coming from, but... She shuddered and her voice dropped to a hoarse whisper, and her eyes focused on something far away. There are times where I can still feel remnants of the pain. I tried to fight it off, but I couldn't, and when I screamed, they just laughed. Another shudder racked through her, and tears welled in her eyes. Loki pulled her into a hug, not saying anything. He knew she needed to get it off her chest, and the only way to coax the information out of her was to let it come. It felt like my blood was boiling me from the inside out, and at the same time, I had 1,000 knives tearing me to shreds. And all I could think of was that by giving in, I was failing everyone. You failed no one. Loki said, do not even think that again. You got out of there, and you got to safety. You haven't failed anyone. You haven't let anyone down. He wiped a tear away from her face, and more spilled over quickly. Thor couldn't understand why Heimdall had said the man wouldn't come willingly if he was told the situation, but he knew he had to do what he'd been told. Otherwise, this could take longer than he had planned. Fandral handed him the large sack, and when he saw his target, he made his move. But he could still not believe he was doing this. Padfoot felt like ripping something to shreds. He had searched everywhere he knew she had been in the Muggle world, thinking she could have gone to any one of those places upon her escape, but he had received no luck in finding Reyna or any link to her whereabouts. If only he knew where the Death Eaters had set up shop. He may be able to track her then. Unless Snape was lying, and she hadn't escaped. He wouldn't put it past the greasy git to lie like that, and have them running round in circles looking for her like headless chickens. Suddenly, he was snatched up into a large sack, and he yelped in shock. Was he being dognapped? Padfoot realized then that yes, he was. So, he began snarling and barking as loudly and as threateningly as possible, while trying to squirm out of the bag, even though it made no effect, and he could feel the person who had grabbed him walking away with him, as if he was no more of a nuance than a fly. He suddenly felt a spinning sensation and whined. It had felt like a very surreal Porky transport sensation. Suddenly, the sack was upended and he was tipped out. He rolled out onto a gold floor very ungracefully, before pulling himself to his paws and growling at the 3 men in armor. He ignored their choice of clothing and continued to growl, hackles raised. I still think it might have been better to approach him differently, Heimdall, the man with the red cloak said. He would not have listened, or he would think you a follower of the mortal wizard we are hunting, and attacked you. The man in the gold armor, Heimdall, replied. The third man, the one with the quiff, snorted. Like he would have gotten far against Thor, or me for that matter. It would have complicated matters, Fandral. You may have killed him in retaliation, and then where would we be? He has a point. I do not think I would be able to tell my niece that we killed her godfather. I wouldn't have had the heart. You can change back to your human form, Mr. Black. We know you are a wizard. The one with the red cape, Thor said. Sirius shifted back to his human form, and his hand itched for his wand. Who are you? He growled. We mean you no harm, Mr. Black. Thor said. But you would not, as Heimdall pointed out, have believed us if we simply approached you and told you what was going on. Nilharim? You dog-napped me. He almost yelled. I was in the middle of looking for my goddaughter. Do you know how much danger she's in? None whatsoever. She is no longer on Midgard, and as such is out of reach from those who seek to kill her. Heimdall replied, just as you are no longer on Midgard, the way they spoke, the armor, and their names and the way they referred to Earth. No, it couldn't be. All right, whose idea of a joke is this? I swear, I'm going to kill Mooney if he thinks this is funny, because it's not. I don't have time for jokes while Rain is still in trouble. There is no way I'm going to believe your Norse gods. Just take a look outside, and you may believe us. Thor said. He guessed Sirius Black was more of a man of actions than words, so there was no point in trying to talk him round. Besides, that was Loki's area of expertise. Sirius edged out of the giant gold dome he was in, keeping an eye on the 3 men at the same time. When he was outside, he turned just for a quick glance and stopped dead, his jaw dropping. Sweet Merlin. He said, "Welcome to Asgard." He heard Thor's voice boom before a large hand clapped him on the back, causing him to stumble a little. "But how? Come, we will explain everything as best we can on the ride to the palace." Thor said, "I'm sure you wish to see Rhaena again, no?" That snapped him out of it. "She's here?" "Aye." Thor nodded. "Has been for several days now. There is much to discuss. You have not been told quite a lot of things." For once, Sirius was quite glad he was a pureblood from one of the ancient and noble houses. He had absolutely no problems in riding the horse, but he almost fell off in shock when he was told that Lily wasn't Lily but was in fact Ingrid, a goddess. And because of that, so was Rhaena, who was actually a princess in Asgard. "Are you sure?" "Yes, I am." Thor grinned. "Bloody hell, wait. This means she should never have gone to the Dursleys. The Blood Wards are non-existent. She was never safe there to begin with." "Blood Wards?" "Dumbledore. He said he placed blood wards around the Dursleys that meant that Voldemort and his followers would be unable to reach her there. They were based on the sacrifice Ingrid, made when she stood between Voldemort and Rhaena on that Halloween. He said because of the same blood that ran in Petunia's veins ran in Rhaena's, it allowed for that protection. And all this time, it's been non-existent. Those bloody Death Eaters could have reached her at any time. They could have, but no longer." Thor said, "I assure you, she is safe, but she misses all those she cared for on Midgard, which is why you have been allowed to come here. My father does not wish for her to be placed in danger again. None of us do. He hopes that if you are here, it may placate her." Sirius snorted. "I'm a bargaining chip then. She has been through much. We're hoping that you can also help us help her." Sirius nodded. "Of course. I promised her parents to look after her. I've done an awful job so far, but I'll do whatever I can." Sirius wore a similar expression to Rhaena's on her first ride through Asgard when they passed through the city. He was in awe at the beauty of it. When they reached the palace, he jumped from the horse's back. Rhaena was heading back from the gardens when she saw Thor and Fandral arrive with a third person who she hadn't had a good look at. She hadn't even known they had gone. She had gone to the gardens again that afternoon after Loki had finished their lessons for the day. Exploring the palace gardens was quickly becoming a routine for her. It was peaceful out there, and the sense of all the beautiful flowers calmed her mind and helped her think clearly. Rhaena stopped, however, when the third man moved into view. "Sirius," she choked out. He turned to face her, and a grin of relief spread over his face. She practically flew at him and latched onto him, hugging him tightly. "Hey there, Prongslit," he said, holding onto her tightly. "You had me worried there for a while." Sirius pulled back to assess her. "You aren't looking too bad. Could stand to put on some weight, however." She snorted. "Now you sound like Mrs. Weasley," she said, smiling sadly. He made a show of looking mortified. "You wound me, Rhaena. I am not that overbearing mother hen." She hit his shoulder lightly. "She is a lovely woman, but she can be a bit overbearing at times, yes." "Wait, how did you get here?" "The Bifrost is now repaired," Thor said, approaching them. "We thought your godfather here could help you in your recovery. You are looking very tired, Rhaena. Are you all right?" "Just had a bit of trouble sleeping last night is all. And I started lessons on magic with Loki today." Thor nodded. "Well, father wishes to speak with you," he said to Sirius. "You and Rhaena will be able to catch up soon enough. Try and get some rest, Rhaena." "I will. See you soon, Sirius." "See you soon, Prongslit." He followed Thor and Fandral inside, and after a moment Rhaena just shook her head and walked inside too, but turned in another direction and headed for her rooms. She would have time to scry for Ron and hopefully talk to him, and then also call Remus too. She'd have to tell him that Sirius was fine. She didn't want him to panic and get hurt searching for his friend. When she got to her rooms, she pulled out the mirror from where she had hidden it in a convenient little alcove behind her bookshelf and sat down. She pulled it from the bag and held it securely in her hands. "Ron Weasley," she said clearly. She saw him sitting with the rest of his family, and Remus, strangely, in a kitchen that she had never seen before. They were all eating food. That was, until Ginny looked up and let out a shocked cry and pointed right at her. That was followed by much clamoring and shouting as they all stood and rushed to where her reflection must have been to talk with her. She just remained silent until they all calmed down. "Right? Now you all have that off your chests. I'm going to say this only one more time, so hear me out. I am in Asgard. I am safe and sound. It turns out my mother, Lily, was actually Ingrid Odindater, having used her magic to revert back to a child, then grow up as a mortal. Any questions? And please, one at a time, how did this happen? Remus asked. I'm going to get tired of telling this story. Rhaenys said, all right, here goes. She told them the whole thing from the start, barely noticing that Percy wasn't present. She vaguely wondered where he was. So, Sirius is with you? Rhaena nodded. He is. Well, he's on Asgard. Currently talking with Odin. I hope he doesn't say anything that could get him killed. I wouldn't put it past Sirius to make a wrong joke about one thing or another and get executed for it. So, your uncle, Fred began. Loki is the god of, George continued. Mischief. They both finished together. I am not introducing you. Rhaena, they whined. You cause enough trouble as it is. Rhaena said, you are coming back though, right? Ron asked. I hope so. If they say no, I'm going to be a right mini marauder. Remus winced, but Fred and George looked on with pride. That's it. Look to the legends for inspiration. The two said. More importantly, my dad, godfather, and third-year dada teacher. Rhaena said, smirking, knowing she had just dropped Remus in the deep end. After all, they were prongs, Padfoot, and Mooney. Remus' jaw dropped, and his eyes widened, before flicking to the door, his way of escape. Stay safe, cub. Call back soon. And he ran from the room, the twins hot on his heels. So, where are you? That kitchen is definitely not the burrow. It's too dark and dingy. We can't say, dear. Molly said, it's under the Fidelius. Rhaena nodded. Oh, okay then. But everyone is all right, yeah? We're all fine, mate. Ron said, worried sick about you, though. Especially when Professor Dumbledore did tell me. Rhaena said, looking away for a moment and blinking to clear the tears. She then looked back. I'm fine. As fine as I can be, at least. The nightmares are awful, though. And they only started last night. Don't they have potions for that? Ron asked. Dreamless sleep? Or something? I don't want to become dependent on potions. If I get them out of the way now, then they won't come back later. Hopefully. Are they feeding you properly? Molly asked. If I don't turn up for a meal, then they make sure food's brought to my rooms and that I eat it. So, yeah, they are. I even have a potions regime to help combat the malnutrition. Well, at least you're eating. Are you sure you are okay? Molly asked, concerned. It's going to take time. Of course. You'll be fine, mate. Ron said. You can always call if you ever need to talk. I know. Thanks, Ron, really. I appreciate you being there for me. I will call the first chance I get. Now, I'd better go. It'll soon be time for me to call Professor Dumbledore again, and Odin wants to talk to him. Be careful, Rhaena, Ron said, and then she let the mirror cloud over. She slipped it back in the bag and hid the mirror once again. Now they had let Sirius come to Asgard. Maybe she could convince Odin to let a couple more of her friends visit too. She grabbed the book Loki had given her on runes and began to read it at her vanity, which she could use as a desk, with parchment and a quill at the ready, to take notes to remember and also write down any questions she had to clear things up with Loki. She was 5 pages into the book when there was a knock on the door. She stood, walked into the living room, and opened the door. She grinned and launched herself into her godfather's arms. How'd it go? I think I got the closest to welcome to the family that I'm likely to get, Sirius said, hugging her back. I don't think he quite likes me, but the fact of me being your godfather and having your best interests at heart may have worked out in my favor. Thank Merlin you didn't insult him. Cool. Do you have your room yet? I'm in one of the guest rooms. It's 2 halls down. Wow, yours is better than mine. I am a member of the family, she said, closing the door. Is yours just a bedroom then? With a sofa in front of the fireplace, a large wardrobe, and an ensuite bathroom. I have a walk-in wardrobe. A massive one at that. Sit down. They took a seat on the sofa, and he drew her into a hug. How you doing, pup? Really? Not good, Patty. In my dreams last night, I saw Mum, Dad, and Cedric, and they were blaming me. And then at the same time, I was feeling the pain the Death Eaters and Voldemort inflicted on me when I was in that cell. You listened to me very carefully. It wasn't your fault. None of this was your fault, Sirius said. He moved to kneel in front of her and took her hands in his. Your parents and Cedric would never blame you, and neither does anyone else. Do you understand me? So, you shouldn't blame yourself either. All of this was Voldemort's fault. That is something you have to realize. You hold none of the blame. None of it, she nodded. But Sirius knew that she still very much blamed herself. It was just something that was going to take time. He shifted again and sat beside her, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. So tell me, what have you been up to while you've been here? He asked. A while later, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Raina said. Gerda came into the room and curtsied. The king wishes to see you. He says you already know what it is about, princess. Thank you, Gerda, she said, smiling at the woman. I'll go there now. Gerda smiled, curtsied again, and left the room. I take it that was one of your maids? Sirius asked. She nodded and walked to the bookshelf. Reaching behind it, she grabbed the mirror. So, what are you going to do while I'm gone? Probably explore the place a bit. Just don't morally insult anyone. Please. Sirius let out a bark of laughter, and they both left the room. A/N. Please review. Chapter 11. Disclaimer. I own nothing. Chapter 11. The five of them had gathered to hear what Dumbledore would say to Odin's questioning. But Raina, not expecting much, had asked Frigga for something to draw with, and was soon drawing a picture of Voldemort, as she had promised Heimdall, listening with half an ear as she did so. She was shocked from her drawing for a moment when she heard the voice of Minister Fudge butt in. Now see here, man. I demand to talk to Raina Potter at once. Her account is needed to discover where Black is hiding. You are in no position to make demands of me, mortal. Odin said, his tone hardening and eye narrowing. Who are you? Why should I pay you any mind while I am here to speak with the headmaster of Hogwarts? Unless I was mistaken, and you are he. I am Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic. As such, it is my right to know the goings-on in my country, especially matters pertaining to dangerous psychopaths, such as Sirius Black. Sirius is innocent. Raina almost yelled, standing up and walking to stand behind Odin's shoulder, so she could look into the mirror too. It wasn't him. It was Voldemort. He's back. He's not back. It's impossible. You have been confounded again, Miss Potter. Fudge insisted. Why would he do that? And let me get away, instead of just killing me. No. Sirius is innocent. And Voldemort is back. If you don't face facts, then more innocent people are going to die, and the blood will be on your hands due to your ineptitude. Mass murderers don't just confound their prisoners and let them go. Then the torture has gone to your head. He's not back. Oh, you damned idiot, Raina cried out. Frigga pulled her to one side to get her to calm down, knowing that Odin could handle the situation easily enough. Raina shook ever so slightly from anger as she sat back down, her grandmother beside her. She continued her drawing, and when she was done, pushed it to Frigga, who frowned at the sight of it. The question on her face was obvious, so Raina quickly wrote the name Lord Voldemort beneath the face she had drawn. Frigga nodded. They didn't speak as they were still listening to Odin and Dumbledore trying to talk sense into Fudge. It looked as if Loki and Thor had a few choice words to say to the minister as well. Then, Fudge stormed from the room. If the silence followed by the sound of a slamming door was anything to go by. And he is the leader of your people? Odin asked incredulously. He cannot even acknowledge that a threat to his people exists. Cornelius is a peacetime minister. He knows that if it comes to war, his career will come to an end. And that is something he does not want. Dumbledore said, It has come to my attention that my granddaughter's safety has been compromised several times while she's been under your protection. May I ask why that would be? She does seem to attract more trouble than the average teenager, and it is something I regret each time it happens. Dumbledore sighed regretfully. Unfortunately, I believe that I may hold some of the blame there. My vigilance seems to be slipping in my old age. Odin launched into what seemed to Raina to be a full-length interrogation of the aging headmaster. When he was done, he ended the conversation and handed the mirror to Raina. Thank you, Raina. I believe that is all I needed to ask Professor Dumbledore. If you could return the mirror to where you hide it. Raina nodded. All right. She stood and left the room and headed straight back for her bedroom. When she was gone, Loki broke the silence. Something was wrong with that mortal that I noticed, Odin said. He hit it well, but something was off in his attitude towards Raina and the man who murdered Ingrid. What it is, however, is another matter entirely. Someone would have to be closer to figure out his true intentions. No way. She's only just come home, and there's still danger to her there, Loki growled, realizing which path Odin would take on this matter. I realize that, Odin said, but the only way to get him to reveal his plans might be to place Raina within his reach. whatever his plans may be. No, Frigga protested. We cannot use her like this. Father, Mother is right. Does Reyna not deserve peace after what she has been through? Thor asked. I'm not suggesting we send her back alone. You and Loki will accompany her, along with Lady Sif and the Warriors 3. I've only just started teaching her magic that does not need a wand, Loki said, and we haven't even begun to teach her how to defend herself without magic. She isn't ready. Then begin teaching her how to defend herself tomorrow. And as I said, it will not be as if she will be going unprotected. And you can continue to train her on Midgard, can you not? If he has any plans that could affect Reyna in any negative way, they must be found out and stopped. Even if we kept her out of his reach, he would still try something. We need to know what. But like you said, she is out of his and Voldemort's reach here. She is safe. Why do we need to worry what this mortal's plans are? Frigga asked. He may be trying to commit a crime against Asgard. Odin said, a crime against our family. I want to know what that is and why he believes he can get away with it. This was an issue on which he wouldn't budge, they knew. So, they would have to do whatever they could in order to protect Reyna in a dangerous situation. Then we will begin her training tomorrow morning. Thor said, but I do not like this. Neither do I. Odin said, but it must be done. Tell her nothing of this for now. I will tell her myself in a few days. We know nothing of the dangers to her there. What little we do know is from what little Reyna has told us. Loki pointed out, we cannot protect her properly if we do not know the full extent of the danger she has been under in the past. Then we will get her to tell us the rest of the story. I doubt that she will expect the trip to Midgard to come without a price. She trusts Dumbledore. That much is obvious. We cannot tell her what we suspect. She will not believe us. Not yet at least. So, we say that in exchange for letting her continue attending Hogwarts, she tells us of her past. Don't you think she should be allowed to do that in her own time? When she is ready? Frigga asked, frowning deeply. I do believe the mortal phrase is to kill two birds with one stone. Odin said, Mother is right. She should be able to tell us in her own time. To push her into it may have negative side effects. Loki said, and Thor nodded in agreement. But then we will not know the extent of the danger she's in. Odin said, to understand those who put her in danger, and to protect her from further harm in a dangerous place, we need to know what she has been through there. Reluctantly, they agreed and Thor and Loki left the room. Loki turned towards Reyna's room. Loki, where are you going? To tell Reyna that tomorrow she will begin her defense training so that she doesn't rely on her magic. He replied, and then to the armory so they can begin crafting her own armor and a weapon. I think a pair of hunting knives would be best for her. For now at least. She does not have the strength to wield a sword yet. Then you go inform Reyna. I will go to the armory. It will be done quicker that way. Loki nodded in agreement, and they went their separate ways. When he reached her room, he knocked on the door. When she said for him to come in, he entered and saw her sat on the sofa reading the book on runes that he had given her. She looked exhausted, and the light from the fire only helped to accentuate the shadows under her eyes. You look exhausted, Reyna. You won't take much in unless you sleep. I know, she said, closing the book and looking into the fire. It's just, I don't want to face those dreams, but I know I have to. It would be easy for me to get a dreamless sleep potion from air for you, if you want it, he said, sitting down beside her. She sighed and shook her head. I need to get through these dreams. Otherwise, they'll just come back at a later time. He nodded. At least she was accepting what was happening and trying to move on. That would help speed up the healing process. I know you don't want to sleep, but you need to get your rest. You start your physical training in the morning. She nodded but made no move to go into her bedroom. Are you sure you don't want that potion, even for just tonight? If I start, I don't think I'll stop. Good night, Loki. She quickly turned and hugged him. Good night, Reyna, he said, returning the hug. She stood and walked into her bedroom, and he left the room and headed for his own chambers. A/N. Please review. Chapter 12. Disclaimer. I own nothing. A/N. Thanks to BB Pantheon for the idea. Chapter 12. The next day, Gerda once again woke her up, and the woman did not look happy. What is it, Gerda? Reyna asked, as Gerda laid out black leather pants and a black leather tunic for her to wear today. If you ask me, my lady, no woman's place is on the training fields, let alone the battlefield. Especially a princess. Gerda, there are people out there who don't care about the fact that I am a woman or a princess, they just want me dead. And I'm pretty sure that some of them are women too. Plus, most of them rely solely on magic. This will just give me an upper hand. But you are perfectly safe here on Asgard. I am. But my friends aren't. Highness, I have to go back at some point, Gerda. I can't leave them on their own to fight this war. Not with what that monster has already taken from me. Gerda nodded, but Reyna knew that her opinion hadn't changed and was unlikely to change. She bathed, dressed, and then had breakfast before heading outside, where Sif was waiting for her. She grinned when she saw Reyna heading out. Ready for your first day of training, princess? As ready as I can be. And call me Reyna. I'm not used to being addressed as princess by anyone, she said as Sif led her towards the training fields. Sif nodded. Very well, Reyna it is. Have you ever learned to physically defend yourself before? Does learning to climb trees very quickly count? No, it doesn't. Then no, I haven't. Very well, we'll have to start with a few basic defensive moves before we move on to anything heavier. When we move on to weapons, you'll start with a pair of hunting knives until you build up your strength. Sif playfully pinched Reyna's upper arm. You have no muscles to speak of. There is no way you could successfully wield a sword at this point. I managed to bend thick iron bars. Reyna pointed out to her. Sif scoffed. Child's play. You will learn soon enough. Trust me, it didn't feel like child's play, Reyna said, shaking her head before stopping short as the training fields came into view. Many warriors were sparring with each other, and it was quite the sight to see. Each warrior's skill put the skills of the boxers that Dudley watched on the TV regularly to shame. She groaned. I'm going to make myself look like a complete prat, Reyna said. Everyone starts off as a beginner, Sif assured. I may not know what a prat is, but no one will expect you to be an amazing warrior from the start. Reyna let out a breath. Well, that's new. My fellow classmates expected me to know everything when I first went to Hogwarts. It took them a year to come round to the idea that I was at their level learning-wise. Sif clapped her on her shoulder. Well, not here, Reyna, not here. Come, Thor, Loki, Fandral, Hogan, and Volstagg are waiting for us. The first thing she was taught were, like Sif had said, basic defense moves like how to deflect a straight-on attack or get out of a hold, and also how to disarm her opponent if they had a knife. The lesson progressed from there, and Reyna was sure that she was going to be very bruised later on. Sirius, who had come to watch, found it rather hard to laugh at her misfortune, and she knew she had to get him back for that. He wouldn't laugh so much if he was in her position. Hey, Padfoot, she said slowly when they were taking a short break. Hogan and Volstagg were currently sparring. Yes, he replied, still sniggering slightly. How well would you be able to defend yourself without a wand? Her tone was conversational, but both she and Sirius knew what she was up to. And either way Sirius answered would earn him a round of fighting with one of the Sir. He opened his mouth before closing it and then clearing his throat. Well, at air, it never really came up, but I am a very good duelist. One of the top Aurors, you know, before Azkaban, of course. That will not do, Thor declared. Reyna may one day need you to help her. What if you were rendered unarmed? You would not be much use in protecting her then. Not long after, Reyna was laughing openly at her godfather's misfortune of being on his back, a pitiful moan escaping his lips. You brought that up for this very reason, didn't you? Loki asked, smirking slightly. Of course. He was laughing at me. I had to do something, she replied. It was honestly the first thing that came to my mind. He laughed slightly. I wouldn't have wanted to give you time to come up with more ideas then. He looked over to Sirius. Thor didn't go too hard on you, I hoped, Sirius. He grinned. I should just stick to magic. He groaned, pulling himself to his feet. Did your father not teach you, or hire a tutor for you to teach you hand-to-hand combat? Thor asked Sirius. In the wizarding world, many wizards, especially purebloods, hold the view that muggle brawling, as they call it, is beneath them as they have magic. That's ridiculous, Volstagg said. You just got beat to a pulp. What if they lost their wands? Then they're dead meat, Sirius answered. They sound it, Sif said. Taking on these Death Eaters shouldn't be that hard. Disarm them, and they're useless. You have to disarm them first, Reyna pointed out before they moved on to weapons. She was taught a few moves with hunting knives, and Loki also began to teach her how to use throwing knives and throwing stars. She got frustrated when she kept missing the target and falling incredibly short, but Loki reassured her that it was normal for all beginners to not hit anything the first time they tried, except perhaps it was unintentionally and far off the intended target. Later on, when you're ready, I'll teach you how to lace a poison spell into the blade, Loki said. That way, when you throw it at someone, it will do even more damage. By lunch, Reyna felt ready to sleep, but afterwards she found that she wasn't going to get the chance, having magic lessons with Loki straight after lunch. The next few days passed in this manner, with horse riding lessons from Sif in between, except for her birthday. She received a pile of presents which was probably bigger than the combined amount of gifts Dudley ever got from Christmas and his birthday in a year. The presents included a load of jewelry, clothes, and books, and not just from her family, but from those who were very influential in the court too, apparently. Someone even sent her a couple of horses. She also received armor of her own, hunting knives, and a set of throwing knives and stars off Thor. The innermost layer of the armor was a leather tunic and leggings which had protective enchantments on them, meaning she would be able to wear them under just about anything, therefore having protection all the time. The only thing she couldn't wear them under were her gowns, and she probably wouldn't be able to wear the leggings under her school skirt either. But that was about it. She had taken to wearing clothes suitable for training anyway. She was just more comfortable in them than the fancy dresses. Loki had also surprised her with a familiar. Her jaw dropped when she saw the small, jet black wolf pup in his hands, which he handed to her. Its big blue eyes looked up at her, before it let out a small bark and began licking under her chin. When he's grown, he will be a fine protector for you. He will be bigger than an ordinary wolf. His shoulders will come up to around your elbows when he's fully grown. He's just the size of a normal pup, Reyna said, gazing at the bundle of black fur in her hands, which was licking at her affectionately. Now he is, but not for long. He will grow quickly, but will live as long as you do, as your familiar. Oh, I love him, Loki, thank you. She hugged him tightly, surprising her uncle. She was finding it much easier now to think of Thor and Loki as her uncles, and Odin and Frigga as her grandparents, but she had never called them that out loud. The yelp from the pup alerted her that she was squashing him, and she let go of Loki, so she wouldn't squash her new familiar. Though he had better not eat Hedwig, she thought, thinking of her other familiar. He will not harm her if she is close to you, Loki informed her. What are you going to call him? Ardwyatt, I think, she said after a moment's thought. She nodded. Ardwyatt is definitely what I'm going to call him. Later on, she thought she would have to rename him Gluttony. He ate ravenously, and his appetite only increased as he grew. A week after her birthday, Ardwyatt was more than double the size he had been when Loki had given him to her as a gift, and he was still growing. Sirius had also managed to get her a present too, a silver athame knife which was good for both ritual work and potions. Reyna still had terrible nightmares every night, but the presence of her new familiar, who had at first slept on the pillow next to her, but now occupied the area at the foot of the bed when sleeping, eased them somewhat. She assumed it was the subconscious knowledge that her familiar was close by to protect her should something happen. But she was starting to be able to eat substantially more than she had been before, and she knew it showed. With the help of Aera's potion regime and Iduna's apples supplementing each of her meals, she was getting back to a healthy weight. She wasn't skin and bones anymore. Add to that her training, and some of the weight she was gaining were becoming muscles that would be able to help her in a fight. Of course, her muscles weren't exactly noticeable. She wasn't looking to be buff. But they were there. At least they were developing. Odin had borrowed her mirror again one evening after her birthday, but she had no idea what he had wanted to use it for. The next evening they were in the same lounge that she had fainted in the first day she had been in Asgard for. It wasn't just Reyna and her grandparents. Thor and Loki were there too. Ardwyatt, who was now just a bit bigger than your average wolf, was curled up in front of the large fire, seemingly fast asleep. She knew her wolf better by now, though, and knew that he was just doing it so as to remain unnoticed. It was his own way of being able to keep an eye on things without any threats thinking he was a threat. Reyna instantly recognized the stone basin that was in the room with them. That's a pensive, isn't it? It is. Odin nodded. Last night I had a long talk with your headmaster. You may return to Midgard to finish your schooling. So long as you return to Asgard the moment we hear of any sort of threat to you in that school, and so long as Thor, Loki, Sif, and the Warriors 3 remain there with you. Really? Her face lit up in a bright smile, but then her smile dropped and her eyes narrowed. What's the catch? Before he says anything else, the three of us are against this. You should be able to tell us in your own time. Frigga gestured to herself. Thor and Loki, neither of whom looked particularly pleased. Odin brought the attention back to the subject by speaking once more. In order to better protect you while there, your uncles and the other four accompanying you will need to know not only the ins and outs of your school, but also the various dangers you have faced there. Raina knew where this was going. You want to view my memories of my years at Hogwarts. She groaned. Ardwide's ears perked slightly at the sound, searching for trouble when he sensed her tone wasn't quite right. It would be easier for you than telling us, Odin said. Raina closed her eyes. They would find out eventually, and it would be better than them hearing different versions of the truth from people who would let the rumors change the true events. Not that she, Ron, or Hermione had ever actually let people in on events, except for Dumbledore, of course. And it would mean she could go back to school. Raina nodded, opening her eyes. All right, where do you want to start? Probably just before you begin your first year would be a good idea, Frigga said, shooting a glare at Odin. But you don't have to if you don't want to. It's a good idea. Now, how am I supposed to put my memories into the pensive? Chapter 13. Disclaimer. I own nothing. Chapter 13. Loki helped her place the memories she needed in the pensive. Raina was really hoping that what they were about to see wouldn't make them change their minds. She had decided that Dudley's birthday was probably the best place to start. They all entered the pensive, and Ardwide scrambled in after them, before curling up at Raina's feet to watch his mistress's memories with the others. The first scene was her climbing out of her cupboard. They may as well know. They all got a good look at the inside of the cupboard, and she could tell all of them were already getting angry. Mind the bacon, and be careful you don't burn anything. Petunia snapped. I want everything to be perfect for my Duddykins special day. That had Thor and Loki almost cracking up, despite the seriousness of the situation. But she was sure they had by no means forgotten the cupboard and were probably cataloging each bad thing done to her by the Dursleys. Soon, the memory turned to the zoo and the reptile house, with her speaking to the snake. Sorry about them. I don't think I'd much like to have nothing but people poking their ugly noses in at me all day. How can the snake understand you? Frigga asked as the scene unfolded. That's answered in second year, Raina said, just as she was knocked over by Dudley. And then he and Piers fell through the glass, well, where the glass should have been, and the snake escaped. Thanks, oh no. The snake hissed before slithering away. Brazil, here I come. She had deliberately left out being thrown in her cupboard. So the next memory was the day the first letter arrived. She was sat at the table, eating the small amount of food she had on her plate. The mail was heard coming through the letterbox. Get the mail, Dudley, Vernon said. Make Raina get it. Dudley whined. Get the mail, Raina. Make Dudley get it, she said, obviously feeling rather brave that day. Or perhaps just particularly fast. Hit her with your walking stick, Dudley. Vernon hadn't even looked up from the paper. Raina skillfully dodged the stick and escaped out into the hall before grabbing the mail and flicking through it. Her eyes widened at the envelope addressed to her. More addressed to her cupboard. They knew. Odin asked. I asked Professor McGonagall how she knew which room mine was, and she said it was an automatic feature of the self-addressing quill. So no, I don't think they did. They had better not have. Or they will have more to worry about than Death Eaters. Thor rumbled. Loki nodded in agreement. What are you doing, girl? Checking for letter bombs? Vernon asked before chuckling at his own joke. If I found one, I'd make sure it exploded in your face. Raina muttered darkly, sticking her letter into her jeans pocket and heading back to the kitchen. She handed the rest of the mail to Vernon and resumed her seat, slipping the letter out of her pocket, examining it before beginning to open it, just as Dudley snatched it out of her hands. Dad! Raina got a letter. Vernon laughed snidely. Who'd be writing to her? He took the letter from Dudley and looked at it, all color draining from his face. Petunia all but shrieked at the sight of it. Vernon? Oh, Vernon! She sounded distraught. What do we do? Vernon grabbed the two 11-year-olds by the scruffs of the necks. Out! Both of you! I want to read my letter. It's my letter. I want to read it, Dad. But they both ended up out in the hall, and a scuffle ensued for who would listen at the keyhole. Dudley won. Oh, honestly, did no one teach that boy any manners? Frigga asked. The teachers tried. Raina told her. Oh, Vernon, what do we do? Petunia asked. Nothing. We swore we'd put a stop to this nonsense. But How did they know about the cupboard? Probably watching us, following our every move. But if we ignore the letter, they'll go away. That's hardly sound logic. Loki scoffed. Are they truly that stupid? Odin asked. It's a wonder you turned out as well as you have, Reyna. I would have thought growing up with them would have hampered you, especially in your studies. She decided not to mention that it was only until arriving in Asgard that she had started really paying attention in her studies. Vernon trying to stick himself in the cupboard to talk to them had. Reyna had Thor chuckling at the sight of him squashed in there and Loki smirking. Frigga hit them both over the back of the heads. Stop it, you two. He's so big, and that space was so small he could have suffocated her by doing that. Reyna, your aunt and I've been thinking you really are getting a bit big for it in here. We think it would be best if you moved into Dudley's second bedroom. What about my letter? It was addressed to you by mistake. I've burned it. I don't want to hear another word about that ruddy letter. Move your things before I change my mind. She was walking down the stairs in the dark next. It was obvious she was going to stop the mail and see if there was another letter for her there. There was a loud yell, and Reyna jumped a mile after she trod on something large and squidgy. The light flickered on, and Vernon in a sleeping bag was revealed, looking rather puce-colored. On the other hand, instead of gaining color, Reyna's face had entirely drained of hers. What in the blazes were you doing, girl? He yelled. Reyna scarpered up the stairs quickly and out of reach of Vernon as he lunged for her angrily. The images changed, showing the older of the two Dursleys' growing fear of the letters and Vernon's increasing madness, while the curiosity of their son and Reyna simply grew. Then came that fateful Sunday morning. Sunday. My favorite day of the week, Sunday. And why's that, Dudley? Dudley just shrugged. No post on Sundays? Reyna suggested timidly, serving biscuits to go with the tea. Right you are, Reyna. Vernon said jovially. No post on Sundays. No blasted letters today. Just as he said it, something flew out of the chimney, cutting half his mustache off. It was a letter. Soon, letters were streaming through every gap they could. Reyna jumped up on the coffee table and grabbed a letter, before running for the hall, heading for the cupboard, only to be grabbed round the waist and the letter snatched from her hand by Vernon, who was furious. That's it. We're going away. Far away, where they'll never find us. Pack some clothes. Now, he really is an idiotic man. Thor said, surely they wouldn't be deterred just by you moving? They weren't, Reyna said, shaking her head. Looking back on it, it was actually quite funny. She grinned. I thought we were going to have to get him professional help for his mindset. The car journey followed, as well as the stop in the hotel and the following day's journey, and the trip to the shack on the small island out in the sea. The scene moved to the middle of the night. Dudley was asleep on the sofa, and Reyna had a thin blanket on the floor, watching Dudley's watch carefully. It beeped, signaling midnight. Happy birthday, Reyna, she whispered to herself. Bang! Reyna's head shot to look at the door, and Dudley woke with a start. Bang! Vernon and Petunia ran out, Vernon with the shotgun in hand. Who's there? Vernon asked. Bang! The door fell off its hinges, hitting the floor heavily, and a giant of a man stepped into the shack, his black hair and beard wild. Sorry about that, he said, turning, lifting the door, and placing it to rest in its frame, shutting out the noise of the storm. I demand that you leave at once, sir. You are breaking and entering. Shut up, Disley, you great prude. The giant grabbed the shotgun, bent it into a ball, and threw it to one side. He moved to the side. Budge up your great lump, he said to Dudley, who scarpered to try and hide behind his parents. The giant did someone, and soon a fire was roaring in the hearth. He caught sight of Reyna, who was in the corner, and his face broke into a warm smile. And there's Reyna. Why, the last time I saw you, you could fit into the palm of my hand. I'm sorry, but who are you? Reyna asked. Ruby is Hagrid. But you can call me Hagrid. Everyone does. I'm the keeper of the grounds and keys of Hogwarts. But you'll know all about Hogwarts, of course. No, sorry. Sorry. Ithem should be sorry. He pointed angrily at the Dursleys. Blimey, Reyna. Didn't you ever wonder where your parents learn it all? Learn what? Dursley. You mean to tell me that this girl knows nothing abu anything? He rounded on the now whimpering Vernon. I saw the letter Dumbledore left, containing the explanation. And you haven't told her any of it. Told me what? Hagrid took a deep breath and turned to face Reyna again. You're a witch, Reyna. That's not a nice thing to call someone. Stop. I demand you tell the girl nothing more, man. Vernon roared, finally plucking up his courage. And I suppose you're going to stop me? Hagrid asked. Then followed the explanation of Hogwarts and the truth behind her parents' death. They didn't even tell you the truth of the matter. Frigga gasped. If I ever get my hands on them, she trailed off. Her anger, as well as Odin's, Thor's, and Loki's, seemed palatable. The next part's good, Reyna said, pointing at Dudley. They watched Hagrid swing round his umbrella before he sent it pointing at Dudley. There was a sound like a gunshot, and soon Dudley had his hands clamped over his bottom and was dancing round, revealing the pig's tail. Thor and Loki couldn't stop the laughter that came at the sight. Odin and Frigga merely smiled grimly. He was finally being punished for what he'd done. The scene moved on to Diagon Alley, Gringotts, shopping for her supplies, and the meeting with Draco Malfoy for the first time, before they saw her getting her wand. It's connected to Voldemort's? Odin asked, an eyebrow rising. That connection saves my life later on. Then, Hagrid bought her Hedwig, her first ever birthday present. Well, that she could remember. Then it was the train station. They watched how the Weasleys helped her get onto the platform and how the twins realized who she was. They're pranksters, aren't they? Loki asked. No, Reyna said quickly, too quickly. Loki merely grinned. And it was confirmed when Fred and George promised to send Ginny a toilet seat. Excuse me? Can I sit here? It's just that everywhere else is full. It was the youngest red-haired boy, Ron. Sure. She nodded, and Ron dragged his trunk into the compartment and hoisted it into the rack above their heads. I'm Ron, by the way. Ron Weasley, he said when he had sat down. Reyna Potter. His eyes flicked up to her forehead, which was covered by her fringe. Do you really have the scar? He asked. Has he not heard of tact? Frigga asked. No. Reyna shook her head. Reyna pushed up her fringe to show the scar. Wicked. Ron breathed. The memory went on from there, introducing both Hermione and Neville and showing the confrontation with Draco Malfoy on the train. Remind me to introduce him to Mjolnir if he ever bothers you again, Reyna. Thor said, or you could simply introduce him to Ardwyatt. Loki pointed out, by that time I doubt that there would be any evidence left to find of the mortal's body when he was done with him. Don't put ideas in her head. Frigga scolded. The boy may have matured by now. I won't hold my breath for that. Odin said. Then there was the trip on the boats and the sorting ceremony. She even put in the memory of almost being sorted into Slytherin. You shouldn't have let that boy influence you. There's nothing wrong with being a Slytherin. Reyna looked at him and shook her head. Of course he said that. He was probably more of a Slytherin than Salazar himself. The memory showed her scar hurting when she looked up to the teacher's table to see Snape and the back of Quirrell's head. And her scar hurting. Has that happened often? Frigga asked, concerned. Not until I got to Hogwarts, and then it was only at certain times. You'll see. So, Reyna, you're acting like all this is new to you. But according to the books, you grew up paying regular visits to the wizarding world while you lived in safety in the Muggle world. Hermione said, well, the books are wrong. I learned of Hogwarts when I first got my letter. Reyna said, whoever wrote those books made up a bunch of lies and wrote them down. Honestly, but they were in books. Then they obviously belonged in the fiction section, Hermione. Hell, even if I had grown up knowing, I'd have never made a trip into the magical world. My family dislikes magic. Oh, Hermione said, eyes filled with realization as they both turned back to their food. Have you read any of your course books yet? My Transfiguration, Charms, and Potions books. But there was an awful lot of information. The memory trailed off and went on to the walk along the corridors to the Gryffindor common room, where they were told about the dormitories, and the four girls went up to their own dorms. Then followed the memories of her first days at Hogwarts, the reactions of those that saw her in the corridors, her lessons up until potions. Ardwyatt growled when the potions master swept onto the scene. There will be no foolish wand waving or silly incantations in this class. Snape began. When he saw Reyna, who wasn't looking at him, but instead was writing down his speech, as she had with every other teacher's opening speech, he sneered and approached her desk. Reyna Potter, our new celebrity. Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? I don't know, sir, she said after a moment's hesitation. Snape sneered. Toot toot. Fame clearly isn't everything. He was ignoring Hermione's outstretched hand. Let's try again. Where would you look if I asked you to find me a Bezoar Potter? I don't know, sir. Thought you wouldn't open a book before coming a Potter? What is the difference between Monkshood and Wolfsbane? I don't know. I think Hermione does, though. Why don't you ask her? Snape looked furious. A point from Gryffindor for your cheek, Potter. That man is not cut out to teach. Frigga asked. Is he still teaching? Odin asked. Unfortunately, yeah. It's the dad job that's jinxed. Not the potions one. What does he have against you? Thor asked. A schoolboy grudge carried over from when he and Dad went to school together. Raina told him the memory of potions only got worse as it went on, and the others of the class were just as bad. What could have been one of her best subjects was one of her worst because of the greasy-haired potions master. Keep an eye on him, Odin muttered to his sons. They both nodded. Then, there was the fateful flying lesson. When Malfoy snatched up the Remembrall, they all watched Raina mount her own broom. Raina, you can't, Hermione protested. You know what Madam Hooch said. I won't let him get away with this. Raina said, you've never flown a broom in your life. I guess it's a learning experience then. And she kicked off and soared into the air. She grinned, and then her eyes landed on Malfoy, who seemed shocked. Give it here, Malfoy, or I'll knock you off your broom. Have it your way then, the blonde said, before he lobbed the ball away from them both. Raina shot off after it, following its descent. Frigga was clutching her goddaughter's arm tightly as she watched the memory of Raina's dive after the Remembrall. Raina thought the circulation had been cut off, if the numbness of her hand was anything to go by. Raina caught the glass ball and leveled off before she hit the ground, and Frigga let out a sigh of relief. Don't scare me like that again, she scolded. You may want to leave the pensive now then, Raina said, though she was grinning. No one had ever told her off because she had been in danger of getting hurt, and they had been scared for her. However, that just hardened Frigga's resolve to stay and finish. Watching the memories, they watched as Raina got the place of Seeker on the Quidditch team, and then came the midnight duel. You show that little brat Raina, Thor boomed excitedly, as they watched Raina, Ron, and Hermione head for the trophy room. Something tells me that they won't show up, Thor, Loki said. He was right. They hadn't been in the trophy room 5 minutes when Filch turned up and they hightailed it out of there, only to end up on the third-floor corridor. They ran into a room which Hermione unlocked and closed the door behind them, before breathing a sigh of relief. They turned round at a low growl, looked up at the giant 3-headed dog, and screamed. That was accompanied by the loud barks and growls of Ardwyatt, who had his hackles raised, and the shouts of shock from Raina's family as they watched the children narrowly escape becoming dog food. Who keeps a thing like that locked up in a school? Ron asked when they got back to the common room. Yes, why indeed? Odin agreed. Didn't you see what it was standing on? Hermione asked. No. Ron huffed. I was too busy looking at its heads. You know, all 3. It was standing on a trapdoor, which means it was guarding something. Guarding something? Raina asked. Yes. Now, I'm going to bed before either of you come up with another idea to get us killed, or worse, expelled. That girl needs to get her priorities right, Ron said, and Raina nodded. That led on to Halloween. At Charms, Ron insulted Hermione. She's a nightmare, honestly. No wonder she hasn't got any friends. Hermione barged past them crying. Raina glared at Ron. Honestly, Ron, she said angrily, before running off after Hermione, who had locked herself in a cubicle of the girls' bathroom. Raina could hear her crying, and she timidly knocked on the door. Go away. Hermione, I'm sorry about what Ron said. He just doesn't think before he speaks. You're just sticking up for him because he's your friend. You think the same. No, I don't. I swear I don't. In fact, I think you and Ron are 2 of the only friends I've got. What about Neville, the twins, Parvati, and Lavender? The first 3 are just acquaintances, really. Parvati and Lavender are more of a mini-fan club, should I say? One I definitely do not want, might I add. But I've actually talked to you. If you count me as a friend, then you can't have had many good friends in the past. We really are closer to acquaintances. I really haven't had a friend before coming to Hogwarts. But how could you not? You're really nice. Everyone was too scared of my cousin and his gang, to be honest. Seriously, if you want mean, it's them you need to know. Ron really just lacks a filter. Are you coming out? You go ahead. I'll be out soon. She sniffed. Are you sure? I can stay if you like. I'm not sure if I feel like going to the feast. You won't want to miss it. I hear it's quite something. Go. I'll be fine, if you're sure. Raina sighed before leaving and rejoining Ron in the hall. She hit her friend upside the head. What was that for? Perhaps you could be a little bit more considerate towards Hermione, Ron, and apologize to her later. She was only trying to help. Raina began helping herself to food from the various dishes on offer at the feast, still slightly angry if her harsh movements when putting food on her plate were anything to go by. They were almost finished with dessert when the doors to the great hall opened and Quirrell ran in. Troll in the dungeon. Troll in the dungeon. He stopped halfway up the aisle and his voice quieted, but everyone could still hear him. Just thought you ought to know. And he promptly fainted. Pandemonium broke out. This is where I regret continuing to watch your memories, isn't it? Frigga asked. Raina nodded. Oh yeah, this school gets more dangerous at every turn. At least the dog is trapped in that room. Odin said, unless you went looking for it, you wouldn't come across it again. You didn't go looking for it, did you? Raina? Just watch. Raina stopped Ron as they made their way to the Gryffindor common room. What is it? Ron asked. Hermione. She doesn't know about the troll. Ron's eyes widened and they took off for the girls' toilets, only to stop and duck into an alcove and watch the large, ugly troll go by. I think the trolls left the dungeon, Raina said. They dashed to the corner and watched it enter a room. Raina gasped. That's the girls' toilets. They sprinted in after it, and just as they passed through the door, Hermione screamed. The thing had her cornered, and as it threw back its club, Raina grabbed onto it and followed it up onto the troll's back, where she clutched around its neck, and Ron threw whatever he could at it when the club smashed into stalls, creating debris. Raina stuck her wand up its nose, causing the troll to cry out in pain. The troll caught Raina and held her out, and swung its club, which she ducked rather well at each swing. Do something, she called. What? Ron asked, his tone laced with desperation. Anything. She ducked another swipe, swish and flick. She heard Hermione say, Wingardium Leviosa. Ron said, and Raina laughed when the troll's club rose out of its hand, and it looked at the piece of wood stupidly before it fell on its head and knocked the thing out, causing it and Raina to fall crashing to the ground. She pulled her wand out and made a face before beginning to wash it off in one of the still working faucets. You all right, Hermione? Raina asked, looking over her shoulder at Hermione. I'm fine. You, Peachy. She looked at Ron. All right, mate? Oh, just bloody brilliant. Ron said sarcastically. I do this all the time. It was nothing. Oh, you could have broken your neck, Frigga said, fussing over her. Her grandfather and uncles watched in sympathy. This was something the three of them had experienced from whenever they had come back from a battle. I'm fine, honestly. That was nothing. I've had worse injuries in Quidditch. That was not the best thing to say, as Frigga's fussing only got worse. Ardwyatt licked her hand in support. Sweet Merlin, what happened? McGonagall asked, entering with the other teachers, Quirrell, and at the back. It was my fault, Professor McGonagall, Hermione said, jumping to the other's defense. I went looking for the troll. I've read about them and thought I could handle it. If Raina and Ron hadn't come and found me, I'd probably be dead. Miss Granger, I certainly expected more from you. 5 points from Gryffindor. As for you two, 5 points each for sheer dumb luck. Now, go back to your dormitories quickly. As the three headed back to Gryffindor Tower, Ron turned to look at Hermione. Why did you lie like that to a teacher? Hermione smiled at him and shrugged. What are friends for? Ron grinned. Raina poked him in the ribs and mouthed the word apologize. He nodded to Hermione. You're right. And I'm sorry about what I said. Earlier, and thanks for your help and charms. It's no trouble. And you're forgiven. You helped save my life. After all, the three of you became friends over fighting a troll. Loki asked. Apparently, saving people from almost certain death is a good friend making exercise. I should know. I have a larger fan club than just my dorm mates thanks to what happened the night Voldemort attacked. They were all silent at that and continued watching the memories. None of them had gotten over that night. The Quidditch game nearly had Frigga in hysterics and cursing Snape left and right. And so soon after the troll, oh, if I ever get my hands on that horrid man. Raina was already beginning to regret letting her view these memories. She would hate to see what would happen when they got to the game in third year. Then, there were the slips Hagrid made with the name of Nicholas Flamel and Fluffy. Obviously, it is known that he slips up easily. Why is he trusted with such secrets? Odin asked. That was a good question. Raina thought. Hagrid claimed. Dumbledore trusted him fully, and that was obvious. And while her friend had nothing but the best of intentions, why was he told about such matters if he was so liable to slip up? Especially if he got himself worked into a state or had a few too many drinks. Christmas was an interesting memory, and Raina found that she had been caught in a tight hug from her grandmother when they saw what she saw in the mirror of her east. And just as Raina had remembered that day on the helicarrier, both Thor and Loki were there, just behind her mother, and just behind them were Odin and Frigga, and then all of the Potters were behind James. Your headmaster offered good advice. Odin said, "You could have easily wasted your life away, simply staring at that image." Raina nodded. It was easier staying away, knowing that the mirror had been moved. I don't think I would have been able to resist the temptation otherwise. They watched as the scenes moved on, and the three friends pieced together what was being hidden in the castle. The detention after helping smuggle Norbert out of the castle, and the confrontation in the forest with the hooded creature. Who would want a fate like that? Raina asked Firenze, disgusted. Can you think of no one? No one who would go to such lengths to retain their life. Voldemort. Raina breathed, eyes widening in fear. The centaur nodded and helped her onto his back to get her to the others. Even then, he was on the grounds. Loki all but yelled. Are the protections there so minimal that they don't realize that someone with malicious intent entered the grounds? I'm not entirely sure how he fooled the wards. Raina said, but he did. Loki scoffed and started muttering under his breath about ill-informed magic wielding mortals under his breath, scowling. When it came to them discovering that the stone was about to be stolen, and Raina declaring that they were going down the trapdoor that very night, Raina knew she was going to get earache. Completely reckless idea, Dash. No idea what could have been ahead of you, Dash. Sheer idiocy. Could have gotten you killed, Dash. What were you thinking? Surely one of the teachers would have believed. Even Ardwide seemed to be telling her off, growling and barking at the decision. She said nothing, barely holding back the smile at the fact that they were clearly worried for her. But she was sure she was going to lose the use of her arm by the time they were done. Frigga's grip tightened with each trial that the three had to pass, and her fingers had long since gone numb. Raina was thankful when Thor extracted her from his mother's grip as she passed through the flames in the memory. But as her past self approached the final chamber, his grip around her shoulders started tightening, and she was sure that he was far stronger than his mother. When they saw Quirrell, Raina was sure that Odin was about to leave the pensive to put an order out on the man's life. But he chose to stay and watch the memory unfold. But Snape tried to kill me. Raina said, no, dear girl. I try to kill you, and I will have succeeded, even with Snape muttering the counter-curse. Had it not been for your friend setting Snape's robes on fire and breaking my eye contact, you would already be dead. Snape was trying to save me? Quirrell turned back to the mirror. I see myself holding the stone, but how do I get it? Use the girl. A cold voice said. Quirrell whipped to face her. You girl, come here, he ordered. Reluctantly, Raina stepped forward, the flames blocking her way out. She looked into the mirror and saw her reflection grin, holding the stone up to be seen before slipping it into her pocket. Tell me, what do you see? Quirrell asked. I'm talking to Professor Dumbledore. He's given me the Quidditch cup. The girl lies. Raina began stepping back, looking round for a way out. Let me speak to her. Master, you are not strong enough. Quirrell said, I have strength enough for this. Quirrell reached up and began unwrapping his turban. The restraint it took Raina not to scream was obvious on her face as the second, far uglier face was revealed. Voldemort. She breathed. Yes. You see what I have become since we last met. A mere parasite, living off the life forces of others. I know what you saw in the mirror. Your parents. Together, we could be great, Raina. Join me. But I need the stone, which conveniently lies in your pocket. Why should I trust you? Raina, you are powerful. Combined with my own power, we can bring them back. Just give me the stone. You liar. Kill her. They watched as Quirrell attacked Raina, and how he began burning and disintegrating when his skin came into contact with hers. Well, that's one less of his followers to have to worry about. Odin growled when he died. Loki's head was to the side as he watched Raina wake up in the hospital wing. I think I may just pay a visit to hell after this. I'm sure she would be happy to pay extra close attention to his spirit, he said. Thor grinned at the thought, and Raina almost felt sorry for Quirrell. Almost. Her memory of second year began with the visit from Dobby, and then her rescue from the Dursleys by Ron, Fred, and George. Her time at the Burrow was covered briefly and Frigga seemed to approve of the Weasleys as a family. "You have good friends in Hermione and Ron's family," she said, smiling. "Oh, who's this idiot?" Loki asked dryly when he caught sight of Gilderoy Lockhart. "Someone you don't ever want to meet in reality," Raina said, watching the memory of being pulled up front for a photo shoot by the Ponce with some embarrassment. There was the confrontation between Arthur Weasley and Lucius Malfoy. The others easily noticed how Raina shrunk into Thor when she saw Malfoy, SNR. It had them wondering why, but the memory soon moved on to Raina and Ron missing the train and taking the Ford Anglia to school instead. "Can you not stay out of trouble until after Yule at least?" Frigga asked. "Apparently not," Raina said. "I'm a walking danger magnet." Even she could admit that the Whomping Willow was a surprise to them. And not a good one. Why would they place a tree like that on the grounds? Thor asked. "That explanation comes in third year," Raina said. "Detentions were assigned to her and Ron, and Hermione gave them a scolding all of her own. And then came the Howler. Damn, that woman can shout." Loki said. "She's worse in person when she's really angry." Raina said. "There were the Pixies in class, and then the over-eager first year, Colin Creevy. Then there was the detention and the voice that only Raina could seem to hear. Oh yes, follow the voice that says it wants to tear you apart." Loki drawled. Sound plan. They watched as the petrified Mrs. Norris was revealed, as well as the blood red writing on the wall. "You just cannot get a break." Odin sighed. "I can tell this year is going to be just as bad as the last." The Quidditch game where Raina ended up having her arm broken and then the bones vanished had her family in an uproar for a while. Loki was the only one silent. But by the looks of his face, Raina could tell that a bad fate awaited Lockhart if he didn't believe the memory loss that came at the end of the year was enough. Dobby's reappearance had them all muttering. He really was only trying to help. Raina insisted. "He just didn't quite understand. He could have ended up killing me. He's actually working in the Hogwarts kitchens now. I got a Christmas present of mismatched socks from him last year. The little guy's kind of grown on me, to tell you the truth." Then there was the dueling club where Raina revealed her ability to talk to snakes, and then Ron and Hermione explained it to her as Parselmouth, and that it was considered a dark gift because of the past wizards who used it, and that now she would be thought of as the heir of Slytherin. "Let me get this straight. You can talk to snakes, so automatically they think you're the one behind the attacks and are inherently evil?" Odin asked. "Kind of, yeah. Have they heard of the concept of logic?" "No, they haven't." Raina said. "I shouldn't laugh." Loki said, when he saw the result of Hermione's polyjuice potion. "Look at my face." Hermione said, "Look at your tail." Ron replied. That broke Loki's and Thor's attempts not to laugh, and Frigga ended up hitting them over the backs of their heads again. Madame Pomfrey says she should be out of the hospital wing when she stops coughing up hairballs. Raina said. This scene saw Frigga's efforts in vain as her two sons burst out laughing again. Then there was Riddle's diary, which the adults were immediately mistrustful of. "I know what you're thinking. Don't trust something that you can't see where it keeps its brains," or something along those lines. Raina said, remembering Mr. Weasley's warning. "Exactly." Odin agreed. "Didn't you say, on the Bifrost, that Tom Riddle was the real name of Voldemort?" Thor asked, just after I almost fell off. "Yes, I did. It was only when Hermione was petrified that others apart from Ron, the twins, and the now petrified Hermione began to believe she wasn't behind the attacks. Petrifications, fleeing spiders at the sites of the attacks, and a voice only you, a Parselmouth, can hear?" Loki asked. "Tell me that you didn't go looking for this one. You've already guessed what it is, haven't you?" "I'm pretty sure it's a basilisk. Got it in one." "Oh, damn. You went after it." "Pretty much." She nodded. However, instead of skipping the rest of the year, they watched it through, including meeting Aragog in the forest and then Ginny being taken. Well, it was rather easy to guess he was a fake. Loki said, "Yes, the man was useless. He could not even manage pixies where a second year managed the task." Thor agreed. "Last I heard, he was still in St. Mungo's." Raina said, pointing at the memory, where Lockhart tried to obliviate them with Ron's wand, but failed and caused the cave-in, separating Raina from Ron and the idiot. "Well, there goes any hope that you would at least have helped when facing the beast." Odin said, "Why are you facing these challenges alone? Very bad luck. I am starting to reconsider sending you back. Then you will not see the rest of these memories." He held up his hands, and she knew that for now, at least, she still had the chance to go back to Hogwarts. If that remained true by the end of fourth year, still remained to be seen. Raina ran towards Ginny and fell to her knees beside her. "Ginny, wake up, please wake up." She won't wake. Raina turned to see Tom Riddle. "Tom? We got to get out of here, Tom. There's a basilisk." "I know. It won't come until it's called." He picked up her wand. "Give me my wand, Tom. You won't need it." He used the wand to push her fringe away from her forehead. How come a mere babe defeated the most powerful wizard in existence? Voldemort isn't the most powerful. Dumbledore is more powerful than him. Dumbledore? That old coot has been driven out of this castle by the mere memory of me. Dumbledore will never be gone. Not so long as those here remain loyal to him. Tell me, Raina, how come you, a baby, defeated the Dark Lord? Why do you want to know? Voldemort was after your time. Voldemort is my past, present, and future. He revealed, using his name as an anagram that when rearranged to I am Lord Voldemort. Did you really think I would keep my filthy muggle father's name? Suddenly, there was a musical cry, and a now fully grown fox appeared and dropped the sorting hat at Raina's feet. "So, this is what Dumbledore sends his great defender? A songbird and an old hat." Tom sneered. "Let's test the power of Raina Potter against the might of Slytherin's heir." Frigga grabbed her from Thor when the full size of the basilisk was revealed and held onto her tightly. "And without your full powers, too." They were tense as they watched Fawkes attack the basilisk and then the chase through the tunnels. Then, when the sword appeared in the hat, Frigga released her, just slightly, only to retighten her arms when she saw Raina had been stabbed by the Fong, when she ran the sword through the roof of its mouth. "You'll be with your dear mud-blood mother soon, Potter. And then Lord Voldemort will return, very much alive." Riddle said. Raina glared up at him before grabbing the diary and the basilisk Fong which had come out with her arm. She smirked as she raised the Fong like a dagger. "What are you doing?" "No." She brought it plunging down, and Tom started to explode, and the diary began to bleed ink. When the diary and memory were destroyed, Ginny woke up. "Raina!" "Oh, Raina, I didn't mean to." Riddle, "He made me do it." "I know, Ginny. Don't worry about it." "Raina, you're hurt." "Ron's at the end of the tunnel. Find him and get yourself out." Fawkes landed beside them. "I'm sorry, Fawkes. I was too slow." She gasped out, pain crossing her face. Fawkes leant over her arm and began to cry. The wound healed, and the pain left her face. Of course, Phoenix tears have healing powers. "It's going to be all right, Ginny." Fawkes got them out of the chamber, along with Ron and Lockhart, and then the memory changed to Dumbledore awarding Raina, and Ron with awards for special services to the school, and then Raina tricking Mr. Malfoy into freeing Dobby. "Couldn't have done it better myself," Loki said, grinning at her. "If I'm not mistaken," before the elf intervened, "he was trying to use the mortal-killing curse." Odin said. "I narrowed." "You're right," Raina said. "I only now realized." Hermione and the others were unpetrified, and the memory moved on to just before Marge's visit, where Raina asked Vernon to sign her permission form. "Why should I sign it?" Vernon asked. "Well, I have a lot to remember. I mean, I'm supposed to make Aunt Marge believe that I attend St. Agatha's Dash." "St. Agnes," Vernon growled. "You see what I mean? I could slip up and mention brooms or something." "What then?" "Then you'll be beaten within an inch of your miserable little life," Vernon roared, raising his fist. Ardwyatt growled and jumped in between the memory of her and Vernon, as if he could protect her, while Thor looked ready to attack the image of Vernon Dursley, and Raina was sure she saw green magic dancing between Loki's fingers. Frigga was obviously furious, and Odin looked ready to have Vernon dragged to Asgard to face the same punishment that awaited Voldemort and Pettigrew. "But doing that won't make Marge forget what she heard," Raina said quickly, sinking back. Vernon lowered his fist, his face an angry color puce. "What do you want?" "Well, if I have Hogsmeade to look forward to, I might just be able to remember the right lies to tell her." It looked like the hardest decision the man had ever made, until he finally nodded. "Phoenix, I'll sign your damn form after Marge's visit, where I will be monitoring your behavior." "Get out of my sight." Raina ran for her room and began reading her Quidditch Through the Ages book. The visit was obviously highly intolerable for Raina, and it was amazing that she didn't lash out before she did. "You mustn't blame yourself, Petunia. You get the bad ones in every line," Marge said, taking a gulp of brandy. You see it all the time in dogs. If there's something wrong with the bitch, there's something wrong with the pup. When I get my hands on that woman. Frigga hissed. The threats that came after were not ever meant to be spoken. Even if she had somehow managed to keep the threats profanity-free. Whatever would happen to Quirrell at Hell's hands would probably be nothing compared to what would happen to Marge at Frigga's hands. The threat stopped as she watched Marge start to inflate, however. The memory of Raina fled, packed her trunk, and then ran from the house, Hedwig with her, where she was startled by a large black hound and then was introduced to the novelty that was the night bus. She began to receive information on Sirius from Stan, and then met Cornelius Fudge, who cleared her worries of blowing up Marge. Then there was meeting up with Ron and Hermione buying Crookshanks after he had attacked Scabbers, and then Mr. Weasley's warning. Just promise me you won't go looking for Black. Why would I go looking for someone who wants to kill me? Did you not think back to the past 2 years, Raina? Odin asked. I am certain that your adventures would count against your argument there. Be fair. Each time, I wasn't completely sure they were trying to kill me specifically. You still shouldn't have gone after them, Frigga scolded. Her usually neat hair was beginning to fall out of place, and she was beginning to look rather haggard. Then it was the train ride. The 3 friends were sharing the compartment with a man that the Asgardians recognized from some of the pictures in Ingrid's diary. Remus Lupin. He remained asleep through the journey, even as the temperature dropped and the window frosted over. They watched as the door opened, and a large black, cloaked thing appeared in the door, a scabbed hand visible. It turned its attention to Raina, and the color began to drain from her face. And then they heard it. Frigga gasped and began to cry softly. Raina, Ingrid, she said, hugging her granddaughter, though all her family looked unsettled by what had happened. It gets worse, Raina warned. The next memory was Lupin explaining the Dementors and handing out chocolate, before leaving and Hermione and Ron explaining what had happened when Raina had passed out. The memories went on. Hagrid became care of magical creatures professor. Draco and his gang of sycophants took great glee in making fun of Raina passing out on the train, and then divination followed by Professor McGonagall's explanation of Professor Trelawney's methods. It seems as if half the staff shouldn't even have any business teaching. A dark wizard, a fraud, a biased idiot, a ghost that sends his students to sleep, and another fraud. Odin said, I am beginning to worry about what you've learned there. The others make up for it. And Hermione plays a big part too. Hagrid's first class ended in disaster when Malfoy tried to insult Buckbeak. He's going to use that against Hagrid. Loki noted. Yep, did that boy's mother never teach him manners? Frigga asked. Apparently not. The year progressed without too many complaints from her family, even at Halloween, as they knew that Sirius was innocent, though they were curious as to what he was trying to do until the Quidditch match. Now, remember Raina. People may think Diggory is nothing more than a pretty boy, but he's a damn good seeker. Oliver told her. I know, Oliver. I'll remember that. Good, he said, nodding. The memories had mentioned nothing of Cedric's first name yet, so she was sure they had no idea of the significance of the upcoming match. The weather conditions raised a couple of eyebrows, but nothing else was said as they watched the game unfold. They watched as the 2 seekers chased the snitch, and then her broom began to freeze. Oh no, not at that height, Frigga murmured. Lily, it's him. Take Raina. I'll hold him off. Raina began to fall. The memory around them began to fade. James, go. Go now. Hurry. And then, please have mercy. Step aside, silly girl. Step aside. Please, not my daughter, not my baby. Take me instead. Step aside, girl. This is your final warning. No. Take my life. Spare her. Please, I beg of you, have mercy, Avada Kedavra. Then there was a flash of green and a high, cold laugh, and the memory began to brighten, revealing Raina had been taken to the hospital wing. Frigga was crying, and there were tears in Thor's eyes. Loki seemed distraught, and Odin hung his head, hiding his face. Raina hugged her sobbing grandmother. She'd gotten used to the scene now. She'd had recurring dreams of it after all. It was revealed that her broom was destroyed and that Oliver was trying to drown himself in the showers after Gryffindor had lost because of the Dementors. It was an honorable thing that this Diggory boy did, trying to get a rematch because of the circumstances. Thor said. Raina kept quiet, Thor probably wouldn't appear to like him on principle after the next memory. She was still in the hospital wing and was reading her charms textbook. It was one of the few times she'd read outside of the needed. Thompson Snape had put her down in that lesson. At the sound of someone approaching, she looked up. It was Diggory. "Hey, Potter. Hope you aren't too badly injured." "I'm fine." Pomfrey's just touchy about her patience. "You got that right." He agreed. "Look, I'm sorry about the match. It wasn't a fair match. What with the Dementors and everything. I tried to get a rematch, but Hooch was having none of it." "It's fine, honestly." Raina said. "No, it's not. If I had noticed what was happening, I would have left the snitch and flown after you, to catch you. Not that I'd be much good against a Dementor if one decided to come after me. I haven't learned the charm yet. Honestly, Diggory, it's fine. It wasn't your fault. At least let me make it up to you another way. Tell you what, I'll give you extra tutoring in any subject you want." "Are you sure you aren't a Ravenclaw?" she asked, smiling at him. He shrugged, smiling sheepishly. "It's the best I've got. So how about it? How good are you at potions and history?" That's the two I need help with. I guess I'm good enough." "Well then, I'll take you up on that offer." "All right then. How does Sunday afternoon sound to you?" "Sounds great, Diggory." "All right then." "Oh, and call me Cedric. Potter. Call me Raina." He smiled, nodded, and said goodbye, before turning and leaving. "That's Cedric?" Frigga asked. "Are you sure you are quite so fond of him now, Thor?" Loki asked. "Doesn't seem quite so honorable now that you know at some point we'll be watching memories of him dating Raina. Does he?" Raina couldn't help but roll her eyes at Loki baiting Thor. The memories progressed to Raina asking Lupin to teach her the Patronus charm, and then a study session, and then Hogsmeade, where she overheard the conversation on Sirius between Fudge, McGonagall, Rosemurder, and Hagrid, which was followed by Raina swearing to kill Sirius. She left out the memories of her sessions with Cedric. They weren't important to what her family needed to know, and for now, she wanted to keep those moments to herself. "Well, you've definitely inherited the family temper," Loki noted dryly. "Thankfully, I had time to cool off. If I'd seen Sirius that very day, he wouldn't have been alive today." Raina said, completely honestly. "No one would have blamed you. All you had was what was believed to have been the truth." Odin said, "There would have been no way for you to tell that it wasn't the truth." "I know," she said. Then came Christmas and the whole Firebolt fiasco, where she and Ron argued with Hermione over Hermione telling McGonagall. "I know it was stupid. She was only trying to help," Raina said, interrupting Frigga's tirade before it began. She decided that she was getting tired of standing around, so she sat down and leaned against Ardwyatt, who nuzzled her cheek briefly. She threaded her hands through his warm fur. She'd need the comfort he could give during fourth year. But now, this was just to get out of Frigga's reach. She had enough nail marks by now. As the lessons with Remus began, Ardwyatt ended up partly curled around her, as they watched her learn to tackle the diminished-shaped boggart with a Patronus, instead of with the ridiculous spell. It was only in the game against Ravenclaw that she got any real results, and by then she had her Firebolt back. "Cowards!" Thor all but roared. That was a pathetic no-good dash. Frigga clapped her hand over her son's mouth, knowing the language that would leave his mouth if Thor was allowed to continue with his tirade. "Oh, and it's that boy again. Even if he ever turns over a new leaf, Raina, he will be in no way an acceptable suitor for you." Frigga told her. "He insults my friends and I on a regular basis. Why would I ever think of him like that?" Raina looked appalled that her grandmother had even suggested such a thing. "Just so long as you bear in mind he, and others like him, will never be welcome here," Odin said, keeping his one eye on the unfolding memories of Hermione storming out of divination. Then there was the beginning of the exams, which ended in divination, and the prophecy made by Professor Trelawney. "Well, there's one prophecy. Now we just have to find out the other one," Odin noted. Then the memory turned to them heading down to Hagrid's, after learning that the appeal for Buckbeak had been lost. "Ah, come to see the show," Malfoy said, grinning at them. You foul, evil, loathsome little cockroach," Hermione said angrily, drawing her wand on him. "Hermione, no," Ron said. "He's not worth it." Hermione began to turn away, but at his sniggers, whirled back around and punched him. "Finally," Loki said, "some sense when dealing with him." "Ron, I don't believe it. It's Scabbers," Hermione said, as she went to pour the tea. She turned, holding out the rat to Ron. Scabbers, he said, taking the squirming rat. I think this means you owe someone an apology. Hermione said, right, well, next time I see Crookshanks, I'll tell him. I meant me. Guys, they're coming. Raina said, go. You shouldn't be here. Out the back. Quickly now. Hagrid said, just a moment. He called to the knock on the door. Hagrid, it's going to be fine. Raina said. He nodded, smiling sadly, before closing the cabin door, and the three sneaked round the pumpkin patch and away. When they were far enough away, they turned back briefly, just in time to see McNair bring down his axe. The three friends gathered together, unable to believe they had actually done it. Suddenly, Scabbers began squirming and bit Ron, causing him to drop him. No, Scabbers, come back! Ron began chasing after his rat, and the two girls ran after him. No, Ron, come back! Raina called. We don't have time for this. We'll be caught. And by the headmaster and the minister to boot. Hermione tried to plead with him. Ron launched himself at the ground and caught Scabbers, before turning round, still on the ground, facing them, triumphant. Hermione, do you realize what tree that is? Raina asked in horror. As one, the two girls shouted a warning. Ron, move! Pointing at the tree behind him, but he had a look of horror and was pointing at something behind them. Raina, it's the Grim. Run! The two girls whirled, just as the large black dog began its charge, before leaping over them, grabbing Ron and dragging him beneath the tree, breaking his leg on a root on the way down. Just go and get the help of the adults that aren't that far off, Frigga said, almost pleading, but she didn't get her wish. What followed was a wild game of skipping with a very deadly opponent, which was both the one swinging the rope and the rope itself. That was until Crookshanks prodded a knot on the base of the trunk. Good boy, Crookshanks, Hermione said as he led them down the secret passage. Where do you think this leads? Don't know. I have an idea. It's somewhere in Hogsmeade. I just hope I'm wrong. Raina replied. The tunnel opened up into a passage of a run-down house that had claw marks on the walls. She placed her hand against one of the scratch marks. No ghosts made these. The Shrieking Shack? Hermione asked, biting her lip. Why here of all places? I don't know. Come on. We have to find Ron. They proceeded cautiously up the stairs, wands at the ready, until they found Ron in a room on an old, musty bed. Ron! Raina let out a relieved sigh as they moved towards him. Ron looked up, and his eyes widened. Raina, it's a trap. He's the Grim. He's an animagus. Ron pointed. They heard the door close, and they turned to see Sirius Black, standing there, blocking their exit. That was very admirable, coming to rescue your friend. James would have done the same for me, and you killed him. Raina spat. I did. Sirius sighed. Hermione stepped in front of Raina. If you want to kill Raina, you'll have to kill us too. Only one will die tonight. Sirius replied. And it's going to be you. Raina launched herself at him and knocked him to the ground, wrestling the wand from his hand. But Sirius' hand was on her chin, forcing her up. No, I've waited too long. Suddenly, the wands were expelled from Raina's hand, and she clambered to her feet to see Professor Lupin. Hello, Sirius, he said, holding all the wands, having even expelled Hermione's from her hand. Remus, Sirius said. They both embraced each other, like long-lost brothers. Hermione yelled, stepping forward and pulling Raina behind her. I trusted you, and all this time, you've been his friend and helping him enter the castle. She turned to her friends. He's a werewolf. It's why he's been skipping classes. Not quite up to your usual standards, Miss Granger. Only 2 out of 3, I'm afraid. I am a werewolf, he said, but only now am I on. Sirius sighed. Just then, Snape entered the room, disarming Remus. Oh, how I hoped I would be the one to catch you, he said to Sirius before looking at Remus. I told Dumbledore you were helping an old friend into the castle. Out for a little stroll in the moonlight. Oh, why don't you go play with your chemistry set? Sirius snapped. Raina managed to get hold of her wand before hitting Snape with an overpowered Expelliarmus, rendering him unconscious. Raina, you attacked a teacher. Hermione said, I want to know what's going on. Raina said, and I'll tell you. Remus promised. Remus stopped with the chat. Let's get this over with. Sirius said, wait, just a few more minutes, Sirius. I did my waiting. 12 years of it. In Azkaban, Raina has a right to know why. I know why. Raina said. He betrayed my parents. He sold them to Voldemort. That's what I believed. Until you mentioned seeing Pettigrew on the map. The map was lying then. The map never lies. Sirius said, Raina, please listen to me. You don't know the whole story. I don't even know it all. Only two people left do. Sirius and Pettigrew. Pettigrew's dead. He killed him. I almost did. Sirius said, he's an unregistered animagus. Your father and I became animagi to help Remus transform every month. In school, James was a stag, I was a dog, and Peter was a rat. Should have known the truth of him then. But no, we switched secret keepers. I thought I would be obvious. The decoy. No one would suspect Peter. But he was the spy. I as good as killed your parents by suggesting they use him. When I cornered him, he began yelling about how I betrayed Lily and James. He had his wand behind his back, and he cast a spell that blew up the street. Then he cut off his finger, transformed, and slipped into the sewers. But now I can finish this. Because he's here. In this room. Your friend's holding him. Scabbers? But he's been in my family for 12 years. Awfully long life for a common garden rat. We've been taking good care of him. Raina, please let us try this. Remus begged. If Scabbers is just a rat, the revealing spell won't hurt him. She nodded, and Sirius moved forward and grabbed Scabbers from Ron. He hit the rat with a spell from the wand Remus gave to him. Remus then handed the three teens their wands. The light that hit the rat grew out and took the shape of a short, fat, balding man, revealing Pettigrew. Remus, Sirius, my old friends. Sirius raised his wand. Pettigrew looked at Remus. Remus, don't let him kill me. I knew he was coming. That's why I hid. You knew he was going to break out from Azkaban? Remus asked. I doubt that, Peter. He has powers. Dark powers. Tricks he learned from the Dark Lord. Voldemort teach me tricks. Sirius let out a bark-like laugh. No, it wasn't me you were really hiding from. Was it Peter? I heard his followers muttering in their cells. They think you betrayed them. You led Voldemort to the Potters, where he met his downfall. They aren't too happy with you. Excuse me, Mr. Black, sir? Sirius jumped at the way Hermione addressed him. He looked at her, but he's been in Gryffindor all these years, very close to Raina. He had multiple opportunities to kill her. If he's on you-know-whose side, then why didn't he take the chance? Exactly. Peter said, I wouldn't harm a hair on Raina's head. That conniving little rat. Thor growled. His knuckles were white, and Raina thought she could hear thunder in the distance. You weren't about to commit murder under Dumbledore's nose when there was no one to protect you. No, you would have made sure Voldemort was the biggest bully on the playground first, so you could run and hide behind his power. The Dark Lord. He has powers you can only imagine. I didn't mean to. I was afraid. What would you have done? I would have died. I would have died rather than betray my friends. My goddaughter. Peter moved to Ron, pleading on his knees. Kind boy. Kind master. You wouldn't let them kill me. I was your rat. I was a good pet. I let you sleep in my bed. Ron sounded disgusted. Peter moved to Hermione. Sweet girl, clever girl. You wouldn't let them kill me, would you? Hermione stepped back from him, revulsion clear across her face. Peter tried his last card. He moved on to Raina. Raina, please, they wouldn't have killed me. They would have shown me mercy. You look so much like your mother. Like Lily. He dares mention her? Odin asked furiously. That's just spooky. Raina muttered, just as they watched Sirius growl and yank Peter away from Raina, throwing him further into the room. How dare you speak of Lily? How dare you speak of her in front of Raina? After what you've done. Both he and Remus had their wands on him. You should have realized, Peter, that if Voldemort didn't kill you, then we would. Together. Remus told him. On three. On three. Sirius agreed. Wait. Raina said. Don't kill him. Raina, do you have any idea what this man is? I know what he is. But I don't think my dad would have wanted his two best friends to have become murderers for this. We can take him to the castle. Oh, bless you, dear girl. Pettigrew whimpered, grabbing Raina's robes. Bless you. Get off. Raina kicked him away. I said we'd take you to the castle. The Dementors can have you instead of Sirius. You're going to help us clear his name. Pettigrew whimpered in fright. That was a very wise choice you made. I wouldn't have been able to make it myself. Odin said, I would have killed him on sight. Thor muttered, it was a mistake to give him the chance. Raina said, and they saw why soon enough. Pettigrew slipped away in the confusion of Rima's transformation, and after they saw Sirius offer her a home other than with the Dursleys, the diminished swarm had them all on edge, but the figure on the other side of the bank was cause for question. "It can't be," Thor said. "It's not possible." Loki agreed. "She's dead. It looks so much like Ingrid, though." Frigga argued. "It wasn't." Reyna said. They got their answers as they watched. They saw Hermione and Reyna travel back in time, and Reyna explained what she'd seen on the other side of the lake. They saw Buckbeak's rescue, and then the two hiding in Hagrid's cabin with Buckbeak. Then there was Reyna sneaking from the cabin to the lake and watching, waiting for the figure to appear. "Come on, Mom. Where are you? Come on. Please." Her voice was a whisper, but the desperation was as clear as anything. "Please." She closed her eyes and then opened them again, steeling herself. She stepped from her hiding place and ran to the water's edge, pulling out her wand, her hood up, hiding her hair, which would be a dead giveaway. Expecto Patronum, a stag burst out of the wand and charged the Dementors, driving them away and saving her past self, Sirius and Hermione. Then the stag pranced back to her. "Prongs," she said, reaching out as if to pet it. The stag dissipated. "You saw yourself," Odin said, "and you didn't even realize it." "I didn't want to. I guess I wanted it to be Mum, come back to help me when I needed her." Loki gripped her shoulder, squeezing it gently. It was all the comfort she needed, and it let her know that she wasn't alone in wishing her mother was alive. The two girls rescued Sirius and helped him escape on Buckbeak, and then returned to the hospital wing just in time. The next memory was one she had debated over putting in, but decided that it might help them understand next year. It was the Sunday after they had rescued Sirius. She and Cedric were going through history in the library, getting their homework for the holiday from bins done then. "You're awfully distracted today," Cedric said, after he'd snapped his fingers in front of her face to get her attention. "Oh yeah, just looking forward to the holidays, I guess." She tried to lie. His expression told her he wasn't convinced. "Look, I know it's worrying that Black escaped Dash. It's not." Her eyes widened in shock, and her hands covered her mouth. "It hadn't meant to slip out." "What do you mean?" I can't tell you that." "Yes, you can, Reyna. Please, tell me. What is it? Why isn't Black's escape worrying you? Can I trust you not to tell anyone?" "Not a single soul. I swear." So she told him the whole story of what had really happened. Cedric whistled lowly. "Wow, that's too crazy not to be true. How do you get into this much trouble, Reyna?" "Oh, wow." He shook his head. You believe me? It's obvious you believe it. If you had been confounded by now, you'd at least have begun doubting it. Any shimmer of doubt in there, Reyna?" "No." "Well, there you go." She smiled at him. "Thanks, Cedric. No problem." He said, "Hey, Reyna? Yeah, would it be all right if I wrote to you this summer?" "Sure." "All right then, great." He nodded, and then the memory changed to one of the three friends on the train. "Shame about Professor Lupin," Hermione said. "He really was the best teacher we had in the subject. I can't believe Snape was petty enough to blurt out his condition like that. I can't believe people even care." Reyna huffed. "I mean, it's only monthly. And he has the potion." After a while of silence, Ron perked, obviously thinking of something to cheer them all up. "Hey, Quidditch World Cup is this summer. I bet Dad can get tickets through work. And I bet we'll be able to bring you two along as well." That did work. Reyna brightened, and she nodded. "But only if it's no bother." No trouble," Ron said. "What's that at the window?" Hermione opened the window, and Reyna caught hold of the flying thing and brought it inside. It turned out to be a mini owl with a letter from Sirius, telling her he was safe, and gifting the owl to Ron. The next sheet was Sirius giving Reyna permission to go to Hogsmeade next year. "That'll be good enough for Dumbledore," Reyna said. She was still grinning as they reached King's Cross and the Dursleys. "What are you smiling at, girl? If that's another permission slip, I'm not signing." "It's not. It's a letter from my godfather." "You don't have a godfather." "You do. But he's on the run. He escaped a high-security prison last summer, where he was doing time for murder. But he likes to keep in touch. Make sure I'm happy." The look on Vernon's face saw her grin widen as she led the way out of the station. "You handle that well." Loki grinned. He ruffled her hair again, and she swatted at his hand. Of course he'd be proud of that. The Muggle was listening at the door as the two men spoke. One of them was Peter Pettigrew. The other was Voldemort. though Voldemort remained unseen. Surely, my lord, another witch or wizard would work just as well. Pettigrew suggested. Another? I could use another, but I will not. With my faithful servant at Hogwarts this year, Raina Potter is as good as mine already. Just then, a massive snake slithered into the room, past the muggle. It seems, Wormtail, that there is an old muggle listening outside the door. Nagini just passed him. Go let our guest in. Soon, the muggle was killed, and Raina woke up in her bed, panting and sweating. This connection between you and Voldemort is worrisome. Odin said, something needs to be done about it in order to determine if it could harm you in the long run. I will start looking into it soon. Loki said, they put enough stamps on then. Raina was looking at the envelope in Vernon's hand. The postman seemed to think it was funny. He replied, the vein in his forehead pulsing dangerously. Can I go then? No, you ruddy well cannot. All right then. Now, if you don't mind, I have a letter to finish to Sirius, my godfather. You're writing to him? If I don't, he'll think something's wrong. Come and check on me. Then where would you be? After a minute of internal debate, Vernon gave in. Fine, you can go. But I don't want to see you here again, girl, until next summer, once they come pick you up. Understand? You won't even get a letter from me. She promised. You figured out how to get what you wanted from him. Thor said, grinning. Though I think I would have liked to have seen what would have happened had you actually asked Sirius to come and curse them. Wait a moment, Raina. Arthur Weasley's hand on her shoulder stopped her. He was looking at the Dursleys. Raina said goodbye. You aren't going to see your niece until next summer. Surely you'll at least say goodbye. They looked flustered that Arthur Weasley was lecturing them on proper conduct after he'd blown apart their living room. Really, it's fine, Mr. Weasley. Raina assured. Now, Raina, I'm sure you'll miss each other later. Hardly. She tried telling him, but he was focused on the family of three. Well, goodbye then, girl. Vernon said. That girl has a name? Thor rumbled. He seemed satisfied with Vernon's comeuppance for this incident, however, when he saw Dudley's tongue enlarging and growing out of his mouth at an alarming rate. Even Odin and Frigga had to suppress their smiles, and Ardwide was making strange huffing noises that were surely laughter. Then there was the burrow, where she was introduced to Bill and Charlie and also told about Weasley Wizard Wheezes. Then there was the Quidditch World Cup itself. Don't you dare ever try out that feint. Frigga all but screeched. You've given us enough heart attacks as it is, without adding in Quidditch stunts like that. I'll do my best not to. Raina assured her. What's happening? Raina asked as Mr. Weasley woke her. Hermione and Ginny up. Loud bangs could be heard. Are the Irish starting to get rowdier? It's not the Irish, he said gravely. Grab a jacket. All of you outside, quick. Soon, they were outside, and they could see people in black robes and masks blowing up tents and levitating the Muggle site manager and his family above their heads. Get into the forest and stick together. Take care of each other. With that, Mr. Weasley, Percy, Bill, and Charlie left to go and try to help the ministry workers get the family down. The group ran for the woods, and it was only when Ron, Hermione, and Raina found a quiet place did they realize they had lost Fred, George, and Ginny, and Raina had lost her wand. Could it be back in the tent? Hermione asked. I'm not sure. Raina said, it could be anywhere. She was casting around on the ground frantically, looking for her wand in a futile attempt. Suddenly, they heard a deep voice speak off to their side. Mordra! A green skull appeared in the sky, with a snake coming from its mouth, and screams filled the forest. Hermione was tugging at Raina's arm. Raina, come on. She moaned. We need to go. Why? It's just a skull. It's his mark, Raina. You know whose mark? Hermione said, still tugging at her friend's arm. Cracks surrounded the air around them, and the three launched themselves to the ground just in time, as the spells flew over their heads. Stop! Stop! That's my son! That's my son! They saw the group of ministry officials. Soon, they were being questioned, and some were accusing them of conjuring the mark, while others, Amos Diggory quite vehemently, denounced the idea. Think who you're accusing here, he said. This is Raina Potter. She's the person who's the least likely to conjure that mark, and they're just kids. Where would they have learned it? We heard a voice from over there. Hermione pointed. It was definitely a man's voice. Amos walked in the direction Hermione pointed and came back clutching the house elf from the World Cup. Barty, this is your elf. He placed her at Crouch's feet. They woke Winky and began questioning her. Crouch went into the trees and came back empty-handed, but looking grim, before he announced he was giving Winky clothes. "So, that mark, what is it exactly?" Raina asked when they got into the tent. Arthur sat them all down around the table and sighed heavily. "You're all too young to remember." He rubbed his eyes. "During the war, the Death Eaters would cast the Dark Mark, the one you were just accused of casting, whenever they killed. That's why everyone was so scared and worried by it. Imagine coming home one day to see that hanging over your house, already knowing what was inside. A way to add to the terror they caused," Odin said, "and a way to attack the psyche of their opponents." The memories moved on, and then there was the announcement of the Tri-Wizard tournament. "And why do I think that you, even though there was an age restriction, somehow became a champion? Because she doesn't have the luck to not be involved?" Thor suggested to his father. "And this is the year that Voldemort comes back," Frigga said. Raina's fingers tightened in Ardwyde's fur, and she nodded. This had been both one of her best years at school and one of her worst. Ardwyde gently nudged her to comfort her, before turning his attention back to the memory with the others. Moody's lesson was the next memory. "The Ministry believes you're too young to see these curses. I say differently. And Professor Dumbledore agrees. How are you supposed to fight what's out there if you don't know what's coming? A dark wizard isn't going to pause and politely explain what he's going to do to you. You need to be aware. Constant vigilance. He has a unique training method, doesn't he?" Frigga asked. "Oh, he's the most paranoid man I've ever met, but he's good. One of the best Aurors there were. Half the cells in Azkaban were filled because of him. He taught Sirius and my dad too, when they joined the Corps." Raina explained. "I like the man already," Thor said. "Wait till you see what he does to Malfoy." She grinned. "Now, can any of you tell me what the 3 unforgivable curses are?" Moody asked. Several people raised their hands slowly. "Yes, Weasley. My dad told me about one. The Imperious. You Arthur Weasley's son? Yeah, your dad would know all about that one. Gave the Ministry quite a bit of grief in you-know-whose time." He pulled a spider from the jar on his desk and pointed his wand on it. "Imperio." The spider started to tap dance and do acrobatics, and the class laughed. "Think this is funny, do you? How would you like it if I did it to you?" When the war ended, the Ministry had a hard time finding out who had committed crimes under this curse and who was just claiming to be under its influence. Only someone with a strong will can shake this off. He put the spider back in the jar and grabbed a second spider. "Now, who can tell me the name of the second curse?" "Longbottom. The Cruciatus? It needs to be a bit bigger to get the full effect." Moody growled before enlarging the spider. Ron scooted his chair back, away from Moody's desk. "Crucio," Moody said. The spider started twitching and flailing. Raina felt 2 hands gripping her shoulders tightly, but not enough to hurt. She looked up and saw Loki. He was obviously remembering what she had told him during their first lesson, and she was glad he was offering his support. "Stop it!" Hermione yelled. She wasn't looking at the spider, but at Neville, who had gone very pale and was staring at the spider in horror. Moody looked up and stopped the curse, before re-shrinking the spider and placing it back in the jaw. "Now, can anyone tell me the final curse?" Hermione said, and the others stared at her. "The killing curse." Moody pulled out the final spider and turned his wand on it. Avada Kedavra. There was a flash of green and a rush of wings. The light hit the spider, and it rolled over onto its back, legs curling up. The last and worst of all 3 of the curses. There's no stopping it. No shielding against it. That's why you got to know. Only one person has ever survived it, and she's in this room, sitting right in front of me. Both of his eyes focused then on Raina. After a moment, he looked away. "Now, use of an unforgivable on any fellow human being will earn you a one-way ticket to Azkaban. However, I will be testing the Imperious on you in order for you to learn to be able to fight it off. But sir, it's illegal. You just said so yourself." Hermione said, "Better you learn here than out there where you won't stand a chance. Now, write this down." The memory moved on to them meeting Neville outside of class, and him being taken aside by Professor Moody, and then them learning he'd given Neville a herbology book. Then it was the next lesson, with Moody, where they watched the class be made to do tricks, but then it came to Raina's turn. She stood there for a moment, before half jumping, half falling. and her knee collided with the desk, waking her up from the spell completely. So that was how you could fight it. He made sure you were able to shake it off. Loki mused. I agree with you, Thor. I like him already. Wait, he didn't test the Cruciatus on you, did he? No. He wouldn't have been able to pass that one off. Good. But it seemed the four of them had said it, not just Loki. Are you going to enter the tournament, Cedric? Raina asked the older student when they had their weekly study session, a bit closer to Halloween. Yeah, I am. I bet you're gutted about the age restriction. You're kidding, right? I'm landed. If there wasn't an age restriction, everyone would expect me to enter. This way, I get a nice, quiet year. He laughed. You say that as if last year wasn't your only adventure. I heard rumors about an incident with Quirrell, but that was made up, right? The guy had Voldemort sticking out of the back of his head. She admitted in a whisper. And then the petrifications was the work of a basilisk hidden away in the Chamber of Secrets. Really? And here I thought it was all rumors. So, what actually happened? Well, at first we thought it was Snape, in first year I mean. He actually believed all of that. Frigga mused. If I hadn't seen the memory, I most certainly wouldn't have. It does seem a bit hard to believe, especially seeing as you didn't have access to your full powers. Odin said, but there's no way you can just make something like that up on the spot. The arrival of Durmstrang and Bewbatens was next. The ship and the carriage raised a few eyebrows, but nothing was said. Are they honestly that cold? Frigga asked, watching the French girls wearing their fur-lined blue cloaks. Apparently they were. Then, it was Halloween, and the champions were being picked from the Goblet of Fire. The champion for Bewbatens is Fleur Delacour. Oh look, they're sore losers. Hermione pointed at Fleur's fellow students, some of whom were sobbing. The champion for Durmstrang is Victor Krum. There was loud applause from his fellow students as he followed Fleur's path. And finally, the champion for Hogwarts is Cedric Diggory. Raina applauded and cheered with all the other Hogwarts students, but she was probably one of the few from Gryffindor doing so, however. The rest of her house, minus a few, were still sore with him beating them at Quidditch last year. Now that the champions for the tournament have been chosen, Dumbledore cut off, and they all saw why. The goblet had once again turned blue. A piece of parchment shot from it, and Dumbledore caught hold of it. Raina Potter. His voice called out. All the color drained from her face when she heard her name. Raina Potter. Raina, you have to go. Hermione told her, but I didn't dash. Just go, we'll talk later. Slowly, Raina stood and walked up towards Dumbledore, past him and to the door that led out of the hall behind the teacher's table. The three champions looked up when they saw her enter. Do they want us back in the hall? Fleur asked. Raina, what is it? What's wrong? Cedric asked, taking a step forwards, away from the fire, obviously noticing something was wrong. I didn't dash. At that point, the door opened again, and Ludo Bagman came in, grinning, and wrapped his arm around Raina's shoulders. Extraordinary. Absolutely extraordinary. May I introduce the fourth Triwizard champion? What? Cedric asked. So, Raina, how did you do it? Ludo asked. I didn't do it. She insisted. Just then more people entered. Dumbledore grabbed Raina and pulled her away from Bagman. Raina, did you put your name in the goblet? Did you? No. Did you ask an older student to put it in for you? Of course not. Well, of course she is lying. Madame Maxime said. Madam, they are saying that this child is to compete. What is going on? I do not recall anything in the rules saying that the host school could have two champions, Dumbledore. Karkaroff said. Or that they could be underage. Had we known the age restriction didn't truly apply, we could have brought a wider selection of students. Now Igor Olymp, Raina said she didn't put her name in the goblet. Why would she? She obviously wants more fame than she already has. Maxime sniffed. She is not satisfied with being the girl who lived. The glass all around the room shattered, and all eyes focused on the obviously furious Raina. Not satisfied? She hissed. I never. One of the fame I have. Why the hell would I want more? Yeah, I have fame. Yeah, I'm the girl who lived. But at what cost? Do none of you ever think of what that night cost me? I lost my family. I'm an orphan. And you call me a glory hound because of it? You could take all my fame, all my money, and you can shove this stupid tournament where the sun doesn't shine because I want no part in it. The trophies around the room were rattling now. You have your mother's temper. Odin noted, placing his hand on her shoulder for a moment. Ingrid would have had the same reaction at your age. She smiled at the knowledge and the newest connection she had to her mother. It all made her feel more like a real person. Cedric came over to her, and placed his hands on her shoulders, facing her. "Hey," he said softly, "we'll find a way to get you out of this. Just calm down first." "I am afraid, Mr. Diggory, that isn't possible," Mr. Crouch said. Her name came out of the goblet. It is not only a legally binding contract, but magically binding. She didn't put her name in. Are these people idiots? Loki asked. But he's right, her name did come out. Thor said, written by someone else, without her consent. That would have created a loophole for them to get her out. Your brother is right, Odin said. A few simple spells would have sufficed. I never had to compete, so long as you didn't agree to it at any point. That would be where I went wrong then. Well, what does that mean? Reyna asked. It means, Potter, you will lose your magic if you refuse to compete. Moody said gruffly. That in itself would leave you highly vulnerable. The same could be said for during the 3 tasks that are a part of this tournament. Oh, this is nonsense. Karkaroff huffed. There are people who would die for this chance. Obviously, this is an act. Perhaps someone's hoping she will die for it. Moody growled. The goblet is a highly powerful magical artifact. It would take a powerful and skilled wizard to hoodwink it into believing she was the only entry for a 4th school. Potter is merely a 4th-year student. Nonetheless, she must compete. Crouch said, I don't want to. Reyna insisted. I didn't enter my name into that stupid goblet. Reyna, please, you need to keep your magic. Dumbledore insisted. She hesitated, and a myriad of negative emotions crossed her face before her shoulders slumped. Fine, I'll be a champion. I'll compete in these 3 tasks. Don't expect me to be happy doing it, though. Well then, that's settled, Bagman said, trying to be his usual bouncy self, but obviously weary of the currently unstable 4th-year witch. The first task is designed to test your nerve and daring, so you won't know what it is until the day. It will be on the 21st of November. That's it. I am sure your fellow students wish to celebrate with you, so you should all go off to your respective common rooms or residencies. Dumbledore said. Crumb and Maxime led their champions out of the room, and Reyna and Cedric walked side by side from the room half a minute later. That day, I will strangle that man if I ever meet him, Frigga cried. I'll strangle the whole lot of them. How could they? They didn't even try. Trust me. I'm peeved at them now. I know there could have been a way out. If only I had refused to compete. Reyna said, everything could have been so different. But then I wouldn't have my full powers or have met any of you. At least, not when I did. There is that. Odin agreed. But with the state you were in, perhaps finding you at a later date could have been a better option. Even if it was just a few months after, are you going to be all right to walk up to Gryffindor Tower on your own? Cedric asked her worriedly when they reached the point where they would have to go separate ways. Yeah, I'm a big girl now, after all, she said, trying to put a teasing spin on her tone and failing. Hey, how about we practice together for the tournament? It will be difficult, after all, and you are at a distinct disadvantage to the rest of us champions. Yeah, that would be great. At least we don't have to take our exams this year. It means that we'll have more time to practice at least. I'll see you tomorrow then. Good night, Reyna. Good night, Cedric. With that, she turned and headed for Gryffindor Tower, where there was a party in full swing. She finally managed to slip past her partying housemates and up the first set of stairs that led to the doors to the dorms. There, leaning against the wall between the girls' and boys' dorm, was Ron. Oh, hey, Ron, she said, as she struggled to get the banner off her shoulders. Hey, he said, smiling, but something seemed off about it. What's up? You could have told me. Told you what? How you fooled the goblet. He said, I mean, I'm your best mate. Ron, I didn't put my name in that goblet. You don't have to lie to me, Reyna. Like I said, we're mates. So, how did you do it? Was it the cloak? No. I never put my name in that goblet. Then how else did your name come out? Someone put it in? I didn't want to be a champion. I just want to come here for once. Fine, be that way. But you can't fool me, Reyna. Oh, you stubborn git. His ears turned red, a sure sign that things could turn ugly. Do people insist on being stupid? It was obvious it wasn't you. And now, even the boy who claims to be your best friend doesn't believe you. Thor said, it's easy to tell why she's behind on studies if people in the wizarding world are like the ones we have seen so far. Incompetent morons on the most part. Loki agreed. There are a few who don't fit the same mold. Frigga pointed out. Ardwhy barked, agreeing with the statement of his mistress grandmother. He nuzzled Reyna lightly as if to say she was an example. She smiled down at him and began scratching behind his ears, causing him to let out a happy whine. I'm not the one lying to their friend. I'm not lying. I thought you knew me well enough to know that. Good night, Ron. When you finally come to your senses, let me know. With that, she stormed through the door and up the stairs to the fourth-year girls' dormitory. Hermione was waiting for her. Raina, are you all right? She caught her friend in a hug. No, I didn't do it, Hermione. I swear I didn't. But Ron thinks I did. Ron's an idiot. And I believe you. Now, get some sleep. We'll talk more in the morning. Well, at least Miss Granger was there to support you, as well as Mr. Diggory. Odin said. The weighing of the wands elicited a couple of angry mutters, and Raina thought she once again heard thunder in the distance, but she ignored it. There would be worse reactions to come. The badges with Potter stings had her family riled up quite a bit, until the time Malfoy decided to try and curse her when she had turned her back to him. Ardwyatt had launched to his feet and was growling fiercely. Her uncles and grandfather were loudly calling Malfoy a coward and weakling and demanding he was punished. They shut up when Moody turned up in the memory. Oh no, you don't, laddie. Suddenly, Malfoy was nothing more than a white ferret that was soon being levitated and bouncing up and down. I really like this teacher. I hope he decides to continue teaching after this year. Thor said. It would be good to have his help around the castle. He was grinning, and Raina was sure that he was right now just interested in trying to get the man to do a similar thing more often. I like his technique. Loki agreed. What's going on? McGonagall asked as she appeared on scene. Professor, what are you doing? Teaching. Moody growled. I definitely like his methods. Loki was nodding now and smirking, his eyes filled with mirth. Let us hope they work. Frigga said. I've been saying that boy needs to be taught some manners. Professor Moody, is that a student? Maybe. McGonagall canceled his spells, and Malfoy was up and spluttering about his father. Your father? Oh, I know him from the old days, boy. I would love to have a few words with him. Malfoy ran off at this, his tail between his legs. Alastair, we do not use transfiguration as a punishment. We have detentions for that. Surely the headmaster told you that. He may have mentioned it. I will get on with him. Thor said, laughing. Loki chuckled as well at the sheepish way Moody had replied to the deputy headmistress. The next memory was the one of the day in Hogsmeade when the article had come out. It was easy to see that Raina had hated it, along with Hermione. Her grandmother's eyes were slits, and the youngest guardian was sure Frigga's list of people to seriously mutilate had just become longer. Raina was sitting in the three broomsticks, next to Hermione, but under her cloak. I feel like an idiot, sitting here alone. Hermione hissed. You're friends with me. What's new? Sometimes I wonder. Oh look, it's Hagrid. She pointed to where Hagrid had just entered with Moody. Moody nudged Hagrid and whispered something to him before they both came over. Nice cloak, Potter. Moody muttered. Hagrid, pretending to look at Hermione's SBW case, told Raina. Meet me at my hut at midnight tonight. I have something to show ya, Raina, he said. Something that might interest ya. He straightened up and proclaimed very loudly. It was nice seeing ya, Hermione. Enjoy ya day. With that, the two teachers walked off. Raina was heading to Hagrid's under her cloak. She knocked on the door to see that he was wearing his most horrible suit. Madame Maxime was the next to arrive, but remained unaware of Raina's presence. This had better not make me late for Sirius, she muttered, though neither Hagrid nor his date heard it. The walk was a long one, and then the dragons came into view. Oh no, please don't let this be what I think it is, Frigga said. She groaned when Charlie told them what he expected of the task. It is, and with your luck, you'll have the worst one of the lot. Be on your guard, Raina. There are more things against you than just the tasks. Karkaroff was a Death Eater in the old days. He got off by offering names to the ministry. Be careful. As for the dragon, a simple spell should do it. Someone's coming, Raina hissed, cutting him off. Get out of here. Go. Sirius' head disappeared from the fireplace, but the one who had disturbed them was only Ron. And you were so close to finding a simple way to complete this task before that idiot boy interrupted. Loki threw his hands up in frustration. I may just strangle the boy when I meet him. Please don't, Raina said, looking up at him imploringly. I said may. He groaned, trying not to look at her now round, begging eyes. I know what the first task is, it's dragons, she told Cedric, out of breath the next day. We'll have to come up with some strong plans then, Cedric replied. Next, Raina was in Moody's office. You need to have a sound plan, Potter. I can't give you much help, but I can offer you some advice. Play to your strengths. Strengths, Professor? What do you do best? Next, she was sitting with Hermione in the common room. All right, you are only allowed your wand, but it should be easy enough for you to get your broom. Oh, how? A simple charm. One we've already studied. Oh no. You know I haven't been able to get the hang of the summoning charm, Hermione, but with practice you will. Now, let's start. The next memory saw Reyna in her Triwizard robes in the tent with the other 3 champions and Ludo Bagman. Now, your task will be to retrieve the golden egg. What's in this bag will tell you what you will be facing to get it. Each of the 4 reached in and pulled out a small, moving model of the 4 nesting mothers. Reyna ended up with the horntail and going last. When the cannon goes, that will be your signal, Mr. Diggory, Ludo said before leaving. Soon enough, the cannon blast went off, and Cedric left the tent. Potter, a deep, accented voice said. Reyna looked up from where she was sat, staring at the model of the dragon she'd be facing soon. It was Crumb. I just vant to let you know that I believe you did not enter. Thanks, Crumb, she said, her voice hoarse, and she noticed that Fleur nodded as well. She nodded back to her fellow female champion, and they remained in silence, listening to the commentary. The loud shouts soon had Reyna pacing agitatedly, worried for her friend. Then it was Fleur's turn, then Crumb's, and finally, the cannon blast signaled her turn to face the dragon. Frigga was muttering, "This is idiocy. Dragons were born to fly. The air is their natural element. Trying to outfly one is the height of foolishness." Reyna cleared her throat, alerting Frigga, who was digging her nails into her cheeks, that she was still there and alive. Reyna entered the enclosure and saw it there in front of her. The dragon was large and seemed to have a crown of spikes on its head and its tail for that matter. It let out a guttural, warning growl as its yellow eyes turned on her. Suddenly, it let out a jet of flames, and she dodged behind a boulder just in time. Screams filled the arena, and she was quick to point her wand in the air. Accio Firebolt! She spent the next few minutes hiding and doing her best to seem non-threatening to the dragon, who had taken to remaining hunched over her nest protectively. She heard the whoosh of a broom in flight and looked up to see her firebolt speeding towards her. She jumped onto it at the first chance she got and sped up into the sky, hearing the crowd beginning to cheer. She dived and swerved, trying to annoy the dragon enough to get her to leave her nest. "Great Scott, she can fly! Are you watching this, Mr. Crumb?" Bagman yelled, but Reyna didn't even acknowledge the praise. The dragon breathed a jet of fire, which she dodged, only for the spike of the tail to connect with her shoulder. She flew up quickly and out of the dragon's reach in pain. "I assumed all your scars were from your imprisonment." Frigga gasped. "No, one's from an angry, nesting mother dragon," Reyna replied. When Reyna dived between the horntail's legs, Ardwyaed yelped and knocked her over before lying on her. Air helped, but she got no response from her family, who were all staring in shock at the memory of that very stupid move. But she'd gotten the egg, and the memory showed Madame Pomfrey healing her wound. "Seriously, my overprotective familiar is lying on me. A little help would be nice," she said as she tried to push the stubborn wolf off her. Thor reached down to help pull the large wolf off, only for Ardwyaed to growl and snap at him. "Well, we know he'll do what we hoped he would," Loki said, eyeing the wolf wearily. "Now, how to get him off and not end up like Tyr?" They eventually managed to coax Ardwyaed off her, just in time to see Ron apologize. "I cannot believe that you accepted his apology so easily," Frigga said. "He can be a bit of an idiot at times, but he is my best friend. He was there for the rest of it. And there was what he did in first year, risking his life during the chess game and saving my life from the troll. Letting his jealousy get in the way is really a small thing." What she didn't know was that her uncles were both planning on having a few words with Ron when they saw him. The clue had Ardwyaed howling at the noise and Reyna and her family covering their ears. "What was that?" Thor asked when the noise stopped. "A banshee," Loki suggested. The next memory was of the announcement of the ball, and McGonagall telling her that the champions opened the dance. "But, Professor, there's a problem." "And what would that be, Potter?" Her head of house asked. "Well, I can't open the dance." "Why ever not?" "I can't dance." McGonagall's face softened. "Well, Due to your situation, I'll just have to teach you. I've noticed that you and Mr. Diggory seem to be spending quite some time together, so I'll ask for his help. Come to my office tomorrow evening, 7 o'clock, Potter. We'll begin then. The next memory showed Cedric, Reyna, Victor, and Fleur landing their brooms, and all looking rather windswept. We decided that because the tournament was meant to strengthen international relations, the best thing to do was hang out. We flew together, ate together, that sort of thing. Ron almost had a heart attack the first time Fleur and Victor sat down at the Gryffindor table with us. That wasn't a bad idea. Frigga said, "What if they tried to do something to sabotage you as their competition?" Thor asked. There was a chance, but they didn't. We became quite good friends. She was sort of dreading this memory, but it put it in for Frigga's benefit more than the others. The four said their goodbyes and parted ways. Cedric and Reyna walked together back to the castle. Have you got a partner for the ball yet? Cedric asked her. No. You? He shook his head. I haven't. I'm trying to get up the courage to ask this one girl, though. He said. Not really sure how, though. Just ask her. Reyna shrugged, though she was clearly trying to hide her disappointment. All right, I will. He nodded, and then turned to stand in front of her. She stopped suddenly. Will you go to the ball with me, Reyna? Her smile was broad as she nodded. Hey, Hermione, you're a girl. Ron said as the next memory began. Oh, well done for noticing Ronald. Hermione said, her tone rather dangerous. Oh, he's more of an idiot than we thought. Loki groaned. She'll rip him to shreds if he does what I think he's going to do. He's definitely in dangerous territory. Thor agreed. Well, it's one thing for a guy to go on his own, but for a girl, it's just sad. Why don't you and I go together? In unison, Thor and Loki face palmed and groaned. That was the most unwise move a man can make when it comes to women. Make it sound like the fact that they are women has never been noticed before. Thor said. Reyna couldn't help but think that it sounded as if he'd had experience. If it was possible, Hermione's hair became even bushier. I'll have you know I've already been asked to the ball. And I said yes. Next time there's a ball, Ronald, I suggest you ask me sooner, and not as a last resort. With that, she stormed off. Ron turned to Reyna. Mental that one. Hey, wait, don't start, Ron. You'll only dig a deeper grave for yourself. She finished the last sentence on her essay, stood, and left as well. He has no social experience. Frigga said. Her tone seemed disbelieving. That was obvious from the start. Reyna reminded her. The next memory was of the ball, and both Cedric and Reyna heading outside for fresh air and hearing the conversation between Snape and Karkaroff about the outline of something becoming darker. Next was Ron accusing Hermione of fraternizing with the enemy. He has no concept of when to keep his mouth shut, does he? Loki had asked. Then there was Cedric telling her how to work out the egg, and finally the task itself. Why did you pause? Grab Hermione and go. Thor told her. Ron was right there too. She pointed out. She seems the more reliable of the two, however. Thor said. Cedric's father had been down there for him, and a girl who looked an awful lot like a younger Fleur. When Victor appeared as half a shark, it became a bit clearer about the choices. At least it wasn't another dragon. Frigga said, as they watched Reyna pull Ron and Gabrielle up to the surface, the mermen following behind. Reyna had ended up in first place, and the next memory was when the champions had been called out to the Quidditch pitch to see the maze that was growing, and Ludo Bagman telling them when the next task would be. June 24th? Isn't that when you said Voldemort captured you? Loki asked, looking down at her sharply. Yes, it was. She answered. He used the task. Ardwyatt curled around her as much as he could, without sitting on her again. Bagman's disappearance and the memory of Karkaroff's trial, and the trial of Barty Crouch Jr. were next. So he is definitely a Death Eater, Odin remarked. At least we don't have to concern ourselves with the younger Crouch. I see why the lesson with the Cruciatus being performed affected Mr. Longbottom so much now. Frigga noted, watching the memory of Reyna leave Dumbledore's office. I never mentioned to him that I knew. She said, I wasn't even sure how I'd bring that subject up. If I'd known back in that first defense lesson with Moody, I'd have done something to comfort Neville. Frigga rubbed her back, comfortingly. But you didn't know. It wasn't your fault. The next memory began at lunchtime on the day of the final task. Potter, McGonagall said, coming over to her. The champions' families are meeting in the room that the champions gathered in on Halloween. Your guests are waiting for you. With that, the stern professor walked off. You don't think the Dursleys actually turned up to you? Raina asked her friends. Ron shrugged, and Hermione frowned. I can't see the logic in that. I can. They have a bottle of champagne and are waiting to crack it open when I get killed. She stood and began to head to the antechamber, meeting up with Cedric on the way. They grabbed hold of the other's hand and walked in silence. They entered the room, and Raina stopped and then grinned. Mrs. Weasley and Charlie were there. Not the Dursleys. Raina, dear. Mrs. Weasley rushed over to her and caught her in a tight hug. Raina noticed Cedric in the same position with his mother. Charlie clapped her on the shoulder. Great flying back in November. Sorry I couldn't stick around and congratulate you then. Raina blushed. Thanks, and don't worry about it. He nodded. Then Cedric pulled her into his side, grinning. Mom, Dad, I'd like to introduce you to Raina Potter, my girlfriend. Raina, you've already met my dad, Amos, but this is my mother, Beth. Nice to meet you, she said, smiling timidly at them. A bundle of nerves now. Beth smiled widely at her. It's great to finally meet you. Cedric has told us so much about you in his letters. Don't worry. It was all good. Good to hear, said Mr. and Mrs. Diggory. These are Molly Weasley and her son, Charlie. She introduced. Yes, Molly. Good to see you again. How is Arthur? Amos asked her. Very busy. Things in his department have been very hectic of late, Amos. But he's fine. How about we all tour the grounds together? Beth suggested. A brilliant suggestion, Charlie said. Give these two lovebirds some time together before they're competing against each other once more. We should introduce you to Fleur and Victor first, Cedric said. Raina nodded in agreement. We become rather good friends over time. In the end, all four families ended up touring the grounds and got on rather well. Little Gabrielle seemed rather fond of Raina and kept asking her all the questions she could think of. Even dinner was a light-hearted affair. Up until the champions were called back into the antechamber, while everyone else was asked to head down to the Quidditch pitch. Well then, you all excited? Ludo Bagman asked the four champions. They just gave him a collective look that made his grin slide off his face. He checked his watch. Yes, well, they should all be in the stands now. Let's go. They all left the castle together. Cedric had Raina firmly tucked under his arm, and she had her arm around his waist. Well, Raina and Mr. Diggory are tied for first place, so they will enter first, followed a minute later by Mr. Crumb, and then a minute later by Miss Delacour. They could see the hedges rising above the stadium walls. They stopped at the entrance. Well, I have to go up to the commentator's stand. You all go in and wait at the maze entrance. Good luck. With that, Bagman left. Fleur and Crumb walked into the stadium first. I have a bad feeling about this, Raina said. So do I, Cedric replied. But either we do this, or we lose our magic. Good luck, you two, she said. They kissed briefly, and then headed inside the stadium, where they were greeted by a cheering crowd and a brass band. They separated and took their places at the maze entrances. When the cannon blast went, Raina and Cedric entered the maze and Raina's entrance closed behind her. The memories flicked through what she faced. The gold mist, the boggart, the scrut. Then someone screamed, Fleur! Raina took off in the direction the scream came from and almost ran into Victor, who pointed his wand at her chest. Victor? She caught sight of his eyes. Fight it, Victor. You're being controlled. He turned suddenly and fired off a spell. Cedric was thrown to the floor. Crucio. Victor growled. Raina was fast to react. Stupefy. Victor was knocked out instantly. Cedric stood shakily to his feet, and Raina rushed over to support him. He attacked me. Cedric sounded shocked, betrayed, and in pain. He was being controlled. I could see it in his eyes. That wasn't Victor. It was someone else. Let's send up red sparks. Get him out of here. Did you hear Fleur? Yes. I think he attacked her. I saw red sparks about a minute and a half ago. Raina sent up red sparks, and then they hurried away. I guess it's just us. Unless Victor wakes up before help arrives. Raina said. Cedric nodded. He'd stopped shaking and was standing on his own now. They were at a cross path. We should separate. Raina nodded. See you soon. Yeah. They parted again, and she continued on. After a few minutes of thinking, Raina got past the Sphinx and started a light run towards the light she could see. Then the cup came into view, and she picked up her pace. But then she saw Cedric coming from another direction. He would reach the cup before her, but then she saw it. Cedric, look out. She screamed at him, stopping at the sight of it. But the acromantula had already knocked him over. She fired several spells at it and then ran towards her boyfriend and the large, hairy spider. The spider turned its beetle-black eyes on her and charged her. She sent a cutting hex at its leg, and it screeched in pain. Before she could get another spell off, it had her leg in its pincers, and she was hanging upside down. She cried out in pain from the bite. Reyna! Cedric got underneath it and fired off a curse at its soft underbelly. Reyna was free-falling, but Cedric caught her. The acromantula crashed sideways into the hedge. Phew, that was close, he said before grinning at her. Are you all right? Let's just end this. I think I'll be glad to see Madame Pomfrey. This time, it was Cedric who was supporting Reyna. Take it, he said, when they were within arm's reach of the trophy. Reyna shook her head. No, you would have gotten here first. You have it. I wouldn't have gotten this far without you, and I wouldn't have gotten past that acromantula. We're even. Take it, you take it, he insisted. Tell you what, on 3 we'll take it together, split the prize. It's still a Hogwarts victory. I still think you deserve it. It's this, or I'm limping back out the other way. Fiend. He sighed. Right, 1, 2, 3. They both grabbed the cup and were pulled away. When they landed, it was in a haphazard pile. Where are we? Cedric asked. Is this part of the task? I don't think so. Dumbledore wouldn't have let us leave the grounds. They saw a figure heading around tombstones towards them. Reyna buried her face in Ardwide's fur. She couldn't watch this. Not again. She was suddenly aware of her grandmother kneeling beside her and hugging her, and someone had their hand on her shoulder. They could all guess what was coming next. Suddenly, Reyna grabbed her scar and went down, pain written all over her face. Cedric immediately went into a crouch beside her. Reyna, what's wrong? Said, get out. It's me they want. Get out. Save yourself. I'm not leaving you. He pointed his wand at the figure, who was carrying a bundle in his arms. Stay where you are. Who are you? Suddenly, a high-pitched voice said, Kill the spare. Avada Kedavra. The green light hit Cedric and sent him flying. Reyna cried out in anguish and pain as the light left his eyes. The pain in her scar increased. Reyna had buried her face further into Ardwide's fur and was crying as she heard it play out. He is in Valhalla now, Odin assured her. He showed great courage. Ardwide nuzzled at her, whining, upset at what his mistress had been put through and the pain she was feeling. Reyna was pulled up and pushed against a tombstone and tied to it. The pain was evident on her face, and she was crying. She spat in the figure's face, unable to do much more right now. The figure slapped her, and she noticed the missing finger. Pettigrew, she hissed before a gag was pushed into her mouth. She struggled against the bonds, while Peter began preparing a potion. He then dropped in what looked like a lizard-slash-baby hybrid. Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son. Dust rose from the ground at her feet and dropped into the cauldron. Pettigrew drew a silver knife. Blood of the enemy. He approached Reyna, who renewed her attempts at escape. Forcefully taken, you will resurrect your foe. He cut Reyna's forearm, and the blood he collected on the knife, he dropped into the potion. Flesh of the servant, willingly offered, you will revive your master. He cut off his hand, and Reyna let out a muffled yell. Pettigrew dropped to the ground in pain, and a white light flashed. When it cleared, steam billowed. A figure rose from the cauldron. Lord Voldemort, robe me. Pettigrew hurried to comply and draped the robe over his master as the snake-like man stepped from the cauldron. He picked up his wand. Give me your arm, Wormtail. Thank you, master. Thank you. He held out his bloody stump. Your other arm, Wormtail. Peter whimpered, but held out his left arm, which Voldemort grabbed. He pushed up the sleeve and pressed his wand tip to the dark mark tattoo. It burnt red. Voldemort then turned his attention to Reyna. I am so glad you could make it to my rebirthing party, Reyna. He used your blood. He has your blood in his veins. Frigga gasped. He may be more of a danger than we thought then. Odin said, depending on whether or not the Aesir magic activates for him. Is that possible? Thor asked. It is. That's the last thing we need. Loki said. Reyna was stiff as they talked about it. Voldemort was powerful as it was. To hear that she may have given him even more power. You stand on the grave of my late father. I killed him myself, you know. He turned and looked up at the sky. But look, my true family returns. Pillars of smoke flew from the clouds and landed between gravestones in a rough circle. They all fell to their knees, crawled towards Voldemort, and kissed the hem of his robes before standing back in a circle, leaving gaps as if for others. 13 years have passed, nearly 14, since we gathered together like this. Yet you still answer my call as if it were only yesterday. Voldemort said, "My lord, we remain ever loyal to you," said the voice of Lucius Malfoy. "Yet none of you sought me out, while you all claimed enchantment to remain free of imprisonment. If there had been any signs, any whispers, there were signs, and more than whispers. As it was, I had to rely on Wormtail's clumsy care to return to my body. And my lord, have I not served you well? But not out of loyalty. You sought me out due to fear of your former friends. But you have served me well and aided my return. Lord Voldemort always rewards those who deserve it. Give me your arm, Wormtail." Wormtail once again held out his bloody stump. With a wave of his wand, Voldemort created a silver hand, which affixed itself to Pettigrew's arm. He flexed the new hand, and it worked perfectly. He dropped to his knees and kissed the hem of Voldemort's robes. "I see you have all noticed my guest of honor." He slowly began to approach Raina once more. "Raina Potter, the cause of my downfall, but not because of any power on her part. An ancient magic that I overlooked. The protection of her mother's sacrifice runs through her very blood. That meant I could not even touch her. But now that blood is in my veins. I can touch her now." He raised his hand and placed a finger on Raina's scar. She screamed, but it was muffled by the gag. Voldemort soon removed his hand. "And tonight, I shall prove who is the greatest." Crucio. Raina let out another scream and flexed against her bonds. When he lifted the curse, she sagged against the ropes. "Every moment I'm watching this, his punishment keeps getting worse and worse." Odin growled. "He'll be lucky if he makes it to Asgard." Thor said, his knuckles cracking. "He'll be lucky if he has time to be bound in chains if I get to him first." Loki added. His face was a mask of hatred and anger at the moment. All of their faces were. Even Frigga's. "Untie her, Wormtail. Give her her wand. Tonight I will prove, once and for all, that I am the greatest." Peter rushed to comply, and when he cut away the ropes, Raina fell onto her hands and knees before he pulled her to her feet and stuffed her wand into her hand. "You have been taught how to duel, correct?" Voldemort asked. "You know the rules for the start of the duel? You are meant to bow to your opponent." "Bow." Raina bowed to death. He hit her with an imperious, but she still refused to bow to him. Voldemort snarled and hit her with a cruciatus curse, causing her to fall to her knees. "Now, do you want me to do that again, Raina? I could make the end quick for you. Just answer me. Do you want me to do that again?" Raina climbed shakily to her feet before firing off a blasting curse at him, and then the Death Eater behind her. Voldemort shielded, but McNair wasn't so lucky. He was thrown 10 feet back and rendered unconscious. Raina took the opportunity and ran for cover. It was her best bet, playing hide and seek. "Raina, are you hiding?" "Much like your father. He hid and cowered in the end." "Liar." Voldemort laughed. "You're right. He stood tall. Reckless bravery, if you ask me. He didn't even have his wand. Tell me, what would he say if he could see you now, hiding like this?" From the end, Raina stood and whirled round sharply, firing off an Expelliarmus just as Voldemort fired off a killing curse. The two spells connected and became gold. The two were lifted up and away from the Death Eaters to a clear area. A golden dome formed around them, and Phoenix song filled the air. There were what looked like beads in the middle of the beam. They started working towards Raina's wand, before changing course and heading for Voldemort's. When the beads connected with his wand, a ghostly figure, but more gold than silver, rose from the wand. Raina let a cry escape her lips. It was Cedric. "It wasn't your fault, Raina. But hold on. You need to hold on for me. And one more thing, take my body back. Take my body back to my parents." Raina nodded and felt a tear rolling down her cheek. "I will," she promised. The next figure was the old man from her dream. "You hold on, girl, and give him hell. That one murdered me, he did." Then it was a woman she didn't recognize, but she still got encouragement from her. Then Raina gasped. The next figure was emerging, one that was so very familiar to her, if only from photos. "Mom," she breathed. "Ingrid," Thor yelled. "What is this? How is any of this possible?" Professor Dumbledore said it was because of the connection between our wands. Brother wands aren't meant to fight each other. Raina said, finally looking up. Her face was tear-stained. They were just echoes, but real enough. Her eyes were glued to the shade of her mother in the memory. "I'm so proud of you, sweetheart," Ingrid told her. "Stay strong. Your father wants a word with you. We love you very much." Then James Potter emerged. "You're doing brilliantly, Raina," he said to her. "We can give you some time. When you break the connection, run to the port key. We'll distract them." "I don't think I can." "Yes, you can. You can do this, Raina. You can," he assured. "Be ready to run. And remember, we will always love you." Raina nodded and jerked her wand, breaking the connection. The shades flew at Voldemort and Raina ran. She ducked behind headstones as she went, dodging curses. She got to Cedric's body, which was quite a bit away from the cup. She pointed her wand at it. "Accio trophy." The Triwizard Cup flew towards her, but before it reached her, a spell collided with it, smashing it into smithereens. Raina threw up a shield, but a moment too late, and a red spell connected with her torso, and everything went black. The memory went back to the first one with the Dursleys then. The family pulled out, and Loki helped Raina put the memories back inside her head. Then, she hugged Frigga and began to sob anew. /n 37 pages later, and I was ready to rip my hair out. I hope you liked it. I thought about splitting it in two, but it didn't work for me. I wanted better interactions, but like I said, that was an awful lot of content. As for things like her memories with Cedric, there will be more of them, but as personal. Flashbacks for Raina. They were things she didn't want to share at the time, and things she thought weren't really necessary for her family to know. I hope you enjoyed. I did my best, but that was so long, and there was so much. Please review. Nimbus Llewellyn, thank you. Your advice will be taken under consideration. Critiques are always the best reviews. Chapter 14, Disclaimer. I own nothing. /n. Love life forever. Thanks for the idea. Chapter 14. Frigga was still holding Raina some time later, as the tears stopped. When I get my hands on Pettigrew and Voldemort, they're going to wish they'd never been born. Loki snarled, his hands clenching into fists and unclenching. When they are found, they are to be brought before the court that has not changed. Odin said, but I am starting to wonder at what would form a suitable punishment. I'll make sure to let Hela know that when their souls finally reach her, to give them extra attention. Loki said, they'll have that to look forward to as well then. Raina was beginning to think that Voldemort had a very good cause for fearing death. It wouldn't just be painful, but he would also be in pain after he had died. Him and Pettigrew. And she couldn't find it in her to feel even a shred of remorse. Thunder was becoming louder as they spoke. She looked up at Thor and saw he was shaking, ever so slightly. I'll be out on the training fields. He ground out before he stormed from the room, slamming the door behind him. Well, he hasn't destroyed the room at least. He's learned some self-control, I will admit. Loki drawled sarcastically. He looked to Raina and his face softened. You don't have to go back, Raina. I know you're worried about your friends, but you don't need to continue fighting after what you've been through. No one would blame you. He's right, Frigga said. You do not need to return. Yes, I do. I won't let others do the fighting for me. I'm not going to be a coward. You're no coward. Just because you choose not to fight after going through all of what you have gone through won't make you a coward. Odin said, take a walk with me. He held out his arm for his granddaughter, and she stood, accepting it, and let him lead her from the room, with Ardwyd right beside her. She still refuses to stay out of trouble. Frigga bemoaned, just like Ingrid. Loki noted. Even when she was surrounded by guards, she managed to find her way into some sort of trouble. I still say she got her penchant for trouble from her older brother. Loki felt a smile tug at his lips at his mother's words. I wish Ingrid could see her. She's doing well in her training, and she did well through all the trials she was put through on Midgard. She would be proud. Frigga agreed. She placed her hand on top of her son's for a moment, and she would be glad to know her brothers are working together to protect her daughter. She smiled softly at him before walking from the room. Sirius jumped when he heard what sounded like an explosion and went running towards the sound. He stopped and gaped. The training fields were half destroyed. Literally. It was as if half the ground had exploded, leaving a crater. He saw Thor throwing Mjolnir at one of the few training dummies that were still standing, and had to fight back the fear that made him want to flee. Thor looked murderous, and Padfoot was quite glad that he wasn't on the receiving end of the Thunderer's temper. He's been destroying the training fields for a while now. Sirius looked round to see Sif. Something has set off his anger. I haven't seen him this angry for a while. Not even when Jotuns broke into Asgard on his coronation was he this angry. Do you have any idea what it could be? Sirius asked her. All I know is that for the last few hours before this began, the king, queen, Thor, Loki, and Reyna have been talking about her past and the dangers she's faced. Sirius flinched. I'm going to hazard a guess that this has something to do with what she may have told them then. She's definitely danger-prone, I'll give her that. If what she's been through can cause this reaction, then I fear for anyone who even presents the smallest threat when we go back to Midgard. Thor told us this morning we're heading there in a few days. She didn't even have to pull any pranks or try to sneak out to get back there. Sirius snorted. How long until he calms down, do you think? Oh, he won't calm down for weeks. He'll just stop when he doesn't think it'll be beneficial anymore. Sif said. Then, the anger will just simmer, and he'll let it out again in battle. Sirius whistled. I almost feel sorry for the Death Eaters. If I didn't know what they'd done, I would. As it is, I think I'm going to enjoy watching that. We've noticed you're paying regular visits to Lady Air. Is something wrong? 12 years of wrong. Sirius said. Reyna's not the only one recovering from malnutrition. Air's also been helping me recover from the lasting effects of the Dementors. I used to jump at shadows, and the cold terrified me. At least I haven't tried hexing any shadows for a while. All thanks to Air. I had no idea you'd been so adversely affected by your imprisonment. Azkaban isn't like its Muggle counterparts, mainly because of the Dementors and the lack of decent meals. My cell was opposite my Melkosen. If she wasn't mad before she went in, she most certainly is now, that's for certain. Screams are a constant thing there. It's hell on earth. If a prisoner isn't screaming, it's probably because they're too far gone from their minds to register anything anymore. A dark look crossed his face before he shook his head, as if clearing away cobwebs. Not a nice place to go. Whether he was talking about the jail or the memories was uncertain, though. He looked around. This place is easily the complete opposite. Just being here helps really. Couldn't even imagine a Dementor being here. Air's a skilled healer. You will recover in no time. Sif said, I think perhaps we should try and pull Thor out of it now, before he damages the training fields irreparably. I may be a Gryffindor, but I'm not brave enough to approach him in that mood. Call me a coward if you want, but no. She grinned. Oh, really? He nodded. I'm not an idiot. From those training sessions, I know I'm no match for any of you. I certainly know I'm no match for Thor when he's in that mood and not holding back. Perhaps you're right. He does look like he needs to work out his anger a bit more. Sif agreed after a moment. Your parents would be proud of you. Odin told Reyna as they walked. You have undergone many trials and have not backed down from them, even when it seemed as if all the odds were against you. I just did what I could and winged it really, she replied, and always managed to get out alive. Odin said, and you did all that without training. But I want you to promise me something. Reyna. He brought them to a stop and placed his hands on her shoulders. What? She asked. If something is wrong, if anything seems off, I want you to tell someone immediately. Reyna nodded. I promise, she said. Thank you, he replied. Loki didn't spare a glance for the dead souls around him as he headed towards El Judner, Hellas Hall. The spirits parted without a problem and did not bother him. There was no reason to, seeing as the dead couldn't give a damn about the living in this realm. Sat outside was the large hound garb. His dark gray fur was matted, with blood and dirt around his muzzle and on his chest. He howled when Loki came into view but did nothing. The hound knew Loki well enough to know not to attack. There were some spirits inside the hall, but again, Loki paid them no mind. Hela was sat on her black throne watching him approach. One half of her face was blackened and twisted, like some sort of burnt skin that was stretched too thin over the skull, while the other half of her face had soft pale skin and green eyes and long dark hair. What brings you here, father? She asked him. I came to ask a favor of you, Hela. He replied. Oh, And why should I listen? Because I am sure this is something you would be more than willing to do. Do tell. She leant forward. You remember your aunt, Ingrid, do you not? How could I forget? She was the only one to treat me as she treated anyone else. There are mortals who seek to harm her daughter, Reyna. We will be sending them to you in due time. Wizards known as Death Eaters and their master, Voldemort, who was once Tom Riddle. Voldemort was the man who killed Ingrid and her husband just to try and kill Reyna when she was 1. Since then, he has attacked her, murdered someone close to her, and tortured her. There is a wizard known as Peter Pettigrew, and he's the one who betrayed Ingrid, James, and Reyna to Voldemort when he was supposed to be their friend and protecting them. When they enter your realm, would you mind paying those two and their allies special attention? He asked her. Hela kid. I would be glad to. That is something I would enjoy, especially seeing what Riddle has already done to escape me. Oh. She held up her hand, her fingers curling to form a claw, and what appeared to be a black cloud of smoke appeared in her hand. This is a piece of his soul. It arrived in my domain over 2 years ago. Now, from what I have been able to gather, he has placed fragments of his soul in several containers, all to ensure he never passes on to this realm, or any other form of death, though I highly doubt he would ever reach Valhalla. But my point is, if you wish to kill him, you will need to destroy these first. With that, she banished the smoke. Until I have all his soul, I can do little more than gather fragments of information. I cannot even cause any real pain to it. Thank you, Hela. Loki said, I will bear that in mind. But there is already one of his Death Eaters in your care, a spirit by the name of Quirrell. He attempted to kill Reyna when she was 11 and allowed Voldemort to latch onto his soul to be able to interact. Hela's smirk made all the spirits around restless. They knew what that smirk meant. Garm's howl rent the air, and not too long after, the hound entered, dragging a struggling and wailing spirit in, the spirit's shoulder and upper chest clutched in his teeth. I'll get started then, she said. Have fun, Loki told her, regretting the fact he couldn't do anything personally to the dead man. Oh, I will, she said, standing. With that, Loki turned and left. Hey, pup, Sirius said, catching up to his goddaughter in the gardens and pulling her into a one-armed hug. How are things? Not bad. Did you hear? We're heading back to Midgard soon. Yes, I heard. So, share with your dog father. How did you do it? I showed them my memories of my years at school, she answered. So, is that the reason why Thor was pulverizing the training fields? Reyna nodded. Ah, I see. So, you really didn't have to pull a prank? Not this time, Padfoot. She smiled at him. Damn, he mock-whined. I'd have done anything to see what you would have come up with, pup. Maybe another time, Sirius. But how are you? What were you up to this morning? There was a crash and a shriek from somewhere inside the palace, and Sirius just scratched his head and shrugged. Nothing much, pup. Nothing much at all. You're unbelievable. She shook her head, grinning. He laughed. It was just something small. Don't worry. Now we have to decide what we're going to do when you get back to Midgard. We'll come up with a way to surprise everyone and pull off a big prank. How about that? We'll see, Padfoot, we'll see. Now, who was the poor sod you pranked? And what did you do? Oh, it was just a simple hair-changing potion to change the color. And as for who, well, it could be anyone. He shrugged. What is it with Loki and my hair? I think you got Sif. So do I. A/N. Hope you enjoyed. Please review. Chapter 15. Disclaimer. I own nothing. Chapter 15. Sif, it transpired, was not a fan of the color pink, especially flashing neon pink. The first thing she had done was search the whole palace for Loki, and it had to be explained to her that he wasn't there. He wasn't even on Asgard. That left her at an impasse for a while, wondering who it was that had turned her hair that hideous color, and who it was she had to get her revenge on. The big clue, however, was how Sirius had taken one look at her and, face twitching, had turned and walked away, his shoulders shaking slightly, as Reyna just stared at her. When she saw the anger on Sif's face, she just pointed in her godfather's direction, not wanting the blame. Training was hard enough as it was, without Sif making it harder in revenge for a prank she didn't play. At first, the female warrior had decided on simply dragging Sirius to extra training sessions and beating him into a pulp, but then she decided on something else. So she took a quick trip down to Midgard to see what she could find out about their forms of revenge in order to ensure Sirius didn't try it again. The next morning, It was a very pale and a slightly trembling Sirius who appeared on the repaired training fields ready for the morning sparring session. "What is wrong with you, Sirius?" Fandral asked. "If I didn't know better, I'd say that Muggle Mafia got into Asgard somehow." Even Reyna looked confused at that, but Sif wasn't looking at him, so Sirius didn't see the large grin on her face. "What are you talking about, Sirius?" Reyna asked, concerned for his sanity. "I woke up to find a horse's head on the pillow next to me. Like in that film, The Godfather?" "Yeah." He nodded. Reyna shook her head. "I'll let you figure this one out on your own, Patty. The answer to how it got there is simple. Just think about what happened yesterday. Try not to strain yourself." Sif added. Thor, Loki, and the Warriors 3 were still slightly confused, though at the conversation, but Reyna saw Sif whispering to them each chance she got to fill them in. "You know," Reyna said to Sif when Sirius and Fandral were sparring, "I think that threat was only successful in the Godfather storyline." She shrugged. "Darcy was kind enough to give me the idea. Sirius was idiotic enough to fall for it." Reyna nodded, grinning. "You're right. How long do you think it'll take for Sirius to figure it out?" "I'm not sure, but we should let him work it out for himself. You gave him quite a big clue." Pranking's so normal to him that he won't even think about it." Reyna was correct. Even when they were heading to Midgard, Reyna wearing Muggle clothes thanks to Emma, who had been studying mortal fashions from the first chance she got, Sirius was still jumpy about the horse's head he'd woken up to, which earned him quite the ribbing from Thor and the Warriors 3. As she had planned, Reyna wore the protective leather shirt and leggings under her black top and black trousers and green leather jacket, which also had some protective spells on it. Personally, she thought that Emma had done a fine job with the mortal Muggle clothes, and she was really fond of the jacket, though all the protection spells were a bit overkill. Even her gold pendant, inscribed with Iwaz, and her silver bracelet with the garnet had protective enchantments. Loki had even managed to get a hold of her brooch and had placed several protective spells on it. However, there was one thing that worried her about returning to Midgard: the connection between her and Voldemort. It had been as if it hadn't existed while she was on Asgard, but she knew being worlds away had a massive impact on it, meaning she was out of the bond's scope. Loki had informed them as to the truth of how Voldemort had returned, and it was quickly figured out that the bond was because of an unintentional Horcrux. They were sure it was unintentional due to the fact that Voldemort wouldn't be trying to kill her if he knew she was keeping him alive. Loki and Thor had been, with her on wanting the soul piece removed immediately. However, Frigga and Odin had talked them down, with a logical argument to wait in order to fully research it to limit the damage that could be done to Reyna while removing it. So, she was heading back to Midgard with the Horcrux still in her scar, but her mind heavily shielded. Loki had helped her establish shields, and when she had a weak one around her mind, she had let him in so he could reinforce them. She was finding it difficult to create a strong shield of her own, and knew any she came up with would crumble under a first attack. Hence Loki's aid in the matter. The group reached the Bifrost, and Reyna was glad to note that there was no chance of her falling off the edge now, thanks to the Bifrost chamber being rebuilt. "I will keep a keen eye on Midgard," Heimdall said as they approached. "I have redirected the Bifrost to land in the grounds in front of Hogwarts. However, there is something that makes it hazy. I can see the grounds and the castle, but exactly what is going on is harder to distinguish. That may be one of the wards," Sirius said. "I will be sure to check it." Loki said, "If not, I'm sure I can come up with a spell that will allow some people to remain clear to you." "Heimdall, a reverse of my other spell." Heimdall nodded, and Reyna knew she'd be the first one to have the spell placed on them if it came to that. She had to repress the sigh. They really weren't taking any chances. Ardwhy had nudged her hand with the tip of his nose and whuffed softly. She smiled down at her familiar, and in the corner of her, I saw her godfather change into his animagus form, just to be on the safe side. They weren't expecting anyone from the Ministry to be at Hogwarts, but they were better safe than sorry. Reyna still had no clue how to produce a Patronus without her wand. Travel by Bifrost was quite the experience. It was almost like free fall, but it also had the sense of being guided, but at a very fast speed. In short, Reyna loved every second of it. When her feet hit the ground, she managed to barely stumble, and when the vortex cleared, she found herself looking up at the gates of Hogwarts, one of which opened for them. The group began walking forward immediately, their pace quick. They walked up the path to the castle, not slowing until they reached the steps. where they were greeted by both Dumbledore and Moody. "Ah, it is good to see you have arrived safely," Dumbledore said. "There's quite a number of you. I thought it would just be Potter and her newfound uncles." Moody growled. "We are taking no chances with Raina's safety." Thor said, "Not after what happened. I'm going to guess that you are Thor then," Moody said, both his eyes flicking to the hammer at Thor's belt. "Aye. And you're Professor Moody, correct?" "I'm not a professor anymore. I'd say it was back to quiet retirement. But even with Potter safe and sound, there's still a war coming. Things need doing, and I intend to do them." Moody then pulled out his flask and unscrewed it ready to drink some. Loki's eyes were narrow as he surveyed the man. Suddenly, the flask was gone from Moody's hand and reappeared in Loki's. Loki sniffed the contents and grimaced slightly before his face hardened. "I want that flask back, laddie," Moody growled. "Who are you?" Loki asked. "Loki, we know who he is, Thor began. "He is not who he says he is," Loki said, before handing the flask to Raina. "What would you say was in there?" Raina sniffed and recoiled. "That's polyjuice potion. Now, why would you be drinking that?" Loki asked the man. "Unless you were an imposter." Raina soon found herself pushed behind her uncles while Sif and the warriors three surrounded her. Sirius and Ardwyd kept tight to her sides, as the last layer of defense in case he should somehow slip past the others. Ardwyd was growling, his hackles raised and fangs bared. Dumbledore also had his wand out and was pointing it at Moody, who was looking rather worried. "I wouldn't make a single move towards your wand if you want to." "Live," Thor said, Mjolnir ready to be thrown. "My brother asked you a question. You would be wise to answer it. And how long have you been impersonating Alastor?" "Where is he?" Dumbledore asked. The potion began wearing off, and as they watched, the wooden leg and the magic eye fell away, and his real eye and leg appeared. Barty Crouch Jr. was revealed before them. With a flick of his wrist, he had a wand in his hand and a spell on his lips, only to find himself blasted into a wall. Loki had beaten him to it. "I think," he snarled, "we have just found the one who was responsible for Raina's name being placed in the goblet, and the Tri-Wizard Cup being a portkey." Thor twirled Mjolnir in his hand once, and thunder rumbled. "We have our orders concerning Death Eaters. We need him alive. Who knows what information on Voldemort's plans he has? And he knows where the real Alastor Moody is," Dumbledore said. "And doesn't everyone get a second chance? He delivered our niece into Voldemort's not-so-tender care. He is the reason that Raina watched Cedric Diggory die and was then tortured for near a whole month and almost dead when she appeared near us. He is one of those scum who support the one who murdered our sister. There is no second chance coming to any of these." Loki told him coldly. "Now would you excuse us?" He grabbed Crouch and then Thor's arm before teleporting away. "Perhaps we should wait inside?" Fandral suggested. "They may be a while." Sirius seemed to be laughing, but in his canine form, it was hard to tell. "What will they do with him?" Dumbledore asked. "Well, there are several options," Volstagg said. "For some reason, I'm leaning towards the Blood Eagle." Dumbledore paled. "Would they really commit dash?" "Do not finish that sentence," Sif said. "Each person bearing that mark will get what is coming to them when they meet their end and when they pass on." "What is the Blood Eagle?" Raina asked. "Painful," Hogan answered her. "Very painful." "All right then." After what Loki had told her during their first lesson together, she wasn't sure she wanted to know. What she was sure of was that things were going to be painful for Crouch in his last moments on Midgard, and after he entered in a hellish realm too. Dumbledore was looking rather ill. "Well then, I guess we should go to my office." He turned to one of the paintings and told the occupant to lead Loki and Thor up to his office when they returned. "Why did you try to argue for his life to be spared?" Sif asked as they walked to Dumbledore's office. "There are ways of getting people to reform. Prison is one dash. To be honest, Professor, it didn't work the first time." Raina said. "I mean, he got out somehow and went right back to Voldemort. Even sent me to the bastard." Dumbledore looked at Raina in shock. "You have changed, Raina. You go through what I have and see if you don't change, Professor. If you stay the same, I'd be amazed." "Do you agree with this, Sirius?" Dumbledore asked her godfather. Padfoot barked and nodded his head. Dumbledore just nodded. "I was hoping to limit the bloodshed of this war. War is war. There is always going to be bloodshed. What we can do is limit the casualties on our side by killing the enemy." Fandral said. "Better the enemy than us." I can see when I'm outnumbered." He sighed and shook his head, looking like a disappointed grandfather. Sif's eyes narrowed slightly. Thor had warned her about the possible manipulations of the old man. She would keep a close eye on him and be very wary of what he said. The rest of the walk was spent in silence. The man's ribs were sticking out of his back like grotesque, bloody wings, broken at the spine and pulled outwards, and there was salt in his wounds, and his lungs were on the ground either side of him. Blood covered both Thor's and Loki's hands. A spell of Loki's had kept Crouch alive and conscious until the end, and the light had only just died from his eyes. The two cleaned the blood from their hands, and Loki banished the body. It would reappear somewhere for the Death Eaters to find. Hela clapped her hands as Garm dragged the spirit towards her, and she laughed. "Barty Crouch Jr. I've been waiting for another one. Father made a quick start, didn't he? Death by Blood Eagle is it? Well, you knew some pain, but that was nothing." She laughed again. Crouch watched her, terrified. If he'd been scared of Bellatrix and his master, it was nothing compared to the fear he felt in the presence of the Queen of the Dead. When Loki and Thor finally reached Dumbledore's office, they found it strangely quiet. I read his mind. The real Mad-Eye Moody is in the final compartment of his trunk, and he was impersonating him since just before the start of the school year. Dumbledore quickly turned to one of the portraits and had them go and tell Professors McGonagall and Snape, as well as Madame Pomfrey. They will see that he is taken care of. Was all that violence really necessary? Oh, here we go again. Sirius said, "You'll have even less luck with them on this matter, Albus. So don't try it. Headmaster, before you say anything, remember that this is war." Loki said, "There are always going to be acts committed that do not sit well with others. He himself committed many crimes. We merely stopped him from committing any others. He got what was coming to him." Thor said, "Now, where is this headquarters we've been told about?" "Ah, yes, the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. It is at number 12 Grimald Place. I myself am secret keeper." He didn't seem happy about the conversation being turned to a different subject on him. "Let's hope you don't turn traitor then." Loki said, "Shall we go?" There was a motley group gathered around the table at number 12, ready for lunch. The Weasleys, Victor Crumb, Fleur Delacour, and Remus were some of them, but there was also a bubblegum pink-haired witch, a dark-skinned wizard, a tatty-looking wizard with lank sandy hair and heavy eyes, and another witch and wizard, who were both graying. Lunch being served was interrupted as the fireplace flared up with green flames and Dumbledore stepped through. The next to follow him was a large blond man wearing armor and a red cloak. However, he almost fell over when he stepped through, but he quickly regained his balance and surveyed the room, looking for threats. "I see what she meant," he muttered as he looked around the room. "That's an uncomfortable way of travel. Was there not a better way?" he asked Dumbledore. "That was the quickest," Dumbledore said. Just then the flue flared up again, and the man turned, and as someone fell out of the fireplace, a massive wolf coming with them, he caught the girl and straightened her up. "Are you all right, Phoenix?" The whole group froze when they saw it was Raina. "I just hate flute travel. I can never get it right. Good thing I didn't overshoot this time. That is the last thing we need." "Raina?" Ron asked. Raina smiled. "Hey, Ron. It's good to see you." "Good to see me?" "Mate, it's bloody brilliant to see you." She got caught in a hug from her best friend and couldn't help but laugh. "You won't ever change, will you?" "Well, except height-wise." She pulled back and pushed his shoulders slightly as the fireplace activated again and Sirius came through. He was soon followed by Sif, then Fandral, Volstagg, and Hogan, and finally Loki. Before anyone else could say anything, however, Raina found herself in a bone-crushing hug from Mrs. Weasley. She then held Raina at arm's length. "Oh, look at you. You're nothing but skin and bones. What have you been eating?" "Actually, quite a bit," Loki said coolly. "We have not been starving her. She's still recovering from her capture, but has made substantial progress." The Weasley matriarch turned slightly red. "Don't worry about it, Mrs. Weasley," Raina said. She then got caught in a massive group hug from the other Weasley children and Victor and Fleur, but when they let her go, she went on to hug Remus, Fleur, Victor, and the rest of the Weasleys separately. While she was doing that, Thor stood beside Ron. "We have seen Raina's memories of her school years. Know that, while you have been a good friend to her on the most part, should anything happen like it did last year when her name came out of the goblet, you will regret it. that hurt her greatly, and I will not stand for anyone hurting my niece. Do you understand? Ron swallowed and nodded. Completely. Thor clapped him on the shoulder, and Ron was reminded of when Hagrid did the exact same thing. Good. Thor then grinned and moved away. What Thor failed to say was, he would probably let you live afterwards. I, on the other hand, would not. Loki added, making Ron go pale. He just nodded this time through. What's with the wolf? The witch with the bubblegum-colored hair asked. We thought Moony would like some company, Nymphadora. Sirius answered cheekily. Don't call me Nymphadora. Her hair went red, and she drew her wand, and a spell flew at Sirius, which he ducked. It shattered a tile on the wall, and he held up his hands in surrender. Saw the E. I forgot, Tonks. Like how you forgot. She muttered, her hair changing back to its previous color. Sirius straightened, only for Remus to hit him upside the head. Hey, Sirius complained. The wand happy which over there is Tonks. Remus said, introducing the one who'd asked the question. Ardwyad's my second familiar. Loki gave him to me for my birthday. Wicked birthday present. He was a puppy then. Tonks' jaw dropped as she stared at the wolf. Don't worry about lunch, Molly. I got things to do. The man with the tatty wizard said. Are you sure, Mundungus? Positive. He sent a weary glance at Ardwyad before beating a hasty retreat. The group were soon pulled into lunch. However, the twins seemed more intent on grilling Loki and groveling to their idol. Reyna was pretty sure it was love at first introduction for the twins, and made a mental note to place a protective shield on her door, especially since Loki seemed rather willing to hand out some ideas to them. Any idea from him in the twins' hands could go to hell for anyone else in the area. What about Hedwig and my things? Reyna asked, finally remembering about that. They're upstairs. Arthur said. We had them all moved here from Hogwarts when we set up. I put your wand in your trunk. Molly said. You'll be in the same room as Ginny. Sirius frowned. But there's enough room here for Reyna to have a room of her own, as well as the others. Wouldn't it be better for her to have company? Reyna should have her own room. Thor said, Reyna can choose what Reyna wants. Thank you very much. Reyna said. Thor had the decency to look cowed, but Mrs. Weasley, on the other hand, went into mother hen mode. But Reyna, after what you've been through, wouldn't you rather someone be there? Mrs. Weasley, that is exactly why I need my own room. I'll only disturb Ginny. My nightmares have gotten better, but I do have them regularly. Sometimes worse than others. Guards even thought she was being attacked one night. Loki said. They even roused the alarm. Reyna buried her face in her hands. Don't remind me. And Ardwyad attacked them. The wolf in question barked happily. Even though the guards hadn't actually posed a threat, he'd done what he was meant to do and protected his mistress. Fred and George looked at the wolf wearily and began whispering to each other. She got the feeling she would be far safer from pranks than the others in the building. Mind you, the rooms will need to be cleaned up first. Dumbledore said. Or have you finished all the bedrooms, Molly? Not yet, Professor. We weren't expecting guests so soon and continued making the other rooms safe for living in. May I ask what's wrong with the rooms? Sif asked. This is the Black family home. Sirius said. My family is traditionally a dark family, and as such there are many dangerous and cursed objects. Add to the fact that the house was abandoned since my mother's death, not long after the end of the First War, and you have a pretty messy house to clean up. And carefully, too. We've already found a boggart and 2 doxy infestations. Ron said, those are pesky to get rid of. Was it just Reyna, or did Fred and George exchange sly looks for a moment at the mention of doxies? She made a note to be very weary of those 2 being anywhere near her food from now on. Not that she wasn't always, but she would now be extra cautious. This stay may just prove quite eventful. A/N. I hope you enjoyed. Please review Angel. Chapter 16. Disclaimer. I own nothing. A/N. Thanks to Pokemon Master Razit for the idea. Chapter 16. While they were eating lunch, Loki handed Reyna her potions to her and produced one of Iduna's apples for her. She put it next to her plate to eat it after. How is that apple gold? Ron asked. Is there something wrong with it? Reyna held back her laugh. No, Ron. It's one of the apples of Iduna. It's meant to look like this. Iduna, they help heal injuries and contribute to the long life of the Aesir. Iduna is the goddess in charge of the apples. Reyna told him. She took the potions before she began eating the apple. So they make you immortal? We're long lived on our own? The apples extend that. Sif said. In other words, they're the deal breaker. Why couldn't it be something nice? Why a piece of fruit of all things? His nose scrunched up slightly as he looked at the apple, obviously torn between whether he liked the idea of immortality or avoiding eating the fruit. It just is, Rhaena said. After lunch, Rhaena offered to help them clean up, but Loki merely walked into the rooms and had them cleaned with a few quick spells. You know, Mum, why didn't you think of that? We've been doing it by hand, Ginny said. It's character building. And apart from the twins, none of you are old enough to use magic outside of school. Molly said. Oh, I forgot about that. Rhaena said, don't think it means a halt in your training. I don't care if some mortals don't think you are old enough to use magic outside of Hogwarts. I am teaching you no matter where we are. But she could be expelled, Molly said. Loki simply raised an eyebrow. How would that stop her practicing magic? Her wand would be snapped, Mrs. Weasley said, as if it would be obvious. Loki smirked and nodded to Rhaena. She summoned a flame to her hand. The spell was now effortless to her, along with a few other ones. She still struggled with quite a few of the spells she was learning, but that was to be expected. It was odd to change from a wand to without one, but she was doing what she could to progress in her studies. She didn't want to let her family down. Ron, Ginny, the twins, and their mother gaped at her hand and the flame there. But not even Dumbledore can do wandless like that. Ginny said, he is mortal. As I told Rhaena, the restrictions on mortals such as yourself do not apply to us. Loki said, you saw me simply wave my hand, and the rooms were clear. Why are you so surprised? I guess it hasn't really sunk in. Ron said, well, seeing as there isn't anything else to do, why don't you kids go and catch up? Molly said after a moment, I'm sure there's plenty for you to talk about. They all moved into Ginny's room, which had Rhaena's trunk next to the second bed in there. So tell us, Fred began when the door was closed. What's it like being the niece of the god of mischief? George continued. What secrets has he taught you? They added together. Rhaena rolled her eyes and sat on the edge of what was obviously the second bed, because Ginny had a hand-made throw from her mother at the end of her bed. He's taught me no secrets, she said, but the fire dash they began is something anyone in Asgard who learns to wield magic can use, she said, smiling. But if I learn anything of interest to your great plans, I'll pass on the memo. She soon had them hugging her waist and thanking her over and over again. She just patted their heads to get them off. So, what's Asgard like? Ron asked. Beautiful. I thought I would never see anything more beautiful and stunning than Hogwarts, but I was so wrong. The Rainbow Bridge runs over the sea that falls into space. It runs into the city, and the architecture is like nothing in this world. The buildings shine, and at the center is the palace, and it stands tall over the rest of the city. Everything is huge. I'd say it was built to accommodate giants, if I didn't know about the animosity between Jotunheim and Asgard. There are planets in the sky, and even in the day the stars shine. There is nature throughout the city, in parks and groves, and in the distance there are mountains of white rock. The market always has interesting goods for sale, and the people are friendly. Well, they seem friendly to me. It may be because of who I am. I don't know. The gardens of the palace are beautiful, with brightly colored flowers, and then there are the training fields. I don't think I've ever seen those empty. There are always warriors training there. And then there's the library. I've gotten lost in there several times. I still don't know my way around. Don't tell me they give you homework, Ron exclaimed. Maybe a little, but I do have a lot to learn. Not just magic, but the real history of my people, and what my position is and what it means. So, it doesn't just mean you get pampered? Ginny asked. Rhaena shrugged. Not entirely. I mean, I've been excused from the duties I would have because I've only just found out recently about my heritage, but it is the duty of the royal family to take care of the people. Thankfully, I won't have to make any public appearances in other realms anytime soon. Why the hell did you come back? Ron asked incredulously. You had it good. I couldn't just stay there and leave you all behind. Voldemort's too big a threat. I can't sit back knowing he's a threat to my friends when I'm safe on another world. I couldn't leave you to face him. Not after what he's done. She looked down at her hands. When I got out, I operated accidentally. I remember thinking that I just wanted to know family that loved me before I died. I landed in front of Thor, and Loki wasn't far away. Thor killed the Death Eater that grabbed me. And before I blacked out from pain and exhaustion, he promised no more harm would come to me. I started to realize why that made me feel so safe just before we went to Asgard. You remember that mirror we found in first year, Ron? Yeah. He nodded. You saw your parents. Raina nodded. But not just them. Behind Dad was his whole family. All of the Potters. Guess who was behind Mom? Your uncles and grandparents. Ginny said. Raina nodded. They were there. But in first year, I didn't really pay any attention. I knew they were family, but I didn't know anything more than that. I was too focused on my parents. But I remembered that. It was that memory that meant I believed their argument that they were my uncles. But until I met them, all I had was my friends. How could I ever live with myself if I abandoned you to Voldemort? I know that Odin has warriors searching for Voldemort and his Death Eaters already, but he'll come after you to get to me if he thinks it would draw me out. I couldn't leave you to that fate. That's why I came back, Ron. I came back for my friends. Ron pulled her into a one-armed hug, and she brushed a tear away from her eyes. Loki and Thor appeared in the building. Jane and the others conducted their research in Puente Antigua, seemingly from thin air. Everyone in the room jumped. Darcy even fell out of her chair. Jane! Thor exclaimed excitedly. He pulled her out of her seat, picked her up, and spun her round. I have missed you. I missed you too. This is a surprise, Jane said. Thor nodded. We are here to take you all to a safe location, if you want it, that is. Is Raina there? He looked round to see Hermione Granger, who looked hopefully at him. He smiled at her. Yes, she is, and she will be attending Hogwarts this year too. When are we leaving? She asked excitedly. Hold your horses, Hermione. I think you need to calm down and get all the facts first, her father said, chuckling. While she was being teased by her father, Thor looked at Loki and nodded to Selvig. Loki ground his teeth for a moment before looking at the scientist. Apologies, Dr. Selvig, for taking control of your mind, he said, obviously not knowing what else to do. Eric nodded. Apology accepted, he said rather nervously. Thor beamed, obviously thinking that this was progress. So, where is this secure location? Darcy asked, righting herself again. Loki pulled a piece of paper from inside his coat's inner pocket. It is under the protection of something known as the Fidelius Charm. The charm means, unless the location, or the secret being guarded, is told to you by the secret keeper, the only one with the ability to tell others the secret, you will be unable to find it. The location was written on this by the secret keeper. Do not read it aloud. He handed it to Emma Granger, who read it and passed it on to Eric. Why do we need to move there? Jane asked Thor. It's where the resistance group against Voldemort and his Death Eaters use as headquarters. It's also a safer location for anyone who could be a target of attack, such as Hermione because of her friendship with Raina, and her family because of being her family, which includes you. And I didn't think you would want to leave behind Eric and Darcy, and he wanted to see you more often. Loki ousted his brother's real motive for including Jane, Darcy, and Eric. Do you really think it would be best for us to go there? Daniel Granger asked. Strategically, yes. Loki nodded. Though, there will undoubtedly be those there who will object to your presence, as you are not witches or wizards, with the exception of Hermione. But they will not harm any of you. Thor said, well, if it means spending the rest of the summer with Hermione, I'm in. We haven't spent the entire summer with her since she started Hogwarts, and it's about time we got to see more of this new world she belongs to. Besides, I think her mind was made up the moment you said Raina was there. Emma said, we had better make this quick then. Thor said, before anything happens. By the time dinner came around, Raina had been filled in on what the Weasley kids knew of the Order of the Phoenix, and also been told of Percy's split from the family when he had sided with the Ministry, who were calling both her and Dumbledore insane. Even though the fact that she was a member of the Aesir and the Princess of Asgard had gotten out, the Ministry would not be deterred in slandering her name. She, Ginny, and Ron were heading downstairs when there were two identical cracks and the twins appeared on either side of the three. Raina did a double take when she got a good look at them. Their hair was slicked back, and they were both wearing outfits that were almost identical to Loki's. The only differences were that where Loki had green in his outfit, they had red. What the bloody hell are you wearing? Ron asked. We thought we'd take inspiration from our idol. They chorused. Mum will pitch a fit, Ginny said, and then she grinned. Come on. I can't wait to see her reaction. They were heading down the stairs when there was a crash which sounded like something being knocked over. And then the screaming began. /n. Short chapter. I'll try and update more regularly, but uni work does take up a lot of time. There's a poll on our profile. I would appreciate if you check it out, as it contributes to the path this story will take. I appreciate your input and want to know what you would prefer to see in this story. If you vote for, I have a way to make it possible that may just be believable. So, please check it out and review. And thank you to all those who have already reviewed. Chapter 17. Disclaimer. I own nothing. Chapter 17. The four Weasleys groaned and led the way back downstairs. The source of the screaming became apparent when she saw that the curtains Raina had previously thought hid a window were now open, revealing a painting of a hideous woman who was shrieking and spitting. Muggle scum, half-breed beast, blood traitors, all defiling the most ancient and noble house of my fathers. Get out! The woman gasped when she spotted Sirius, and she pointed at him. You, treacherous fruit of my loins! How dare you besmirch my home? Sirius and Remus grabbed the curtains and wrestled them shut. Everyone else seemed too stunned to do anything. What was that? Sif asked. That was my dear old mum, Sirius said. Even dead, she causes me nothing but trouble. She's the main reason I ran away. Why don't you just remove the painting? A girl with glasses asked. There's some spell keeping it on. And if we try destroying it, she just escapes into another painting, and then the canvas repairs itself. Best keep quiet so as not to wake her. Does she have the same views as Voldemort? Thor asked, his eyes narrow. Oh yes. I think it was the proudest day of her life when my younger brother Regulus took the dark mark. Let me try. Thor grinned at him, and both Sirius and Remus moved to the side quickly as he pulled Mjolnir from his belt. Thor raised the hammer and brought it into the curtains, which fell away, revealing that he'd caught the painting's subject by surprise. And in the stomach, he pulled back his arm again and hit the portrait, causing it to break, and it fell off the wall. My mistress! Suddenly, a very old and very ugly house elf appeared and fell to his knees, sobbing at the sight of the ruined portrait. What is that? That's a house elf, Dad. I told you about them, remember? The elf was now howling in his grief, and his little fists were beating the floor. Oh, shut up, creature. It was just a painting. My mother's years dead, Sirius said. The elf, now identified as creature, shut up, but was still having a fit silently while throwing glares at both Sirius and Thor. I'd lock my door if I were you, Thor. He's not going to like you now, Sirius said. He loved my parents? Creature, go do some cleaning. And I mean it. This place is still a tip. Sirius, you can't treat him like that. Hermione said. Mudblood sticks up for Creature. Creature doesn't want filthy Mudblood's help. The elf muttered. Don't call her that. Raina hissed. Creature, never use the term Mudblood again. And show my guests respect. Sirius growled angrily. I never want you to speak to anyone I allow under my roof in such an awful way again. Yes, master. The elf popped away with that, shooting one final glare at everyone. When he was done, Raina hurried down the stairs and caught Hermione in a hug. It's so good to see you again. You too. How are you? Hermione pulled back to look at her. Are fine? Raina said. Ow. What was that for? Hermione had just whacked her over the head. For worrying me and everyone else. Suddenly, Hermione was hugging her tightly again. We thought you were dead. I thought she contacted you too, Hermione. Ron said. She did, but I was still worried, Ronald. Well, Mrs. Weasley began, obviously trying to stop the fight before it began. Why don't you all get settled in? Dinner will be ready soon, after all. Raina, have you moved your things to your room? Yes, I have. Raina nodded. Oh, good. Well, as I said, dinner will be ready soon, and I'm sure everyone will want to be settled in. Everyone soon had a room, and they all gathered in the kitchen for dinner. Tonks was changing her nose to animal noses for the entertainment of the others at the table. Raina had a laugh at that, along with the others. But she didn't laugh as hard as she had when Loki had taken notice of what the twins were wearing. He had done a double take and then just blinked for a few moments. He looked slightly worried. He was probably beginning to realize that if given too much inspiration from him, the twins would probably destroy everything in the country at least. Then, the look changed to one that said he very much realized the opportunity. She was sure she'd heard the three mutter the words Dudley and Ministry a few times. She couldn't resist the laughter at what would undoubtedly be a very bad string of luck heading for those two parties. They had almost all finished when the kitchen door opened and Snape walked in. Sirius pushed his plate away. "Well, that foul smell just ruined the last of my appetite," he said. "Watch your tongue, Black." Snape said, "I'm here for the order meeting." His eyes landed on Reyna. "Well, it looks like my good summer's at an end. You are alive." Thor and Loki rocketed to their feet. "Watch how you address our niece, mortal. We know of your treatment of her, and you are very close to seeing why it is a very bad idea to anger gods." Thor growled, "It isn't my fault she's an arrogant, incompetent fool." Snape snapped. Suddenly he was choking. "Reyna is neither arrogant, incompetent, nor a fool. You, on the other hand, are all three and more, including unbelievably stupid. Thor gave you a warning. I suggest you heed it." Loki told him, his tone bored. Snape was able to breathe again and collapsed to his knees, clutching his throat. "As it is, Reyna is learning quickly, but no doubt her knowledge of your subject is severely lacking. After all, her teacher in the subject has been a biased idiot who cannot let go of a schoolboy grudge and has to carry it over to a dead man's daughter. Then we have to take into account the fact that you cannot teach at all. All you do in your lessons is place instructions on the blackboard and then walk around the class intimidating and degrading any student who is not of your house." Dumbledore entered the room then. "What is going on?" "I was just teaching your potions master some respect," Loki said, sitting back down. "I will be attending some of Reyna's potions lessons randomly during the school year to ensure his crass attitude no longer continues towards my niece and her friends. Now, I don't think there is any need of that. All teenagers have favorite and least favorite teachers, and descriptions can become a little distorted about them." Dumbledore said, "Professor Snape just insulted Reyna in here in front of us," Thor said, "and we have seen the memories of her school years, including her lessons, but no harm will come to her in class." Dumbledore said, "And I have never heard any complaints before this. Perhaps her memories were biased in this way?" "Biased?" Ron asked. "He's always tearing into her and every other student that isn't Slytherin." "Ron, don't talk to the headmaster like that," Mrs. Weasley said. "He's being completely honest." Thor said, "Your son is telling the truth of Snape's so-called teaching methods. I will not be insulted." Snape growled, "Then grow up." Loki snapped, "If I find Reyna's classes to be lacking, she'll be withdrawn from those ones, and I will teach her the contents myself. I'm sure that you will not find that necessary," Dumbledore said assuredly as others began entering the kitchen. With a flick of her wand, Molly had all the dishes cleared off the table and in the sink. "All right then, Fred, George, Ron, Ginny, you know the drill out. Hermione, Reyna, you will need to leave as well. You're too young for order business." "What?" Reyna asked. "A war is no place for children. Tell that to Voldemort and his Death Eaters." Reyna said, "They don't care." "Yeah, Mom." Ron said, "Reyna's right. For Merlin's sake. Reyna was one the first time you know who attacked her." "Oh, don't you start arguing again, Ronald Weasley. We have had this conversation, and you are not staying for this meeting. You are all too young." "Mrs. Weasley, why do you think that?" Reyna asked carefully. "You shouldn't be exposed to the war, dear." She said, "Well, it's too late for that." Reyna said, "I was 1 when he killed my parents and tried to kill me. I was 11 when I faced him again. 12 when I faced him for a third time, this time with the added threat of a basilisk. Then the year after that, I had to produce the Patronus to save my past self and Sirius. Then, last year, I was entered into a tournament that was potentially deadly against saw my boyfriend murdered, dueled a fully formed Voldemort, and then was tortured for a month. Tell me, how are you going to spare me from the horrors of war? Now I've experienced them all. How am I too young to know what is going on? I have a right to know all the facts. Don't presume you have a right to anything, Potter, just because you're royalty." Snape said, "It isn't because she's royalty." Thor said, "She has listed her reasons, and I believe she has a right to know what is going on. Better for her to know what's going on and be able to avoid trouble than for her to be uninformed and end up coming across it. That is how most of these little adventures happened, after all." Loki said, "But don't you want to keep her out of the war now? If you put it that way." Loki said, "What?" Reyna couldn't believe it. "Yes, what?" Thor said. Loki said something to Thor in Old Norse, which she was only just learning, so she didn't understand it. Thor nodded. Go upstairs with the others, Reyna, Thor said. But Dash, later. Loki said, I want to sit in on the next one. Reyna said. She stood, and the Weasley kids did too, along with Hermione. Well, I'll be staying. I want to know about anything that concerns my daughter's safety. They heard Hermione's father say, as they left the kitchen, let's go up to my room. I want to see if Hedwig's back from hunting. Reyna said, her hand resting on Ardwyad's head. Why did you give up so easily? That's not like you. Hermione said, it was quite easy to see that Loki was planning something. Reyna said, I just hope he's planning on telling me what happened in the meeting after it's finished. You'll tell us what it is after, yeah? Ron asked. Of course I will. And anyway, Thor was all for letting me stay in on the meeting. There had to be a reason that he gave up so easily. You didn't understand what they said? Ginny asked. I only began learning Old Norse 3 days ago. All right. They all entered her room, and Reyna smiled. Hedwig. She hurried over to the window and let her owl in. Hedwig flew up to perch on her shoulder and nipped her ear affectionately. I missed you too, girl, she said, petting Hedwig's breast feathers. Hey, there's someone you need to meet. She knelt down by Ardwyad, who sniffed at Hedwig. Hedwig, met Ardwyad. Ardwyad, met Hedwig. Wolf and Owl surveyed each other, before Hedwig let out a hoot and flew to perch on Ardwyad's head. With that, Ardwyad lay down and curled up. I can't believe I'm seeing this, Hermione said. They were all staring at the two familiars. Reyna eventually shrugged. At least they like each other. She sat down beside the two animals and ran her hand down Hedwig's back to Ardwyad's head, where she scratched him between the ears. She continued to repeat this motion, keeping both contented. How are you, Reyna? Really now? Hermione said. I'm healing slowly. You know, I showed them my memories. My grandparents and uncles, I got yelled at several times. But I didn't care because they were yelling at me because they cared and were worried. Having family that cares for me is really helping, you know? Hermione sat down beside her and hugged her. Reyna hugged her back, but the end of the petting drew Ardwyad's attention, and he then proceeded to lick both of their faces. Ardwyad, stop. You slobber more than when you were a pup, Reyna said, managing to pull away and rub the slobber. I bet he wasn't that small as a pup. Ron said, he could fit in my hands. That was at my birthday. Bloody hell? Ron said, why did you get a wolf like that? Loki thought he'd make a good protector for me. He was right. Ardwyad barked happily, and Hedwig hooted. The timing of that dash, George began, was just creepy. Fred finished. There was a knock on the door then, before it opened. They all looked round to see Loki. He entered and closed the door. Now that she's out of earshot, he said, shaking his head. Reyna grinned. You're going to tell me what was said? Of course. The more you know of the situation, the easier it will be for you to avoid danger. Or find it. Ron snorted. She's a danger magnet, mate. She isn't going to keep out of trouble. Yes, well, we are trying to work on that. Loki said. The prophecy your mother mentioned in her diary is in the prophecy room of the Department of Mysteries in the Ministry of Magic. The Order is working on guarding it. Voldemort himself does not know the full contents, and he wants it. They are trying to keep it from him. Have you found out what it says? Reyna asked, leaning forward. Do you wish for everyone in here to know its contents? They're my friends. I trust them. Reyna nodded. Very well, Loki said, turning his attention to the others. But know this. If you betray Reyna's trust, I will see to it that you end up regretting it. Understood? They all nodded quickly. The prophecy states, and these are the exact words, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark the child as his equal. But the child will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die by the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. Reyna was floored. That meant, it's kill or be killed, isn't it? I'm going to have to kill him. He was beside her in a heartbeat, crouching beside her, his hands gripping her shoulders. Remember what I said at the feast. Mortals have a habit of making self-fulfilling prophecies. Listen to me, Reyna. This prophecy was made by a mortal concerning the defeat of a mortal wizard. You are not mortal. You are Aesir. You are a goddess by birthright, and that in itself can nullify the prophecy if it was meant for you. That he chose to direct it at you meant that he allowed openings for outside factors, namely us. He will be found, he will be defeated, and then he will be dragged to Asgard to face punishment. Afterwards, he will be killed, and your cousin will deal out the rest of his punishment. Rhaena nodded, letting out a breath. She knew in war people had to kill, that she would have to kill. But the knowledge that she had to kill Voldemort or he would kill her had caused her to panic. But the way her uncle put it allowed her to calm down. She had to believe everything would work out, or she didn't know what she would do. /N. I have the results of the poll, and I will get to working it into the story at the right time. Thank you for taking the time to vote. I hope you enjoyed the chapter. I did my best. Don't worry, I have something planned for the Dursleys, but if you have any suggestions, I would be willing to hear them and take them into consideration. Please review. Chapter 18. Disclaimer. I own nothing. /N. Thank you to all who have reviewed so far, and for all the ideas for the Dursleys. As for the anonymous reviewer who keeps wondering about when the revelation of Rhaena's heritage will get out, in Chapter 16 the line, even though the fact that she was a member of the Aesir and the Princess of Asgard had gotten out, the Ministry would not be deterred in slandering her name, should tell you that the wizarding world already knows. I get the feeling that no matter what happens or what state the wizarding world is in, the Ministry could never keep something like that a secret for long. Chapter 18. She wasn't sure she liked this idea. The whole plan had been explained to her, and she wasn't sure she liked it. The part about them getting their comeuppance she could deal with. It was just the part that involved her returning that she didn't like. She wasn't sure how they had done it, but apparently Thor and Loki had gotten the plan approved from her grandparents. Even the first part, which involved her leaving the safety of the wards before it was time to board the Hogwarts Express. And it was the first part that she didn't like. It wasn't that she didn't want to go outside. Rhaena very much wanted to go outside. Remaining in the house was becoming stifling. But doing so to return to Privet Drive, that was where she severely disliked the idea. The first indications that she got of the plan was when her uncles, Sirius, Remus, the twins, and Tonks shut themselves in the drawing room. It was the day after that she had heard the plan. At first, Rhaena had said no. There was no way in hell she wanted to go back there. But they had managed to convince her that this would add to the full result. Tonks had gone out, looking like Rhaena, with a load of money after being tasked by Sirius to buy an outfit that was expensive, smart, and obviously of a Muggle designer brand, which would cause a few rumors when seen by the Dursleys' neighbors. Darcy and Jane had gone with her, and they had returned with several large bags, grinning. My dad's Muggle-born, Tonks said, and he knows quite a few companies. I can ask for his help getting a car. For this to work, everything is going to have to be perfect. Speaking of perfect, you all have to be dressed right too. You two, she pointed at Thor and Loki, are going to need designer suits, and anyone coming along we can dress up to look like bodyguards. So, the usual suit and sunglasses thing. One problem, Rhaena said, we're going to need someone who can drive the car. I can do that, Remus said. I've had several jobs in the Muggle world. It's easier to get jobs there than in the wizarding world. One of them was as a driver for a while. Dad can get hold of a nice car that can hold everyone going. Remus can drive it. We have Rhaena's outfit, and now all we need is the suits for you two. Remus is a driver/bodyguard, and Sif and the Warriors 3 as the other bodyguards. Then, turn up in broad daylight when most people will be about, and then every one of their neighbors will start talking, and that will start the ball rolling to ruin their perfect reputation. Of course, a few other pushes will help too. In the end, the three women had gone out shopping again, this time dragging Sif, Volstagg, Fandral, Thor, and Remus with them to get them suits. Loki had stayed behind, as he was able to conjure himself a suit. The others had asked him to do the same, as Darcy and Tonks seemed to be shopping maniacs. But he had just grinned and left them to the torture. I think we must have gone round every clothes shop in this city. Sif groaned. How can there be so many in one place? Why do mortals need so many? Because there's a market for it. Hermione said, looking sympathetic. I'll say this, though. I'd rather you than me. Did you get what you were looking for? In the end, Tonks and Darcy wouldn't let us have the first ones we found. Sif shook her head. We ended up back where we started and getting the suits from somewhere called Slater's. They do nice suits. Hey, who else knows what you're up to? Sirius, Remus, Tonks, you, Fred, and George, and I think Rhaena has told Ron and Ginny But that's it. So the rest of the order doesn't know? They would only interfere. Sif told her, just as Reyna entered. Who would interfere? The rest of the order. Oh. And Tonks said she has the car for tomorrow. The plan is going ahead. All right then. But there is one problem. What would that be? I can't walk in those heels. I'm not the person you want to ask. Sif said. Hermione smiled. But I know who can help. Come on. Mum, Jane and Darcy will be more than willing to help. After several painful hours, Reyna could walk in the ridiculously high heels without breaking her ankle, as she had almost done several times. Jane and Darcy had ended up walking beside her to catch her if she fell, while Emma had given her instructions on how to keep her balance. The next day went by as normal until the afternoon. They were aiming to head there when most people were arriving home from work, but while it was still early, so there would be a bit of an audience for their arrival. But a couple of hours before they left, Tonks, Darcy, and Ginny grabbed hold of Reyna, grinning like mad women, and dragged her into her room. We'd better go help her, Hermione said to Jane. We can try. But Darcy isn't easy to dissuade. However, their plans of a rescue were soon shattered as they got pulled into the makeover. Reyna grumbled and moaned as her hair was pulled at as they tried different hairstyles. It took right up until the time for the group to leave for Privet Drive for Reyna to be declared ready. And then there was the part that would make the whole thing worse. She had to leave Ardwyatt behind. This was the first time she had been far from her new familiar, and she didn't know how her wolf would take it. But she could hardly take him in the car, let alone to Privet Drive. Many heads turned to look as the long, sleek black car pulled up in front of number 4. Its windows were tinted in the back, so they couldn't see the passengers. The driver was a graying man in a plain black suit and a driver's cap. The man in the passenger seat had long red hair and a beard, both of which were in ponytails. He was wearing sunglasses and a suit. The back door opened, and a large man with long blonde hair got out. He was wearing a suit and a red shirt, which appeared to be silk to anyone close enough to see it properly. He turned back to the car and held his hand out to help a young woman out. Her black hair was pulled into an elegant knot at the side of her head, and Mrs. Polkis recognized much of the outfit she was wearing as the work of Calvin Klein. The mostly black V-neck dress had a white V-neck and a gold and silver belt. The black blazer was fitted, and of the same make, but was open to show off the obviously expensive dress. She was wearing black and gold high-heeled shoes that the woman recognized as the Gucci shoes she had seen in London and wished she could both afford and pull off, much like the rest of the ensemble. People caught sight of a glimmer as light reflected off her jewelry. She had a mostly gold ring on, which formed 2 linking hearts at the front, one of which was silver and had crystals on its outline. Her necklace was a crystal dragonfly, and her bracelet was gold and silver beads with crystals embedded in it. There was something familiar about the girl, many though, which was why they were focusing on her. Isn't that Dudley's cousin? Piers asked his mother. Hey, you're right. That's the Potter girl. This caused a stir around them as they noticed the others. A man with slicked-back black hair had exited. He was shorter than the blonde-haired man, but not by much, and was also thinner and leaner. He was dressed much like the blonde man, but with a green shirt instead, and also had an ornate walking stick, which was obviously just for show. After him, revealing it to be one of those cars with a seat opposite the back seat, came a man with a rather grim demeanor, who was dressed like the red-haired man, who had just exited the car along with the driver. Then, it was a woman who was dressed similarly to the man who had preceded her, with her hair in a long ponytail, and then another man, another blonde, dressed as his companions were. What's she doing with people who obviously have enough money to warrant bodyguards? Mr. Prentice asked. And why is she dressed like she's one of them? Piers asked. The 2 men guided her to the door of number 4, and the woman accompanied them. The grim-faced man disappeared round the side of the house, and they guessed he was, for some reason, doing a perimeter check. But why when they lived in a safe neighborhood? Reyna kept her face impassive as Loki knocked on the door. Thor probably would have knocked it down otherwise. She looked at the house that had been her own living hell while growing up. It should have been a safe place to call her home, but it hadn't been, which was why she crushed any feelings of guilt at what would eventually happen to her once relatives. They had brought this on themselves. She had a new life now, a better one, and she felt a sense of satisfaction that she was proving all the lies wrong and showing that she was worth more than people believed. and that feeling grew when she knew that the Dursleys would face retribution in the end. The door opened to reveal Vernon Dursley. He quickly turned white, then red, and finally purple. "You! Where the blazes have you been, girl?" he all but roared. "No letter saying you wouldn't be there. We turned up at the station to pick you up with no sign of you. We wasted good petrol for nothing. Get inside." "Actually, Mr. Dursley, we have brought Raina back only for a short visit, and we wish to speak with you concerning certain custodial issues," Loki said. After a brief conversation, "Raina will never need to step foot in this house again. Is that agreeable to you?" Unlike Vernon, Loki did not shout, so the chances were no one heard what he said. But Vernon calmed visibly. He looked around, noticed the people watching the obviously expensive car, Remus, Sif, Fandral, and Volstagg, and he nodded. "You had best come in then." He turned and led them inside. The obviously flaunted wealth and the idea of Raina never returning after today had obviously garnered Vernon's attention. The sound of bones clicking reached Raina's ears as they passed the cupboard under the stairs, and she saw that Thor had one hand in the other. He was obviously trying very hard not to lose his temper right now. When they entered the living room, they saw that Petunia and Dudley were already there sitting down. They all sat down as well. "I hope our niece hasn't been too much trouble. She's not exactly the most controlled of youths," Vernon said. "I would be careful what you say, mortal," Thor rumbled. "We know of your lies and what you have done to Raina in the past. You're some of her lot, aren't you?" Vernon yelled. "And what is that supposed to mean?" Sif asked. "They believe anyone who is not like them, who is not an ordinary mortal, are freaks," Loki said, his voice deceptively calm as he sat back in his seat. "And before we go any further, let us establish some facts. Lily Potter was never who you thought she was. She was a goddess of Asgard, the first ever born princess, who became a mortal child and lived a mortal life. Therefore, Raina was never your niece. You are not her relatives. But no one here knew that. Had we known where she was, we would have taken her from here in a heartbeat. But that didn't happen. Instead, she was left to grow up in your care." He sneered. "What Loki is saying is that you made the biggest mistakes of your lives, the way you treated Raina." Thor said, "You have abused the princess of Asgard, and for that you will pay. You dare come into my house and threaten me and my family? I really wouldn't do that," Raina said, as Vernon pulled himself to his feet and curled up his fists. "Don't tell me what to do, girl, and do not yell at our niece," Loki said. "We are here today to explain exactly where you went wrong. Had you treated Raina as one of your own, you would have lived like royalty for the rest of your lives for taking care of her. As it is," he grinned. "Hey, what's going on?" Piers asked Volstagg, who was leaning against the car. "What's Potter doing with you lot?" "She's a part of the family," Volstagg said, as if that explained it. Piers looked confused. "What are you talking about?" "She's an orphan. Her cousin told me so. The Dursleys are the only family she has left. Her mother was adopted, went missing as a young girl. The moment they found out about her, her uncles decided to take her in. They and their parents were searching for her mother for years." Volstagg! He looked round to see Hogan and looked a bit ashamed. "Oh, me and my big mouth," he said. "I should not have told you that much. That was in fact the plan, however, for one of them to be the leak of information." Hogan just shook his head and turned away. "But surely she already has a family with them, though, yes?" Mrs. Polkiss asked, having come up on the conversation, wanting to know more of what her son had dug up. This could be good gossip, and one up on the so-called perfect Dursley family. She couldn't see why her son was such good friends with that whale they called a son. "I really shouldn't say anything else. I've already said too much." Volstagg shook his head. "There have always been odd rumors about the girl you know. Heard them from Petunia Dursley herself, I did. I just want to know how much were true. I won't say a thing," the woman said, not caring that she would probably break that promise in a few minutes anyway. Volstagg glanced to Hogan, who was keeping an eye on the area. "Well, we heard that they did not treat her as they should have. From what I have seen of her, the rumors about Raina are probably all false. A nicer young lady you would not find anywhere. And another thing I hear is that she has been doing well in her schoolwork too. She goes to a private school her father's family has attended for generations, apparently. Up in Scotland." Mrs. Polkiss was bristling with anticipation. This was a gold mine of information. They had lied about everything. Volstagg, shut up then, as the front door opened. Mother and son walked quickly away as the four who had entered emerged from the house, no one the wiser of what had gone on in there, thanks to an illusion on the window placed by Loki. As it is, you treated her as little more than a slave. The room darkened, and his eyes were cold, as was his smirk. Vernon sat back down, obviously terrified at the simple change of lighting, which had no visible source. And you are going to regret it. There are people outside, people watching. You can't do anything. Petunia said, obviously terrified. We already planned out this meeting. Thor said, grinning. Loki placed an illusion on the window. Anyone who can see inside will merely see us talking. What do you want? Dudley asked. Right now, we just want you to know that Reyna is finally with her true family. Loki said, as Thor pulled his niece into a one-armed hug. But know this, one day, you are truly going to regret what you did, and you will not have any warning of when that day will be. But, for now, you get to watch your reputation crumble around you. Can we go now? Reyna asked. She didn't want to be here any longer. This house held only bad memories for her, and she'd happily never see it again. Of course, Thor said. But on his way out, he vented some of his frustrations by punching the cupboard door. The door completely caved in on itself, along with a large portion of the wall. The stairs began to creak worryingly. He grinned as he noticed all three of the Dursleys take a step back. It was obvious to all that he hadn't even used a fraction of his strength. They left the house and noticed that more people were watching now, and Piers Polkiss and his mother were quickly heading away from Volstagg. It was clear that Volstagg had slipped up. Reyna kept her head held high as she walked, barely glancing at the residents of Privet Drive and some from other parts of Little Whinging. None of them had been on her side before, when she had lived here. They weren't worth her time now. The majority of the women here, like Petunia, lived to gossip. Hopefully, that would work against her ex-relatives now. But even if it didn't, they would realize their mistake soon enough. The group all got back into the car and drove away. When out of Little Whinging, Reyna relaxed. Are you all right, Reyna? Thor asked. Just glad to be out of there. I never want to go back. Well, now you will not have to, Thor said. She nodded and said nothing. When they returned to Grimmauld Place and entered the house, a whining noise reached them. The yelps in between were enough to tell Reyna exactly what the noise was. She kicked her heels off, not wanting to wear the damn things anymore, and headed upstairs quickly. When she got to her room, she saw Ardwyatt on her bed crying. Ardwyatt, she said softly. Her wolf immediately stopped crying and looked towards her. He launched himself at her, and Reyna's eyes widened. He hit her hard and bowled her over. With a large thump, she hit the floor. Ardwyatt began licking her face and barked a few times in happiness. Ardwyatt, she laughed, trying to push him off her. He wouldn't budge. The over-affectionate familiar obviously hadn't fared well with their first separation, especially since he had been cooped up while she had been gone. Need help, mate? She looked round to see Ron and Hermione, smiling at her. Please, she said. Together, the three of them managed to push him off enough so she could stand up. How did it go? Hermione asked. As well as possible. I think Loki's magic and Thor being. Well, Thor just scared the Dursleys into silence for the most of the visit. Only a couple of stupid things were said, but the damage to their rep has also been done. How long has Ardwyatt been crying for? She scratched him between the ears. Since you left, Ron said.